She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion.
Hello and welcome everybody to the AAA Challenger Series. This is Challenger Series number 3 on our way to that first Super Challenger event coming up in early April. My name is Danger Taco, and with me on the desk is Squid to my right, or I suppose, well, when I'm facing camera, it's right. It's on my left on the camera, and then we got Jixa yet again on my left. But of course, we want to thank, before we get into the conversation, talk about what's to come for today, we want to thank AAA, our premier sponsor here for the Challenger Series. And there are over 1 million roads out there, but no matter which road you take, AAA knows the way. Learn how you can have AAA help you along your journey through advice, discounts, and roadside assistance, and much more at AAA.com. Thanks so much to them and ProMedica for allowing us to put on events like this, because this is the premier bubble event out there, and I'm excited to be sharing the booth with all of you. Squid, I'll turn to you first. We've seen a lot of twists and turns throughout these events, for I would say the first 2 events coming through, but I think for right now, this is where it really gets down to the nitty-gritty, because we're really done with chances past this one to get into that Super Challenger.
Yes, absolutely, and I think there's a couple of teams, you know, that are competing in this one that are looking to try and make a bid into that top 2 spot in the ranking. Of course, we have Manzana and Torrent sitting up there right now, and as we move towards the Super event, of course, there's a couple of formatting things, and if you can make it in that top 2, I believe you're going to be making it all the way into Day 2, immediately in Super event number 1, which is automatically going to give you just a much better standing. I think in particular, E United are eyeballing that one right now. They scored 23 total points. They're only 2 points behind the 2 current leaders, neither of which is actually in this event. So they should have a fairly easy time as long as they don't get first rounded here.
Well, it's easier said than done. Chicksa, just real quick, because we're trying to get these players into the lobby first. We're actually going to go up against a team that I think is fairly interesting. We actually have Akrew and the Team EXE first up on the day. How are you feeling about these two teams? Team EXE struggled at first, but Akrew, I mean, that's a former Vibrance roster. They got some experience in the scene.
Absolutely. They are certainly the most experienced team probably here today, and this is their first time as well in the AAA series. So they're going to be getting their feet wet with the rest of these teams, with Team EXE, who has been here before, so at least they know how to get around decently. I believe they got at least to the second round last time. So I think for Akrew today, they're going to find that confidence early on probably. They're going to be against a team that's still newer, especially as a chemistry-wise, and has been here before. So it's a different matchup that I'm excited to see to start off our night.
Absolutely, and like all the events before, they've been a double E-limit bracket. However, this time it is going to be best of 5 in the upper bracket, really, just from the get-go. So you guys are going to have quite a lot of content to dig into. Apparently, the players are in the lobby. So I'm going to let you guys take it away, start talking about the game, so we can get this underway. It is going to be Akrew and Team.AC in the upper quarterfinal to see who's going to be moving on in our bracket. Squid and Chicksa, take it away.
Thank you very much, Taco. And as we were talking about, looking at the points here on the top side of my screen, I'm noticing that Team.exe, sitting here at 14 points. I mentioned how the current front runners at 25. It's conditional on E-United, on SUP, and Akrew having a bit of a bad bracket, but this is their chance to directly impact Akrew's odds at moving forward here, Chicksa. So this could be big. I mean, anybody realistically has the odd shot of making it into those top 2 spots and making the day 2 in the super event.
Akrew probably the favorite in this match as well. As we said, the more experienced roster, a roster that's been around, that's been together a while. So I think it's certainly going to be interesting to see how Team EXE can handle such a difficult opponent. But again, like I said, they've been around here before. They've been in the bubble for a little bit. They've been scrimming all these teams again and again, and we'll see if the pressure can get to them tonight.
When we talk about experience, I certainly wouldn't disagree that Akrew is probably one of the more experienced rosters coming into this, but you cannot deny the pedigree of competitors like Seabass coming in here on the side of Team.exe. So first 5 minutes on the clock here, Manfield might go to be locale. We'll see what kind of damage they can do. Of course, not to discredit Monster or Tito. They are both high-quality competitors in their own right. So to get things underway, keep your eyes out for any one of these players to make a significant impact. It does look like a relatively neutral game at the start. Fifi, a bit of a backflip there in the midfield. I like that idea with the passing lane in that middle area, though, near the top of the box. But it turned away. First 30 seconds now coming on. One demolition rolling out here on the back end. Oath looking for the angle, but just a little bit too tight, actually. We'll miss that one well wide.
Akrew just putting on so much pressure to start. You can see they're looking for demos, they're looking for passes, they're keeping possession of the ball, and they're just not letting it go. Another shot comes near side. Oath to put one on that's saved out, and Akrew just has so far all the control of this game. This one's gonna land itself in from Fifi. He just has a wide open net that he gets to find the angle on.
Can't say I'm necessarily surprised by that, looking at the 50-50 here from Monster, but the coverage from Tito, they were obviously anticipating 2 different outcomes on that player. Perhaps they were anticipating the same outcome, and Monster just did not make the contact, or Fifi was a little bit later to the challenge than they had expected. So not necessarily a characteristic way I would classify for goal number 1 to go in, but don't really worry about how it went in. You just worry about, whether it did or not. And the scoreboard tells all in this case. Oath even looking for a bit of a doomsday dish on that one if they had a little bit more boost. Will be turned away. Team.exe, though, a characteristic backline here. Oath cannot put that one on target. Look completely open in that regard. But Akrew, with so much control, as you were talking about, Chicksa, it feels like everything is going their way right now.
A good outlet pass, something Team EXE needs to do to get this ball away from their half, but still they're keeping it there. They just can't find a good clear, and the shots keep peppering on in. That's the first nice clear we have, and a miss here may open up the opportunity on the counter attack, and certainly Team EXE, this is their first opportunity, and they'll certainly make the most of it. A bump goes a long way, and they tie this game up.
Had to navigate some highly contested waters, but you can see the bump here from Seabass against Fifi was really what made that play work. Both Oath and Astro kind of in the zone, but you can see the presence of mind. Team.exe knowing that there was no realistic challenge for any of those players on that cutoff. So just amazing wherewithal on that one. Seabass immediately off the face-off as well. No chance for a double tap on that one and had no backup. Still an immediate threat there from Team.exe after scoring that tying goal. That's the kind of tenacity you need. Astro, bit of a free ball there. Fifi trying to go low, but Tito has the coverage back towards the mid. It's not going to be a good enough pass. Oath for the follow-up here. It's getting complicated on the back end more often than not here for Team.exe when they allow that possession near the top of the box. And Astro again going to prove why you cannot just give it away like that.
Akrew has just done a fantastic job of all those shots. 8 right now on the board and only halfway through this game. Of course they're going to find that opening when they keep pressuring this Team EXE defense. Team EXE, you need to figure out a way to defend. Get a clear, get an outlet pass like I was saying. Get it out of your half since Akrew is just controlling this game.
Let's see like the story. Perhaps just a little bit slow on the defense for my tastes, but certainly nothing that'll put you in the grave early on in this series. So see how things develop here just past halftime. Again, it's going to be Akrew on the attacking side. A nice win there by Tito. Finds Monster. The slight outlet. Fifi just going to charge right in and take a demolition. So we'll allow, again, a bit of a reset on the backside. Oath, slightly aggressive rotation there. Fifi with just a narrow touch on that ball. It's going to be plenty more than enough. Back to the midfield line. I feel like there's a lot of kind of just feeling out so far in this game one, which is not necessarily uncommon, but I feel it's more so than we usually see. It's just the players kind of tossing it into the end and hoping that their opponents are going to make just a small mistake that will allow for some extended possession, and I don't really see it working out too well so far for either side. Of course, for Team.exe, that's going to be at their detriment, whereas for Akrew, they're perfectly happy to play this game.
Honestly, I feel as well, Akrew looks pretty casual. I can see it in just their positioning, their overall way to get the ball in the net. They always have a follow-up. They consistently have a place for someone else. You see that triangle of 1, 2, 3 positioning, and here that own goal. It's really unfortunate, but nonetheless, they're creating the pressure they need to make these plays.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as that may have been an own goal, you can see the mental pressure they applied on Tito and off here on the face-off. That's going to be number 4. I'm not sure if Team.exe are going to be able to recover from that one. But like I was saying, the mental pressure just on the last play, it forced Tito into perhaps questioning their third player. They know they got bumped. They know things are going to be an easy goal as they see the offender bearing down on it. If they don't try to do something and there's nobody there to immediately back them up, then it's going to be a goal against. So see just a little bit of panic. This one, CMAX is going to let it go, and Oath is going to punish every single time on this. 5-1 now. This is just insane.
The kickoffs all falling in the favor of Akrew, and they've made the most out of it. Back-to-back kickoff goals, and that mental state certainly is really frustration right now for Team EXE. No one wants to give that up, and right now they need to look forward to something to give them some positive confidence, anything to stop the momentum train that Akrew has given and followed. They're just on a roll, and Team EXE just can't find anything to keep themselves really at par.
That bump combined with the dunk immediately thereafter. It looks like there was a chance for Team.exe to get set up on the offense, but it was immediately turned away by those two in succession. Astro, I love that delayed flip right there, right past the midfield, is able to take the 50-50 as well. And you can see the first man value they're getting out of this, and they eventually will turn into a shot. It was a rather low percentage play out of the corner there, but still, even that drive is unprecedented in its strength. The fact that they were even able to get something on the close corner there is already quite phenomenal. I feel like for Team.exe here, though, you know, they're playing a play style that simply is not going to work against the Crew, who are, they're playing quick. You know, they're not necessarily making optimal plays, but they are making decisive actions when they get control of the ball or when they see an opportunity to wrench control of the ball away from their opposition. Team.exe, on the other hand, they're trying to play a slow and methodical play style that isn't exactly working out for them. They'll get one for the road here, but with 7 seconds to go, this one's still said and done.
Maybe a little bit sloppy on that back end for Akrew. They understand they have such a big lead, and they got into some double commits, certainly, that caused that counterattack possible. But Team EXE, they need to look into it. They need to figure out next game that stuff like that's going to happen. Penalize those mistakes, and you definitely don't want to let another one in before this clock ends.
And the Crew, they will solidly take game 1 here. I think, you know, for my total evaluation of this game 1 here, I think that what I have to say about it is, you know, a good plan executed now is infinitely better than a perfect plan executed 5 minutes from now. I think that's something how the saying goes, right? And I think that was really the story of this game. Akrew, when they saw chances, again, to take a shot, just a random shot on target sometimes, just to take it away from Team.exe, just to apply some sort of meaningful pressure to get the ball slightly in their favor, they would immediately try to make it happen. And I think it applied a heck of a lot of pressure that Team.exe was not anticipating. They expected a more slow and methodical play from their opponents, so they figured they could play a bit slower and more methodical. That not being the case caused some major issues for their rotation, and they were not able to keep it held down on the defensive end, I think, and that's going to be a big change I expect to see here out of Team.exe. I feel like there's going to be a massive increase in their pace of play.
I hope that Team EXE can make Akrew uncomfortable, and touches like that certainly going to cause some discomfort early. Tito sends this one right off the post, and that's a good early look for Team EXE. They need to keep creating some pressure and just making, as I said, Akrew uncomfortable. They just looked very fluid in those rotations, didn't have any issues in game number 1 getting to where they needed to be, and we'll see if they can continue to do so since that outlet pass put on target and last second saved out by Seabass.
Yeah, great track down there. They're able to take this one in the middle as well. Monster to force a touch here out of Oath. BB's not close enough behind. You can see Tito is there to close the gap. Once again, it's very important. Now the play for Team.exe getting that speed that they need. They're not letting their opposition just take control of the ball and make a necessary touch in any situation. First minute. Come and gone now, no goal scored. That one might have been just a little bit too quick for my taste. Seabass is going to lose out on this 50-50 to Oath. Might be a setup here potentially, but through an initial contact from Oath completely missing. You can see Astro was waiting for it near the middle. Perhaps a little bit of an offensive breakdown on that play, but it's nothing particularly out of the ordinary for this series. It has been something of a scrap so far here in Game 2. So I'd understand if they're trying to find a little bit of a change in their rotation to try and get Team.exe off balance here early. Astro, oh, what a read, what a recovery on that play. The jump was just a little bit early, but they can still get back to it. That's a wonderful change.
Oh, goodness. Tito able to send this one to the corner, but I was going to note that certainly the speed, as you mentioned, that Team EXE needed to amp up has amped up. They've continued to contest the ball more, just get those 50s going and make Akrew more comfortable. They're over again and again, actually outshooting them right now 3-1. And last game, very different story. By halftime, Akrew had 8 shots. They're right now at 1, as I said, 2 right there. So certainly the options for them have really lessened from game 1 to game 2.
Absolutely true. And Seabass has to go to their own backboard for this one. Squishy save potentially. Monster, though, waiting down the net. You can see Oak had to play patient. They almost even find an outlet there over to Tito. But, I mean, we talk about the speed here from Team.exe. I feel like a story that also kind of stems from this is how much more respect they are commanding so far in this game. I love that challenge again from Tito, understanding the options. Oath trying for the backward, but Tito is there for the shutdown every single time. Akrew are looking for some sort of an opening, and Team.exe have been able to shut it down. Their speed is on point right now. They have managed to play up exactly where they need to be. But simultaneously, whenever they come into the neutral game, you can see how Akrew has to respect their opponents just that little bit more. It's impacting adversely their offensive capabilities.
This is a great change about getting a best of 5 now instead of a best of 3. Team EXE has found a way to adapt, and now this game is so much closer than what we saw in game number 1, and that's the exciting part. If Team EXE can find a way to score late in this game, this is going to be a one-on-one, then maybe they'll just be able to take game number 2 to tie off this series. But it's been a wonderful match so far, and it's been also at the same time a really good stalemate.
That's not optimal. They opt to defer possession to the opposing team here. Tito looking for the upper 90 on this one. Oath is going to have that coverage, though. Again, that's the kind of respect that you need to have. I mean, we were talking about coming into this series, how crafty they can be. And Tito, I don't know if he was applying some mental pressure on the defense there, but again, the cross-up from Monster is enough to get the job done.
They're positioned where they need to be to challenge. And you're right, the mental fortitude, whatever it is, to show that they're in that position to possibly cause some chaos will open up those opportunities. And Team EXE has made a fantastic job of switching up their gameplay between game 1 and now game 2.
All normally I'd say it's just enough, but it feels like, oh, they're doing so much more. But Akrew out here, they find a gap in the midfield. This has been an uncharacteristic part of their offense. I mentioned how they were having so many fewer opportunities as a result of this shutdown by Team.exe, closing it down in the mid. They managed to find that passing lane. The 1-2-1 is just too strong for any reasonably skilled defender to handle 100% of the time. Well played there for Akrew. Instant response to that goal number 1. Less than a minute to go here.
Minute golden goal territory, as I like to say, and both teams have found goals really late in this game, but it's who can finish it off right now, and possibly we may see an overtime with how both these teams been playing. But Team.exe has looked so good on finding more offensive opportunities. They keep contesting this ball, but they need to be careful. They cannot overcommit late in this game and give Akrew a good opportunity, since they like to demo, they like to open up plays, they like to try to get their offense going. But 20 seconds and the pressure is coming through from both sides.
Oh, Seabass, oh, that looks so free there for a second. If the placement had been on, that could have been the winning goal. Fifi now with a bump here. Tito is there for the backup. They've been all over the field here. Honestly, my personal MVP for Team.exe has been so critical in the neutral and on the offensive zone. Now 0 seconds. They will let this one fall. OT, Akrew looking at potential match point situation if they can take this.
Certainly a possibility for either side, but I will say Team.exe probably has the better chance with how they've been controlling this game, the better shot count so far, the contest making the teams uncomfortable, but it doesn't matter since the score, it's even, and whoever makes that first mistake certainly will be penalized. They got to realize, are you going to take the risk on the play and risk that reward, or are you going to get penalized for it? I'm really curious to see how the rest of this game plays out.
Wonderful connection there. Feed up to Seabass. I love that flick as well. It's going to force a little bit of an awkward play on the defensive side. They will make the play, of course. Not able to win the follow 50-50 here, and I feel like the secondary is going to be a vital part of this game at this point. Astro looking this one up, and they do have the read, but Seabass is there first. Just a little bit lacking in the base department. That could easily have been the game winner. We will continue to play on here, just about a minute into overtime. Monster against Oath. That's a huge win there for Akrew. You can see Fifi already up for the follow. They've got a free third-man rotation now. Might provide an opportunity for them to get set onto the offensive side. Astro down towards the mid, just a little bit too telegraphed there. Will be forced back now. Team.exe going to get their first real offensive of the overtime, and they will manage to get that demolition as well, critically allowing them to take this open net.
The demo working out beautifully in favor. Monster really just target seeking a missile to find them in net to open up that opportunity. And Team.exe, a well-deserved game to win. Certainly the changes between the pace of the game, challenging the ball early and not giving Akrew the possession time, the offensive time that they had in game number 1. It was great to see the changes that happened, and again, well-deserved win.
Yeah, I completely agree. And like I mentioned earlier, I feel like Tito was really the MVP for this game, not necessarily because of what they did explicitly on the scoreboard here. Of course, they did have the game-winning goal there, which is commendable, but simultaneously, I feel like there was so much that they were doing to apply pressure to the opposition in the neutral on the offensive zone. It just disallowed Akrew to have the same kind of play style that they did before. We saw the kind of damage that was dealt against Team.exe's defense when Akrew did get a hold of that ball proper in the midfield. It was an instantaneous 1-2-1 passing play. It was a glorious one at that. But failing that, they didn't really have anything else up their sleeve. A spare demolition here or there, perhaps, but nothing particularly impactful in the offense. So it was a big change for Team.exe. We neutralized the series 1-1. Let's see what happens from here.
Certainly going to be interesting to see if Team.exe keeps their strategy from game number 2, or if Akrew comes out with a new strategy of their own. Certainly those outlet passes in the midfield didn't work as well. So we'll see if they can change up how they score, how they style this ball, and hopefully they don't overcommit early, since that's a great save by Oath to open up the offense for Team.exe and the defense for Akrew.
I like that cheesy backboard positioning by Tito. Demo on both sides now, and Astro going to pick up number 3 in that chain. Of course, the mid has Fifi to work with. Monster going to close that one down. They force this to the corner. I'm noticing now Akrew, they might be getting a little bit more calculated with their touches, with the understanding of how Team .exe is performing. That one's just outside the post, and they will be able to get back to it. For a moment, it looked dicey. Again, a demolition attempt on that last player, but of course to no avail. And they are just getting aggressive right now. I mean, we might start seeing a bit more of an aggressive game. Not in the way that they're trying to play more offense, but in the way that they are just trying to get other players off the field as often as they can.
I was stating in game 1 that Akrew just looks so calm. They look so fluid, but now they're seemingly more panicked, maybe a little bit frustrated that they dropped that game number 2. And those demos, those are going to come out of frustration, trying to force open opportunities. Another bump here, opening up the play for Astro, and the frustration, the aggressiveness coming out by Akrew early.
I think this might serve as a small reminder for Team.exe that you're probably going to have some double coverage if you find yourself in a situation as volatile as that one. And of course, you could see how closely Astro was positioned for that ball. They understood exactly what the win condition was, and they were able to execute. But Seabass way up high here against, oh, the dunk is there, but it's nowhere near the target. And hardly playable in the midfield there for Monster to get it back towards the net. Tito, no chance for a double tap on that one. And it will be sent away here by Akrew. This really does feel like, again, Akrew, as you mentioned, Chixa, they have been able to make the changes. And as I was saying earlier, it feels like there's a catalyst in that they're making just good enough touches, just a little bit better. But it's the quality of the touches very slightly increasing when they understand that sometimes their win condition is not necessarily keeping a minor control, but a major one. That one off the backboard looked like a free shot for Seabass. They could not make the read. Talk about major and minor touches. Lackluster touch off the backboard in that there was none on that last offensive play. I gotta say, not the greatest look there for Akrew, but they'll go completely unpunished up until now here. Tito still up high. His extended offensive stay certainly is not going to help.
Ooh. That one just floats on in. Certainly not what I expected, but a little bit over on the aggressiveness for Team EXE, and back to that ball. Tito just can't find it on his rotation, so the counterattack for Akrew just comes too fast, and Team EXE can't handle it.
Looking at that replays, well, I never expected that to be a shot on target. I felt like free, and now both with a flip reset with a double tap off the backboard. Gonna get the low five from Fifi as well. Well deserved here off the face-off.
That is just a absolute mechanical, god-like play by Oath. I mean, I can't describe that any better. The skills to pay the bills. Oath right now, Akrew with that momentum. They are snowballing into that lead 3-0 at halftime, and Akrew definitely looking back to their game 1 self.
Yeah, I think we can decidedly determine who we think is the better looking team with the lead so far in this series. And if your answer isn't the Crew, then I don't know what series you're watching, but it's not this one. Seabass tried for something cheesy up high. That one's not going to work in a million years, though. Just did not have the touch available to them. It feels like Team.exe might be getting just a little bit desperate with their plays here, and Tito double commit with Monster. The demolition came through. It would have been a good play had they been able to beat that player in the secondary in Oath. But you can see how much more control is being taken here by Akrew now, and like I said, slightly panicked looking for Team.exe, but Seabass isn't. The double tap off the backboard here. I thought this one was saved every day, but he's still able to make the read.
2 missed reads right here for Astro and Oath, and certainly that is a rarity at the level of both these players. Unsure if maybe one of them called the other one off, but certainly the communication and the positioning not there, and that is a rare miss penalized by Team EXE.
Yeah, and again, the presence of mind there for Seabass to stay on that double tap angle. It's incredibly difficult, even for high-level players, to maintain that path, not get distracted by what your secondary plan is going to be in the event that touch is made. So massive props in that department against Team.exe right back into this one, although that outlet over to Tito, completely missing, is going to slow things right the way down. 75 seconds to go. Need 2 goals here. I like this transition down. Oath is still going to slow it down, and now Tito out of the rotation. Monster and Seabass both just a little bit too close to each other. And you can see these micro positioning errors that are being made that Akrew are consistently punishing on with those demolitions, with those early challenges. This feels much like the same game plan we saw out of Team.exe. Very much a back and forth series so far.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth with the positioning. Just Team EXE sloppy right now. A miss there, a last second save, and that sloppiness probably coming out of frustration. We talk about as well the mental state that the players are in, the pressure, and again, Akrew controlling the game off the shot counts, off the aggressiveness. They don't look bothered anymore. They started the game off real hot with those demos, and since then, they've just controlled it.
I feel like there's very much something to be said about overall action economy in this series in particular, although I cannot discern too many of the differences live time. You have to go very much into thinking about how the macroeconomics of this play would go with Tito.
My goodness.
Seabass, excuse me. I'll give credit where credit's due. Nice save there, but unfortunately defense was never going to win them that game at that point. Still a good effort though. Absolutely need to put your best foot forward at all times. But like I was saying, I feel like there's so much to talk about in terms of how the macro of this game is being played, that when you look at these tiny interactions that happen in the midfield, when they neutralize themselves, it's all about how your supporting players are positioning yourselves, right? This basically goes all the way down to Rocket League fundamentals. You need to know where your second player is. You need to know where your tertiary is in order to make decisive action. I feel like that's where both of these teams are starting to break down just a little bit, and Akrew is pulling ahead very slightly. There have been some defensive errors, even very, very tiny defensive errors have been punished on. I feel like that's the very slight difference where Akrew is pulling ahead.
You know, but that's just the level of play that we're at right now. Both these teams, they need to expect that they're going to be penalized on those mistakes. They can't make those mistakes on the field because that's just that's just what's going to happen. You're going to get scored on. So they need to really play, again, a clean, solid 5 minutes of play. You can't just play a good first 2 minutes. You can't just play a good last 2 minutes. The skill level, the speed, everything in general is just too high. And they need to overall just continue the game as they plan it out. They can't really go awry. They can't get frustrated. They need to stick to the game plan, stick to their fundamentals, as you mentioned, and they'll be in the clear, hopefully.
Well, we'll see. Team.exe again, you know, they had a couple of potential defensive errors. Oh, and Astro, that would look like a good double tap chance, and Oath immediately for the follow-up there. Only 7 seconds in. I talk about making defensive errors. I don't think this one counts.
It's certainly a fantastic setup by Astro to finish, again, second man positioning by Oath exactly where he needs to be to follow up that play. The positioning just that much better for Akrew to start early in this game, and in this series, more notably, they've been a little bit stronger, and that's the edge that they've been taking.
Oath here completely free. That one gets away from Team.exe. This is what I feel like I was talking about earlier in the break. It's not the first time that we have seen Monster take a challenge, and of course, your secondary, you know, their job is to be there for the best case outcome, and that's exactly where Seabass was. But then Tito is nowhere to be found in that third man spot. So it really makes you question, was Seabass actually supposed to be the second player in that situation? And for Team.exe, they need to find an answer for it, because they cannot continue to allow those kinds of what should be neutral 50-50s to go in such a bad way for them. This is exactly where I was talking about Akrew is pulling ahead. There might be these micro errors on the challenges in midfield, but those can be accounted for. Those can be compensated for by making just a little bit of a wider rotation, buying time for your team to get back. On those kinds of challenges on the sideline that we just saw, you cannot make those kinds of compensations.
What a dunk by Astro. Just the extra touch to make that bothersome play, and that's a dangerous one off the woodwork of Team EXE's net, but Oath puts on another one, and still the pressure, it just keeps surmounting for Akrew. They've managed to find some ways, but a demo here on the transition will allow Team EXE with some pressure of their own, but Akrew, they're doing a good job consistently of defending this pressure and then extended time in the opposite end of their own. The 50s, they're a little bit slow again, and the misses a little bit more plentiful. You have to wonder what's going through all the players' minds right now with these missed touches, these missed 50s, and maybe a little bit of sloppy play.
I almost wonder if right now all it would take for Team.exe is just getting in the right mindset and Monster. I'm not sure if they really had to make that save there, but they're not going to take any chances on that. I have to say, something that I respect here. Seabass just a little bit far and away from that potential pass. Astro now towards the mid towards Oath, but Tito is able to get in the way once again here. crafty as it may be, you know, this is kind of the nature of Team.exe. So I can't say I'm particularly concerned for their defense as it presently stands. Of course, that's going to change it. There was so much time in the mid. Fifi, I think, was zoned out there by Monster. The threat of a physical play, keeping them in the back line. But still, that one's getting loose out near the top of the box is still so concerning. Yet again here, Astro almost engaging in a neutral play there against Seabass. I mean, that looks like an initial touch that got so far away. You would never expect them to turn into that. But again, they gain control. And here's Astro completely uncontested in the mid.
The midfield passing has been bread and butter plays for Akrew. They're just finding ways to place that ball perfectly on the top of that player's car, and they know how to shoot. I mean, they're not going to miss probably about 90% of the time, and Akrew, they've just ran away so far with this game. They're not taking the risks because they have that 3-goal cushion right now. You saw earlier, you said Fifi was in the back. Well, you know, Fifi didn't necessarily need to make that shot because they're holding their own. They're not risking it right now, and Akrew's just playing how they need to win this game out.
No, absolutely. I completely agree. But for Team.exe, you know, it's still concerning when they find themselves in those kinds of situations. And of course, now, might be a little bit complicated. Tito has to make this read off the back wall and will be successful in doing so. The follow-up is also there. Quick 2v2 encounter now on the back end. Fifi quality contact off of the backboard. Seabass looking for something crafty. This one towards the right-hand side. Looking promising for potential setup, but again, Monster losing out on a critical 50-50. I think it's just his bad luck that he's always the first man when he's taking those challenges, but it's so often it feels like that we see him losing these kinds of key plays in the corner and on the sideline. Results in Team.exe being completely reset. They will regain control only momentarily. The lack of a double tap there from Tito going to be a decisive factor in the drive down now here for Akrew. They only have 80 seconds they need to hold on to this. You can see the deep third here from Astro. The 50-50 played right out to him. A double tap off the ceiling. So much pressure being applied. Even the back with the... I mean, there's no problem because you can see Tito just taps it off the sidewall. Fifi got the boost. It allows for a complete reset on the Akrew side. Even with the potential power play, it turns into a shot for Akrew there. Forces two defenders out. Everything is going wrong here, it feels like, for Team.exe.
Another midfield passing play, though, possible for Akrew, and Team EXE is just not shutting down that midfield, and I think it's a little bit too late at this point for them to make that change. They needed to demo that second man, that middle man. They needed to block him out, challenge him earlier, since continuously they're finding that middle man and they're getting shots off of it. But with 30 seconds, I honestly think they're a little bit too late. We've seen miracles before, but Akrew has just played a sturdy game. Like I said, a safe game the back half of this game so far because they've maintained the lead, and it looks like they're going to maintain this lead to a series victory.
Does seem that way. For Team.exe, they're getting a little bit desperate, and you can see it right there. Oh no, Monster! It looked like it was meant for Seabass, but potentially the defense faked as well as I was. Straight out to Monster with his pinch, 14 seconds to go. This is still plausible. I'm not going to say that it's going to happen, but hey, we've seen crazy things happen, as you just said.
Absolutely. I've seen 4 seconds for 2 goals. That's my record. I can't see anyone beats it, but until 4 seconds is over, I'm not counting anything out. But with early possession for Akrew, Seabass needs to go the length of the field. This ball needs to hit the back of the net before the time touches, but with that, the ball does indeed touch the ground, and Series 1 goes to Akrew in 4.
Can't say I'm surprised. Looking back on this series as a whole, again, it feels like Team.exe, you know, they started just a little bit behind Akrew. Again, try to play that slow, methodical play style, which, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with. But when Akrew, you know, they just started diving at balls, and they were trying to play for, you know, the one aggressive and then 2 back play style. Even if they made those dives of the ball and Team.exe got control, they knew that they should be able to take a safe transition. And while there are counterplays to that, obviously, I don't necessarily feel like it's a bad way to start your feeler out game. And then Team.exe had the response. They started to speed up. They were able to play in the neutral. But it didn't seem like they were able to maintain that. I feel like over time, the consistency of Akrew in this best of 5 really got to them. But as we take a bit of a deeper dive, we want to bring Taco back into the mix, being able to spectate from the sidelines. We want to know what you saw.
that Akrew accrued a crew of gamers. That's what I said in chat, and I stand by it because they're playing and popping off together. It's good to see, but you guys have touched on a lot of points, and that Team.exe just weren't really getting it together, and it seemed like Akrew was able to break down that defense pretty steadily. Chixa, I mean, you guys were breaking everything down, but do you feel like Team.exe, what do they really have to fix going into that lower bracket? Because they still have a run, they're still eligible to be able to get deep in that bracket, but there's not a clean showing to start things off.
I noted later in that game just messing up that midfield passing play, since that was the bread and butter of Akrew. They kept finding everyone in the midfield, and the shot, it just rung off really well, precise, really quick, whatever it is. So that was, I think, what they really need to change, just disrupt that offensive rotation that Akrew did so well on.
Yeah, of course, and when we look at the bracket graphic now up on display, we did see Akrew obviously just take down Team.exe 3-1, so they're going to be moving on into that next round, and that is going to be determined their opponents, Gentlemen Sup, in our next match on stream. But of course, if we glance down the bracket a little bit, NXT Esports 3-0 over Power. Granted, that is a Forky-less Power. They're missing their key utensil, and United and Flash of Brilliance has just gotten started over on the B stream, which you can check out at twitch.tv/hoodiewho. That's 3 O's at the end of that one, trying it out. So shout out to our B stream, making sure that all of this fantastic content is making its way straight into your brain. Squid, looking through this bracket, that NXT getting that 3-0 over Power, that's tough because we had applauded how good that Power has looked throughout this entire situation. That's something that we're certainly going to have a look out for. So I just want to get your quick thoughts on Power and how different they look from the first time they came into the scene and then now, but now with Forky out, do you think they still have a chance to be able to make a deep run?
Yes, I think, I tentatively say that, obviously, because, my argument here is going to be validated, obviously, by the fact that there has been a break between today and yesterday. But what we saw yesterday, Taco, and, well, I suppose the day before, was that PWR, they had been, mixing up between Garen and Forky due to circumstances which I'm personally not privy to, but I do know that they were swapping out their players just a little bit at a high level of competition. And it felt like when they swapped in with Forky after playing with Garen, there was some adjustment period, right? There was a grace period where they weren't exactly playing at their full capacity. I feel like that may yet be the case here because we saw them take a random squad, which is not the randoms. It was Chronic, LJ, and Daniel, which is still an insane pickup squad, who I might add we saw on stream immediately thereafter and completely popped off. But that PWR squad took that random squad that I was just mentioning to 5 games in a 5-game series, which I don't think can be understated. So I feel for PWR here, maybe there's a little bit of grace period that they need. Of course, Garen has worked with them loads as a coach, so no doubt he understands exactly how the rotation is supposed to play out when they are looking good. And I feel like you should probably be looking out for them to make a run back just in case.
Of course, every team is always in it, but the team that are going to be in it up next on stream, so we can pivot into our upcoming matchup, is going to be Gentlemen and Sup. If you guys are not familiar with Sup, it is the former RBG roster. We get them on screen right now. That is Money, that is Expert, and that is Zanil. Facing off against No Match and Cheese and KX. Both teams have made some runs into RLCS, but Chixa just trying to touch on this new matchup. There's a lot of high-flying action with a lot of experience at the absolute highest level, not just being able to get close and not make it. Do you feel like these two teams, is this a kind of a deeper bracket matchup that we're just getting graced with in the first round?
I honestly think so. The amount of talent in all these names that are on the screen right now is absolutely crazy. And I note a lot of these players are younger players, more mechanical players, dynamic players on the field. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see the matchup, since it's going to be like two bulls almost like butting heads. I think it's going to be a really clunky matchup. We're not going to see that slow style that we saw some of the teams try to adapt in the previous series. It's going to be fast. It's going to be a lot of shooting, and the defense is going to play a huge factor in who wins that matchup.
So at least coming into this one, I think we're starting to see the first round act fairly first roundy is, I think, the best descriptor that I could give. And that typically the first round, you start to see a little bit of blowouts. We haven't really seen any games go the distance. Granted, we just had United in Flash of Brilliance start up, so we don't know how that one's going to end. Of course, we don't know how Gentlemen and the company are going to be able to get in. So we're getting these players into the test lobby, making sure everything is hunky-dory. But at least looking through the teams that we have so far and the results we're getting through, I feel like this is a tough thing to predict because E United, if we flash back to previous series within the Challenger Series, they got really knocked around in their first round, but then they made all the way back to that championship game. So very much so, of course, everyone says, oh, lower bracket runs are so tough, but it is still very eligible. With only 8 teams, there's so much to play for. Squid, what really is the mentality I think players have to come into this event with?
Well, you know, I think that for any one of these teams in particular, and honestly, this also kind of goes out to Team.exe in particular, is that you know that you can compete at a top level, right? It's just a matter of whether or not you come in with the right mentality and end up showing it. And you will have those moments where you falter. And again, Team.exe, as Chicks has said, there were a lot of complications with the passing game for them, whether it be passing to each other or, you know, disrupting the passing play of the opponents. And it was, frankly, a pretty poor look for them. But they know that they have the capacity to compete at that high level. They kind of need to just shake it off. I feel like it's exactly what United did, as you mentioned, in their historic lower bracket run there in the first event that we had. Of course, they weren't able to make the whole thing happen, losing out in the grand finals, but I'll digress on that for now. I feel like that is the mentality, right? Is you know that you can compete with these guys. So no matter how you perform in that first round, even if you get 3-0 swept, then you know that you have the potential. And that's why I said, you know, look out for PWR. They may have lost 3-0 to NXT, but I mean, NXT's a powerful squad. And like I said, PWR, they might just take a little bit of time to get warmed up and truly reach that maximum power threshold. So I feel like maximum power threshold. Fun. In any case, though, I feel like that is the same situation for just about anybody here. You know, with the gentlemen, of course, they're a bit more of a pickup squad, have not really had a formal org sponsor up to this point, but they have shown that, you know, they are crazy if you give them the right conditions.
And I actually do want to go back. You mentioned maximum power threshold. You said, yeah, maybe that's not the best way to phrase it, but ultimately, I think it's a perfect way to phrase it, mainly because there's so many times. No, there's so many times when players.
Maximum power?
No, but they have so many times when, like, you have players get to peak level, and you're thinking, okay, well, that's still not going to be enough. And then they go Super Saiyan, and then they go even beyond that, and suddenly everyone's popping off. And I think, like, that's really the goal of competitive play, is to capture that peak performance and then somehow find an extra gear to go through. I feel like that's safe for championship days. But, of course, in qualifying kind of matches like this, where we have multiple Challenger events leading up to that Super Challenger next month in April, that's going to be so key to have. And at least to be able to focus on gentlemen and Sup, who we're just trying to make sure are all in the lobby, everyone is checked in, and seatbelts fastened for starting off the game. Chicks, just to go back, are there any specific players that you feel like have to make sure that they're tightening everything up? Because at this point, we've noticed that once one player has maybe an off day, or maybe the team is just not quite coordinating, is there anyone that you have eyes on for this next matchup that might be an impact player?
I think for Sup, it's definitely going to be Expert. Expert tends to do a lot of the shooting, a lot of the mechanical madness that I like to call. And then for Gentlemen, it's going to be KX and No Mansion. You know, it's really difficult for me to just key on one player because I like to say they're all really dynamic, and it's kind of they like to switch off who kind of plays that first man position, who scores most of those goals, and then who goes back to that third man. Gentlemen, I know in the last RLCS Day 3, beating Flashes of Brilliance, or the bracket thing, whatever it be, I remember them beating Flashes of Brilliance in a very difficult matchup just because of how good they were offensively and how solid they were as a team that I really didn't note as being that familiar to me. So I think they're kind of going to be a dark horse in this, and they're going to switch off really who gets that first spot and MVP spot in each game.
And I think things like that are so important to watch out for. And I do like your answer, and I did kind of set you up for it. I was glad that it did work out that way. Is that it is tough to identify singular players, because I think teams that have one pop-off player are not really ideal, because if that player has a little bit off game, then your entire gameplay is out the window. So everyone really does have to show up. If there is any weak point, typically that is the player that is going to be susceptible to a certain loss. But to make sure that we're getting everyone in the lobby, we have to make sure that everyone is actually going to be there on time. So we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to be able to let this one stew, and then we're going to come back when the entree is ready. We're throwing to a quick break, but when we come back, it will be Gentlemen versus Sup for a second match of the AAA Challenger Series number 3.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So, where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice, tracing all my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you break me, holding our love in chains of gold.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. Sorry for that short break, but we want to make sure this next match is fully ready. We had some players trying to desperately sprint to their computers, make sure everything's clean, so everything is good. So last time we saw Akrew take down Team.exe 3-1. Now we're moving on to Gentlemen in Sup. Just as a quick refresher for those who are just joining us and those who maybe just have terrible short-term memory before that break. Squid and Chicksa, I'm going to let you guys really talk about this matchup, but I want to definitely at least get your initial impressions as we're making sure the test lobby is all good for both players. Who do you think is coming out on top real quick? Chicksa, we'll start with you.
I'm only going to say Gentlemen because Sup is coming in a little cold. So at least the first game, or maybe the second game, will definitely be going to Gentlemen. So it'll be difficult for Sup to just pop off from the start.
All right. And Squid, what about you? What's your take on this?
here's the thing is, I can't disagree with that in any capacity. I mean, with Money just now getting to the PC, you know, Taco, we saw Money do some major work yesterday. But without warming up, I mean, that is a real question. I feel like the gentlemen are at least going to have the first game of this series pretty free unless we see a major pop-off. But my heart tells me I want SUP to win, and I think I'm going to give it to them, to be honest. I feel like they have a massive chance in this one. They have a lot of motivation to perform well as well. I mean, they are, I think, just behind E United as I go to check the standings, and I realize I don't have that tab open. That's quite unfortunate. But I feel SUP is going to take this one, so I'm going to give it to them.
You guys are both going with a little bit of a difficulties in game one, but hey, the gentlemen are gentlemen. Maybe they're saying no after you and give game number one. I guess we'll have to see what's really going to happen. Squid and Chicks to take it away for our next match of the A stream, SUP and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Taco. Good work as always, my friend. And of course, SUP and gentlemen here. I feel like, as always, this is going to be a little bit of a toss-up, but Chicks, I got to ask, no matter what happens here, what do you think about the odds of a lower bracket run? Because obviously we know Team.exe is sitting down there and PWR is sitting down there, so I don't know who exactly is going to be. I think actually it would be Team.exe for the loser of this match. So, I mean, thoughts on that, even looking a little bit forward there?
You know, it's certainly not an easy lower run bracket, and both these teams, I said, have a lot of dynamic potential. You have younger players that just love to freestyle, that just love to beat one-on-one situations. So it's certainly going to be a difficult task to see who's going to just play the field better and defend those opportunities. No one should get space early on, and if you give anyone space, you know, fool you once, shame on you. Fool you twice, shame on them. And question mark? Smith?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not exactly certain how the play call was made there. It looks like we are just getting a lobby reset for the players, of course. We do want to have the best competitive experience for everybody, and they are fully within their rights to ask for a server reset within the first 30 seconds and before the first goal is scored. So there you go. Shoutouts to the admin team. We got JQ behind the scenes currently running things, making sure everything is what was it that Taco said earlier? Hunky-dory, I think, was the phrase that he used. So very slight shout out for that one. That is a phrase I haven't heard in quite a long time. But of course, as I mentioned, we're gonna get another test lobby running here in just a moment, and hopefully get these teams rolling as soon as possible. But Chicksa, I was talking about this might actually bring me an opportunity because I wanted to talk about this, but then I realized I didn't have the tab open. So let me reopen it. Here we go. So SUP. Currently, as I mentioned at the top of the show, sitting at the 23 points, just 2 points behind Bonsana and Torn, and tied with E United. And again, those number 1 and 2 spots will be an automatic bid into day 2. So by moving on here, they already have 5 points for this event, so that is how they got their 23 total. And so I wonder if, you know, they just get this immediate win and then move right up into that 1-2 spot. This would be massive for SUP, but if the gentleman can put him down a lower bracket, Team.exe is not an easy matchup.
No, by no means. Again, we say the talent just speaks for itself, and the team's finally ready to show off that talent early, hopefully so. But with that, it's certainly ready, the game's ready, and you know what, just take it away.
Well, we shall see how the things play out here. I mean, it's not uncommon for us to see massive differences between play styles, between teams, between series. Well, that makes a whole load of sense. First 30 seconds here, I haven't really seen anything particularly impactful. So Neil, maybe an uncharacteristic miss, perhaps a fake there to give it away to Money. That possession did look rather well put together. No mention, no secondary contact here. Lots of real estate on the backboard. Cheese can't track that one down, but there's nobody immediately there for the challenge on the side of SUP. That's a little bit questionable on that positioning. This will not be, though. Zanil up high. 1v1 against Cheese. Finds the bump, and that's going to be goal number 1. Expert stealing it away a little bit. You're a player to watch, Chicksa.
You know, I did say there were going to be quite mechanical, quite one-on-one situation, and that's what Zanil gives you. A beautiful aerial into that bump, and the control, everything there for SUP early on. We mentioned that they may be a little cold to start since they were the late ones to the show. We're not going to harp on them too much for it, but it doesn't look like that's been an issue early to start, and they're already putting on so much pressure and so much bumping.
Oh! What? Sorry, I'm not sure if I saw this correctly, but Money, let's take a closer look here. Okay, jumps at that, gets the flip. Okay, all right. I thought he got bumped into the air and was able to recur on that one, but no. Just a quality read there. That post bounce rather challenging for the defenders to try to make a proper read on. And from the angle they had their back post player playing, they realistically could not make a safe challenge of that one. Not the risk of an own goal. This dunk, though, crossbar down, and Cheese will put it right in. What a response.
I mean, just another mechanical play, the dunk, the one-on-one situation. That's what these players are really fantastic at. They're really good at winning the one-on-one. And to combat that, you're going to need to contest them early. You have to just play the ball, don't play the player, and that's going to be a difficult task for either team if they get stuck in these 1v1 challenges.
I gotta be honest, can't say I'm particularly disappointed with the way this game one is shaping up so far. However, a little bit more establishment is something that I'm quite the fan of when it comes to these little play. Nice save there by No Mention. That 1v1 against Money can get rather complicated out in that area. We'll be able to touch it away here to the midfield line now. It's an aggressive jump there by Cheese, but does force the Needle play it slightly slowly. It's a complicated bit of an exchange here in the midfield now as rotation's getting set up. I will push it to the back wall. Will the Gentleman, although Seth responding with a bit of a demo here. That's going to open up a heck of a lot of space and time. Money opting to play low on this one and not making that contact. I question the decision making on that one. Of course, trusting the individual mechanics of your teammate is great, but when they don't have any boost, it's just a giveaway. And now the Demolition on the back end. Zanil challenges early. KX double tap off the backboard. Not going to be able to put it on target. No Mansion with contact. No follow-up, but Cheese will be able to be there. They had to send the house for this one.
The defense for Sub is just not there right now, and we noted them coming in cold, and it just looks like the communication, the double commits, it's a little bit awkward to start, and Gentleman has penalized that with some really fantastic pressure. Again, though, it's off of a solo effort to make that play possible, and the stretching save early on. Poor Money as Gentleman, they retain possession. We're halfway through this game, we're back to a tied scoreline, and just the players have been flying across the field.
Challenge though by Expert to get that one off the corner at the very least. I mean, you're even talking about that last play. Things did look complicated there for the Sup defense, but at the same time, I'm tempted to give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt as threat identification against this Gentleman squad so far. This game has been quite challenging, I would suspect, when it comes to playing on that backside. Expert, nice challenge yet again here. However, they don't have any sort of follow-up. Zanil finding that touch from Cheese, is able to force it out to the mid. Nice cut off there by Expert. Zanil in the zone, but not find that redirect angle off the back wall now. And I like how crafty they're getting with their control. A Demolition should ease things up just a little bit. But they're not able to hold on to this possession immediately. This one out towards the mid, though. An Expert opting not to go for that one. I think they saw No Mansion had some reasonable challenge on that. They didn't want to lose possession, and they will benefit. This one just past the defense for goal number 3.
The clears, the defensive rotation for either side of the field not looking as good as it should. There's a lot of double commits. There's a lot of slower rotation that you're not contesting that ball early enough. And the more time you give these players, again, with that solo capable mechanical skill, the easier time they have to get around you. So it's going to be certainly a back and forth game as I expected, and there's I attest there's going to be a lot more goals scored, probably this game and the following games as well.
65 seconds to go, you're in game 1. Gotta say, I could not agree more, especially when we're talking about the Demolition play that we've been seeing on either side. It does not necessarily benefit so much when you're engaging heavily in the solo plays. What a dunk here, but No Mansion can't put it on target. Zanil coming across, it looked like it was going to have to be a desperate save attempt. But there was no shot at the end there for the Gentleman. Have to play onto their own backboard. Now No Mansion, great control. High air dribble is going to get it over top of one. Zanil has to play this one out to the side to avoid the dunk. What a great drive downfield, but they need more than that. KX looking towards the mid, maybe trying for a 50-50 against Zanil. Not be successful. Cheese has to give this one a bit away. Great challenge there from No Mansion. KX for the follow. Cannot quite find the angle. The dunk's not there either. Cheese trying to throw everything they have at it. And they're just trying to crash the net at this point. The high bouncer will get just over Zanil, who had no boost in the tank. What a play from KX.
The bumps playing so heavily, and Expert actually being a bump that hurts himself by bumping the opposing team out of his depth and placing himself out of third man position. It's just been such a chaotic defense for each half, and whoever comes out just a little bit ahead ends up scoring that goal. And I expect to see some changes because these teams, they can't be giving away such open opportunities.
Absolutely not, and I think when it comes down to it as well, we've seen most of the goals scored on quick bursts of sustained pressure, if not, maintained instances of sustained pressure. So I think the real question is who gets a good control of this first, or who can find a random gap on the solo mechanics. Perhaps the demolition will be key here or there. As I mentioned earlier, as long as you're playing with a solid first player, it usually isn't an issue, but KX accidentally getting in the way there of Cheese with that unwitting touch. They'll be able to stop it out here at the midfield. No contact there for Expert. Might put a damper on things potential on an offensive transition in the favor of Sup. They're trying to get this one back under control defensively speaking now. Expert with 0 boost over to Money. Good delivery, but it's over Zanil now. Like I said, an extended stay in the offense could easily be a dagger in the heart for the Sup defense here, or for the Gentleman defense. We'll wait to see what happens. Nice save there by Zanil yet again. This one towards the backboard, easily contacted away.
I said this game would be like two wolves butting heads. They're just going to keep going back and forth, and it's been everything and that and more, and continuously the solo plays are coming through. The offensive minded plays, just the setups for these solo plays, the defensive prowess, and the defensive mess ups that we've seen just from all the bumps and the demos. A lot of mistakes in the field just causing a lot of chaotic, I'm going to say chaotic energy. That's the energy displayed on the field right now. It's chaotic, it's crazy, the challenge is a little off, there's jumping here, there's bumps in net, there's a challenge that's late. That's exactly how both teams are playing this, and that's a mistake that ends up being saved out. And over time, I expect this. Game 5, I expect this. These teams are just too similar to not bring this type of scoreline.
Great patience there from Zanil. Understanding Experts in the way on that one. This could be a potential for a counterattack. Cheese in dire straits here. Money with the fake, and what a player from Money. He'll get credit for the goal here with just that little bit of a wheel contact, and that puts him out in front for the MVP. But here, again, Expert has to force Cheese into the air early there. They have to try and make this read where there's so many options available to Money, and that will be the game for Sup again on an individual mechanical play. But that giveaway in the mid for the Gentleman was absolutely deadly. I mean, you simply cannot find yourself in that kind of a spot, especially when you're playing against such mechanically talented players, as we've been saying for pretty much the entirety of this game one, and even in the pre-match. When you find yourself in a 1v1 in that kind of a situation, guessing is not going to cut it.
Do you see the scoreboard? Do you see the shots by Gentleman? Like, how did Sup survive? 18 shots for Gentleman, 12 saves by Sup. That is just outstanding offensive pressure, but outstanding defense by Sup. Even with all that, I quoted chaotic energy on the field, they were still able to find saves, and then in that transition find those solo plays on the counterattack using their mechanical assets. So that's just the story of this game, but I expect Gentlemen to find more quality opportunities in game number 2, since they certainly had the quantity for them.
I think we can both say with relative confidence that we made appropriate predictions for how the series is going to play out, as neither of us were particularly certain, as I recall, about who was going to be taking this one in the end. And Sup, I mean, taking that game 1, like I mentioned, Money kind of had to get a little bit quick. No warm-ups for Money, hopping on the PC immediately as soon as they could. So perhaps that game 1 is a gift for them, but perhaps it allows Money a chance to really get their head in the game. We shall see. They picked up the MVP for game 1. Game 2, complete fresh slate here. First 30 seconds saw a modicum of offensive pressure for the Gentleman. Has quickly been dissipated. This one across the front. Money not able to make the challenge against Cheese, but bumping the player away is the second best thing. It allows Experts so much time and space with a flip reset. Oh, I love the fake play off the backboard, and Zanil can't cross it to the opposite side. The post has other plans. Money for the return to the mid, but Cheese has the coverage, and this is going to force a reset now for the Sup players on the offensive side. What an offensive stand there, although it did look hecka shaky.
You say reset, but still they're finding themselves on the orange side of the field of Gentlemen. They've been able to withstand and pick up those back boost pads, really stealing away this boost game and keeping the ball on the Gentlemen side. Again, a good cut here. Money can't find this shot, but it keeps the pressure going. And Sup has continued to do just that to start off this game. We've had a minute and a half elapse, and I would say a majority of that minute and a half, if not a whole minute itself, has been on the Gentlemen side.
They still hold strong. At the end of the day, the scoreboard is what matters. We saw the same exact scenario in the last game. At the end of overtime, it was, as you said, 18 shots in favor of the Gentlemen. They still lost, though. This could very well be a similar situation. 2 minutes away now in game 2. Despite 3 shots here for Sup, feel like it was a heck of a lot more than that, but either way, the offensive pressure was there. You and I and everybody in the chat knows. They still managed to hold on here. They're finding their way now, slowly, into the attacking half. Oh, boy! All right, well, let's just
What?
Can we just pretend we didn't see that? I don't. Can we reset that? Maybe. I don't think Money misses those usually.
I
Oh,
think
yeah, no
he ran
boost.
out of boost. Yup. Yup. It's the boost, and it's unfortunate it goes post in. But I was gonna really mention that the Gentlemen are kind of giving the ball away. That should have been an easy touch in realistically for Money to regain control, but it works out in Gentlemen's favor. They still need to do, though, a better job of controlling this ball and not just passing it out. Since the clears, they're handing themselves right back to Sup.
Ooh, nice touch there by KX. And as much as I agree with you, I do have to admit, though, I feel like there was a period where they were just trying to get that ball downfield so as to prevent another offensive drive, as we saw in the opening minute or two of gameplay. So I will agree, in the long term, they're going to have to get that under control, but I can understand their point of view going into that particular play. And heck, they got a goal out of it, so it works, I suppose. Definitely not what anybody, I think, was expecting. But they do find themselves in the lead here into the final 2 minutes of play. Still looking for their first win in the series, so this would be a massive change-up for them onto the backboard. That's going to be an easy read for Zenil. Guys out to the mid. Quality challenge, though, from Cheese. Looking off the ceiling, has an option in the mid. It's no mansion, but Money there for the cutoff. Excellent vision there near the top of the box to shut down that passing play. Looked very quality from the Gentlemen's side. They're still looking for something. This 50-50 right down to Cheese, and will place that one just under the crossbar. Good luck if you're on the defense.
Gentlemen, it's a good continuous effort by everyone on the team. They win 2 back-to-back 50s and have the third man there to follow up on that play, finish it off, and continue their pressure. We see Sup contain most of the pressure to start, but they just weren't able to find a goal off of it. Gentlemen, they've been able to find goals off of their pressure so far, something that they couldn't do last game, keep in mind. And the change, it's gone back and forth. They need to hold on for another minute 15, and they'll be tying up this series. Again, both these teams, though, so evenly matched.
100%. I think that something else that we did see limitedly in game 1 that we're not seeing so often here is defensive errors. Nice touch away there by KX to help prove my point. Of course, that one miss from Money earlier on does not help, but they will make up here and now. Zenil gains credit for the assist as we're now within 1.
Jeez, patience. Patience is key on that play, especially when you're last back. Cheese needs to realize he's third man. He needs to play that slow. He needs to allow his teammates to rotate back post. He's last man. If he's going to commit on that play, he better be 110% certain he gets a touch on that ball.
Jeez. Okay, off the backboard, no mansion. Shut down. Cheese rotation back in, and Zenil is ready for it. You can see the complicated interactions going on there. Of course, these top-level exchanges. Oh my goodness, that touch drop for Money. This one towards the net's not going to be quite enough. Looked like it was off the post anyhow, but a quick drop down to Expert. That one had so much potential, but just wasted on that low shot there. So easy to defend away, and not only that, but put it into a quality spot where they're able to get this one directly out in just a quick couple of moves. Expert now way up high, looking for something. Again, Money with low boost. Not the first time we've seen that situation. Zenil down low, and the bouncer isn't enough. But you can see how Sup not willing to give up in these final couple of seconds. Zenil, no contact on this one. Money has to track it down, and they've still got non-shot. Expert looking across. The dunk is there, but there's not enough time. And there's gonna be a close down there for the Gentlemen. No, sir, not this time. at 0 seconds. What an effort there by Sup in the closing moments, I've got to admit. But still not quite enough.
It's so odd to me looking at the scoreboard again. The team that does not have the most shots ends up winning because of their defense holding. And I think I actually said that earlier. I'm going to give myself a small pat on the back. That defense would be a huge factor this game. I expect both teams to know how to shoot, to know how to mechanically play. But if they can marry that with some really good defensive stands, then they're going to have the advantage. And so far, both sides have had games where they've been defensively heavy, hold off on the attacks, and transition to counterattacks, because so far we've been seeing the pressure, the boost game. It gets a little bit low when you're trying to be that mechanical. It gets a little overly aggressive pushing across the field. So gentlemen, they make the changes. They in fact probably take a playbook from Sup and they use it to their advantage in game 2.
You talk about defensive woes potentially for either of these teams. I've got to be perfectly honest. As much as we can attribute these games swinging as a result of difficulties on their own side of the field, it does feel like that both of these teams are putting up an amazing effort when it comes to playing on their own half. And it's something that wasn't really particularly characteristic of the Akrew and Team.exe match that we saw earlier on. It felt like those were more solidly defined by those errors, but here on the startup, Expert immediately on the offense. You can see exactly what I'm just talking about. He's there. More often than not, these players are prepared for it. We saw that one wayward miss by Money earlier on, and perhaps an error by Cheese that allowed Sup the re-entry into that game, but it was a very slight one at that. Difficult play call to make at the best of times. So I have been rather impressed so far. This is going to be difficult, but Zenil still makes the read. That one timer out into the mid felt nigh unsavable, but still the save is made.
Early here, again, the pressure coming immediately after that offensive opportunity and into the save, and I expect to see more of that. The touches, they are just coming out on either side, and we'll see if the defense will hold up again for either side, because I really think the defense is continuously playing a huge factor. I think first goal of this game is going to cause a lot of momentum and a lot of swing in game number 3. Someone wants match point for this series now tied, and that's going to be ever so vital going into the rest of the series.
At the same time that I really want to agree with you, I also feel like both these teams have shown a significant portion of mental fortitude. So I honestly want to say, yeah, I agree. The number 1 goal is going to make a world of difference. Simultaneously, these players have been insane, and just not quite insane enough. Zenil on the follow-up. What a touch there from No Mansion. Actually touches into KX. I don't think Money was prepared for that one. Forced to retreat to the midfield. Yet again, Sup being turned away on what looked like a almost guaranteed shot opportunity there. No Mansion, no contact on that one. It's not necessarily a good look, but you can see the control there from Cheese. The respect from Expert. They force out into that contestant. We'll defer now possession over to the side of Gentleman. KX to the backboard. What a touch there by Expert, able to track that one down despite how much open space there was on the backboard, and will re-neutralize.
Again, trickling the opposition on these counterattacks, but only 1 or 2 opportunities so far coming off for either side, especially though for Sup. I'm going to say, gentlemen, they're holding on their defense right now. In fact, 7-1 is the shot count halfway through this game, but still we find ourselves tied to Sup. So many opportunities, but they're not getting that quality they need. They're not getting it in the back of the net, because just those minute mistakes in front of the net that finish off those opportunities, or the defense prevailing for Gentlemen, has just gave them the edge.
Once again, I'll reiterate, it feels like in this series, despite how momentum may swing here and there, at all times, it feels like comprehensive plays must be made in order to score, and this one will be no different. Money finds Zenil in the goal box for goal number 1 here. 2 minutes and 11 to go, and this is the first time, I think, that we're seeing the team with the most shots taking that lead, strangely enough. A bit of an odd pattern.
I would hope with 9-1 shot differential that you would get a goal out of it, and they do just that, and it's off of defensive mishap by Gentleman. Cheese is pushed way too far out on that play, finds himself awkward in middleman position, and that's going to get penalized. So the first defensive mistake, again, getting penalized on the field, and consistently they're going to have to cause some chaos of their own, so Sup has been controlling this game again with their offense.
We are getting a couple of updates in the background as well, so let's take a step away from this game. I gotta say, it's quite the enthralling one, but do want to update, as we talked about the potential for things to really shake up in the standings. United has dropped in their first round match as Zanil looking for a flip reset down low will be denied by Cheese. It's that double coverage that you need to have if you want to play against these solo-minded players. And just as I was saying, United in the lower bracket, certainly not the first time that we've seen them there, losing out the flashes of brilliance. It will be them and NXT, and the winner of this game versus Akrew for our semifinals. And a perfect way to get right back into things, as 70 seconds now left on the clock. Not exactly a lot of time remaining here, but just enough if you only need to score one goal here on the side of the gentlemen. They're just now starting to get their offense a little bit more developed. They've been playing a largely defensive battle until now. KX almost finds a bit of a gap, but Zanil is able to deflect that one out to the corner. Makes it looking a little bit difficult, however. I mean, Zanil, that fake, though. At least I think it was a fake. It certainly fooled the offense. Allowed Money to push that one downfield for a bit of a reset, but it's only that.
Good touch here for No Mansion, but again, not wanting to commit as gentlemen. They're nervous to commit all three up, but with 30 seconds, they're going to need to take those risks. They need to take those chances. I won't count anything out until that 0 second really hits, because all the players have the ability on the field to keep this ball up across the entirety of the lengths of the field. And with 10 seconds, they maybe have one or two more quality opportunities if they can get the ball to the other half. Cheese has a lot of boost, but he's taking so much time, and the clear will come through for No Mansion. Can he find another touch before it hits the ground? It will find a touch here, and KX trying to send this one center. Good touch here for Expert. That'll go sealing down, and Sub will indeed be taking game number 3. They get up to match point potential, and they're on their way to winning this series, but it was a close one, even with such a different shot differential.
That much is true. I mean, still a subversion of expectations in that regard, though, as we have seen historically the team with the lower shot count, at least historically in this series, take the win. I think, though, this was a much different case. Even when we talk about the team with the lower shot count having won these games, that does not mean they had an insignificant number of shots. It was more of a back and forth game generally. However, as I said, between games 2 and 3, we did see a quality defense more often than not for either of these teams. There was a wayward mistake here or there, but the thing is, if you're only putting 3 shots, if you're only levying 3 shots against Sub, you're probably not going to see that mistake manifest. You need to have continuous pressure before that breakdown will occur, more likely than not. So for the gentlemen, a higher quantity of offense is required. You just cannot count on 3 shots making it work, and especially being at the detriment. It's something that you mentioned, Chixa. Getting that first goal was certainly a massive boon for Sub. They're looking for it again right here. Money has the flip reset, but just fakes it low, and nobody is prepared for it. This is just ridiculous.
The snowball effect of momentum has happened. Sub, they started off actually hotter than we expected, coming in cold, and they have continued to just warm up even more than we thought. I wouldn't say Super Saiyan, like Danger Taco is saying just yet. They're not going absolutely insane, but they certainly amped up their pace, amped up the looks, and they've read the ball very well. A nice save here off of the read, and everyone on Gentleman has just been shut down because of the success Sub has had. We need Cheese to have the ball again, Cheese to get some shots going. We need No Mansion to get some mechanical plays, KX to get some something going for them, because right now they've just been thwarted with these 50s, with these reads that Sub has been able to make.
You mentioned that, oh no, that's not the look you want to see. Feels like now there might be a slight breakdown here for the gentleman. You can see this positioning by KX. They're trying to play close, but it's non-committal. At that point, you have to either be at that back post defending your net, or you have to be making that challenge in the mid, because no contact on that ball is going to result in a goal against. That is a huge defensive error there in one way or the other for the gentleman. But I noticed earlier on, even when they're trying to transition downfield, there was a slight miscommunication between 2 of their players. I believe it was KX and Cheese, deciding whether they're going to go for a solo carry or whether they're going to try to use the option for transition with No Mansion. And I feel like that's an issue that's going to cause their attacks to be just a little too telegraphed, and that's not to say that they are telegraphed by any means. We've seen some immaculate one-timers being saved away by the sub defense, but I think that just goes to show that you cannot have any weakness. You have to be massively convictive in your plays, and this will be one of those plays. Cheese down to No Mansion for their first.
Certainly an unpredictable play, and even with someone off the backboard and someone in net, No Mansion is in the perfect second man position to finish off that opportunity. We've seen success so far today, not just in this game, but the last game with those center passes, and they work out with some beautiful shots because the players know where to place it. But can they keep up the momentum is the question, because gentlemen, they had 1 or 2 pot shots early to start, but now they're gonna have to play defense in a double commit. That's not a good start for them.
It isn't, but there was no response there from Sup in the midfield. KX will speculate towards the net here. Cheese for the follow-up. That one's just wide. The KX, a good look and a demolition might just seal the deal. We're all tied up here, and it looks like they've got their foot in back.
Just when we see one team ahead, they slip away, and that's the consistency game. Gentlemen, they find quick succession of shots on these transitions, and just like that, they find the lead. But again, misses in that midfield. We saw 2 players for Sub both go up in the air, and neither of them get a ball touch to cut off the gentleman transition, and that needs to be, again, really looked at and really figured out, because the double commits that we're seeing, the overcommits, whatever it is, it's not good for either side of the field.
I'm finding myself questioning whether or not the gentleman looking uncertain is really a bad thing for them now, because I'm noticing particular weaknesses in the sub defense that may very well stem from their inability to read these uncertain plays from the gentleman. I mean, if they don't know explicitly what they're going to be doing, then it might be difficult for Sub to make an accurate read and really gauge the play. This one's going to be out in the mid, and Expert bumped away, and that will open things right up here for No Mansion. It's something I touched on in the pre-show a little bit here. Taco asked me explicitly about what's the mentality you need to have, and I mentioned how you have to understand your own ability. You have to be confident in your own skills, and it seems like the gentlemen are able to make a run back explicitly because of that kind of mental fortitude.
It's just a domino effect. You get one thing going, and then you get the next, and the confidence is there, the hype is there, like you're saying, and that's all the team needs to get going. Especially, I noted these players are younger players. I know they are. That's why they're so mechanically gifted as well. They just have a talent, the eye to learn new skills very quickly, and they're gonna maybe be a little bit more emotionally driven on that confidence, on that frustration of the game, and they're feeling confident now. They're looking good. They're gonna start doing maybe riskier plays, again, mechanical plays that are gonna open up the field, and that difference is gonna be in the execution of them.
I think it all falls to something. Oh, this looks so good. Expert, though, not able to get back to that in the way he wants. And Money quickly closed down. Like a high percentage shot chance there off of the ceiling. Zanil looking for a flip reset. That one's going to be a no-show, essentially, on the shot board. I mean, he does get one, but I really feel like there was any particular impact on that one. And they need to find something relatively significant here to change up how this game has been going, because their offense has really been non-existent, it feels, for the past 2 or so minutes of gameplay. And then again, on the defensive side, they have been looking much shakier than they have in prior games in this series. No Mansion looking for a double tap here. You can see the command that they're forcing here, as KX was able to make a bit of a cutoff. Able to keep it under control. Nothing particularly solid here for the side of the gentleman. No Mansion now forced to retreat. There's some options here for Money. They'll opt for Zanil. It's not quite inside the post. No cheese. A bad backflip. They are going to be covered by KX. And there's no boost in the tank. They have to pick up that side. It's going to slow things down just enough for Stuff to recuperate on the defensive end. They'll be able to drive it, but they have very little time now remaining. Final 10 seconds to begin to tick away. And they don't even have control. This KX way up high off the ceiling, commanding so much respect yet again. This one will bounce towards the mid. There's still a chance, but touchdown. And the gentleman will force a Game 5 scenario.
I think we predicted this. It's good. We couldn't have predicted this game any better, going to 5 with both teams being so evenly matched, displaying similar styles on the field. And when it just comes down to it, Gentleman made a 3-0 run after being down by 2. They held on to it. Their confidence really blossomed. They continue to find different passing plays. in order to get on the field. They continue to find and open up plays using their mechanical ability. So it was a wonderful job by Gentlemen to just have the resurgence back to get to this game number 5. And Sup, they reeled a little bit, and I'm not going to harp on Zanil only having like 50 points, but that's something that certainly may have caused something on the field, just not having a consistent 3 players that are all playing at their peak in that game number 4.
Be that as it may, though, you know, it's a new game, and as I said, you know, that we saw it in the Gentlemen. It's not improbable that we see it now for Sup, a little bit of a resurgence potentially for them, and as I stated earlier, perhaps that uncertainty in the Gentlemen was just enough of a bit of a shock to Sup to ease off, I suppose, on their defense, right? They kind of leaned into a bit of a more, I guess, unknowing style, right? They had to try and play for raw option coverage, which I don't think necessarily plays to their strengths as far as we've seen them so far in this series. So perhaps there will be a little bit more of an equalization between these two teams. We'll have to wait and see. They got the first goal in the last match. They were unable to hold on to that 2-goal lead, as you mentioned. This could very well be a different story. So Neil out of the corner. That one's going to be a complete simple challenge away there for no mention. I won't necessarily say easy. This one out in front now. Some tangible pressure applied by Expert, but nothing doing here for Sup. More of an exploratory offensive there in the first minute of gameplay. We'll say goodbye to that now. Gentlemen easily able to contain that one. Off the back wall here is going to be no different.
I think we're seeing almost similar to what would be in a normal game 1, a feeler out game. Which team is looking to take risks? Which team is looking to play it safe? We're seeing a different tendency because no one wants to go down in game number 5. We stated how vital that first goal lead really is in getting some confidence going for both these players and gaining just any bit of momentum on the field, and that's why the pace has almost slowed. You're seeing calculated decisions being made. You're seeing 50s and contests be made early on because no one wants to chance it early on.
Of course, you see that. I believe Expert might have been looking for some assistance on that last play. You can see the gap that opened up in the Gentlemen. Demolition on the back end, though, should allow a lot of freedom here for Zanil and Money. Out of the corner, though, that's highly unsuccessful for them. Expert to the backboard, finds some real estate. KX will touch it away. Expert able to dodge that demolition. Does force an opposing rotation forward and a little bit of extra strength for them in the offensive zone. Zanil going to be denied here, trying to look for that backboard, potentially a one-off pass to Money. Sup still denied an opportunity to take an effective shot on target here, although there were a couple of potential openings for them. Turned away, double commit here on the back end. That doesn't fill me with confidence, but they make the play rather easily, and there was no response for the Gentlemen on that front. Will re-neutralize here. Oh, that bump from Cheese, almost good enough, but Money, he's there for the backup. Great double coverage.
The coverage, very good right now, as you stated, and again, playing it safe. Both teams are playing it so safe. They're clearing the ball away quicker than I would like. I want them to hold on to possession more. I want them to find ways to get it to each other, and that's the first quality offensive sequence we've seen get from either side of the field. Just the pass down towards midfield and then the opening up of the defense because of it. There's some last second saves that Sup has needed to make. In fact, again, 6-2 shot differential in favor of Gentlemen and 5 saves by Sup already. They're holding on by the skin of their teeth, and they just haven't been able to get their offense going as much as they would like. And Gentlemen, they're controlling this game with that offense, but we've seen defense win games already. Nothing until that first goal really goes down again.
Yeah, nothing short than absolutely vital to keep your defense in line at this point, because you know that your opponents are not going to make significant errors without being prompted, at the very least, by a heavy offense. In this missed touch from Money. I believe it was the physical threat that caused some uncertainty here, but KX will punish every day of the week.
Positioning again is there, and we talk about the defensive mishaps. Sup, they've made 5 saves already, but they mess up that 6th. You talked about earlier, the quantity of shots eventually resulting in a mishap in defense just because it's hard to stay continuously so consistent. And Gentlemen, they just went ahead with that quantity that eventually turns into quality because of an open play.
I don't think they might have realized how open of a shot that was. Some insurance here for the gentleman would certainly be a massive game changer for the mentality on both sides, certainly. And of course, on the scoreboard, KX, that one's towards the net, and Expert will be able to make that save. It looked a bit uncertain there for a moment, but of course the confidence has to be here for SUP. They cannot allow themselves to get in their own heads about this if they still want to take this game 5. They've got a little bit of time, but panic may yet start to set in. Funny. Got a little bit of help from the opposition there. Expert is going to be here for this challenge. Key 50-50 win, and Zanil is there for the follow-up as they need to be. Although the low touch is desperate. This one all the way downfield. It's just outside the post. A massive blessing here for SUP as they get set up on the back end, but they still need to transition downfield. KX, 50-50 is made. Quality win yet again here for SUP, but they need to have the secondary, the tertiary players always rotating in. They're just too low on boost. Cheese, open that chance. They don't make the play. No Mansion fakes it out, and what an ice-cold play from No Mansion. The defense was there and ready to make it happen, but the gentleman will just let it die out on the side and take game 5. And now, again, as I was saying earlier, for both SUP and United, they are 2 points away from overtaking the top 2 teams in Manzana and Torrent in the standings and making it all the way into day 2. But at present, they have realistically failed to make it any farther in the bracket. They both have the potential now to just drop out and be stuck in basically tied for 4th here just behind Accelerate. That would be, well, let me just say, that would be a crazy story. First of all, I don't anticipate that's going to happen, but there are strong teams down on the lower side, and oh boy, that's a story. Huge win, though, for the gentlemen overall. They have a chance to move up in the standings, and I mean, even looking at this, you take 25 points for first place. They have 5 just for being in the event today. They can tie for that first place spot with Manzana and Torrent, who both have just a single win. For more on that, though, Taco, let's get you back into the mix. Thoughts on that series? Thoughts on how the standings might play out? I mean, this is a ridiculous development.
Yeah, it really is. And obviously, they're so important to be able to make sure that you can get all these wins down. But as you mentioned, the farther and farther you go in this bracket, especially the farther up you go in the uppers, that's going to have huge implications for the points that you gather, how much you can actually contest for getting those auto quals into day 2s of future events, and Super Challenger right around the corner. Obviously, you want to secure that position as quickly as possible. But what a series all throughout. Game 5, 1 goal in it. I really was hoping for an overtime, but it was just not in the cards. But I was saying, man, it's really tough. These are all such first-round matchups, and now instead we get a banger for the second game on a series. And I know, Squid, you were really talking about a lot of the implications, but Chixa, I mean, take us through like that last game. I mean, that could be neck and neck. We said this could be a deep bracket run. Do you think that this could potentially be a matchup we see later on in the day?
Absolutely. We talked about the mechanical skill of the players early on, but I said the defensive factor would be huge. But then Squid, he mentioned the offensive factor with the quantity paired with that defense. So it came around altogether that Gentleman was able to still thwart away SUP's opportunities on offense and create plenty of their own, that with that quantity of shots it just kind of overwhelmed them. But it really was a back and forth pendulum type game. Someone else gained momentum, someone else gained confidence, and then they were just popping off. But then you go into game 2, the players reset their mental so well that they're able to start off with their own momentum again. And the series that went back and forth, it went really exactly how we predicted that it would be, this toss-up of just mechanical madness.
And hopefully you guys will be able to catch your breath, because we're going to be sliding into the next matchup very soon. But we do have a bracket to be able to update everyone on. We'll be able to see what's going on in the next round. Now that the first round, that upper quarterfinals, is truly done and dusted. And when we do look at this, it's going to be Akrew still waiting on the Gentleman SUP match to be updated. But of course, as we can see, it is going to go all the way through. And NXT and Flash of Brilliance, though, that is going to be our next A-Stream matchup. NXT taking it 3-0 over Power, and then United just barely getting scraped by. So actually, right as I mentioned, man, this is a bummer about these Game 5s. We get 2 off the bat. We're going to be able to see if a hot NXT Esports is going to be able to take down Flashes of Brilliance, the team on the channel of which everyone is watching this right now. And at least going back to Squid, just touching on NXT and Flash of Brilliance. I mean, we have 2 teams that are coming off of very different approaches, kind of similar to our upper semi, to the other upper semis. Is there any team that you're really curious about in this next matchup that you think could be popping off, get the advantage?
Well, it's interesting that you asked that, Taco, because I feel like the point I was going to make, I was planning something I was going to say beforehand, and I was like, wow, you know, this feels like a situation where both teams have incredible potential. So for you to ask me which team I think has the pop-off potential in this one, yeah, that's just my answer. It's just, yeah, I'm sorry, but there's not really much more I can say about that. I mean, the potential combo of skills, BU, and Nitrous, like any two of those players you take, and you can expect amazing passing plays. Of course, everybody knows Nitrous for his pedigree in the freestyling community. That man is a mechanical monster. Skills follows very closely behind it. Of course, BU is in the very same category. Spider and Creams, both potential to be insanely mechanical on top of that, and then Jacob rounding out that roster with the experience. So you talk about the differences in the teams, and I do agree. There is a particular difference in the baseline, I feel, as Jacob, of course, brings the experience, and most likely that anchor kind of position onto the Flash of Brilliance side, demolitions coming out left and right, and smart play all around. But for the side of NXT, you know, I feel like they have just a little bit more in the realm of mechanical skill. But we've seen some consistent performance recently from Flash of Brilliance, and we've seen some potential consistent performance from NXT. So it's very much difficult for me to say who is going to be the one to watch out for a pop-off.
Absolutely. And Chicks, just to get your thoughts real quick, anything you'd like to add to this coming up, since we are just about to ready to kick these guys off?
I'd say Flash's Brilliance, they're really good with their momentum. I think if they take game number 1, they definitely have the possibility of taking the entire series. But the issue is when they start to make mistakes, the mental game, it's sometimes not as strong as I would like out of them. They fall out a little bit of what they're really good at. So they're going to need to be very careful to really keep that mental game in check if they don't end up winning game number 1. But overall, again, it's another, as I said, like head-butting game between mechanical teams, because that's just, I want to say almost like the new meta, but it's just what we see a lot on the field right now. Is who's going to make up the mechanical play, the pop-off, that's going to cause the chain reaction of chaos that results in the goal.
Absolutely. And so, of course, that is the question: who's going to be able to come out on this headbutt of a matchup? And really the answer is another best of 5. Squid and Chicksa, the lobby is ready. Please take it away and give us some nice entertainment.
Thank you very much once again, Taco. And, well, Chicksa, this one's shaping up to be our last match of the day. But fortunately, it looks like we may have saved the best for our last match of the day. Of course, the bracket will continue after we're gone here. Lemon and Bass from the past will be taking over. But I'm still rather excited to see how this one turns out. Had a 5-game series in our previous match, a 4-game series in the one prior to that, and I can't say I've been disappointed with either of those, so I can only anticipate quite a respectable result here from Flash of the Brilliance and NXT. But of course, you have to mention the round 1 match of NXT. They did have a 3-0 sweep, but Flash of the Brilliance, a wonderful competition against United, who is one of our leading competitors here in the Challenger Series as a whole. So I'm quite excited to see how this one develops at the very get-go.
I think as well it's going to be important to see how they react early on in this game. I mentioned that first goal being that confidence goal. We've said it before. That first goal is going to be really vital between both sides of the field. And for NXT, I'm curious to see how they play out for a roster that I haven't watched as much as I'd like and am really interested in. Ooh, my goodness.
Sorry, and this one off the... Oh no, Skills! Touched it away from BU! Sorry, and this one back to BU, and Spider's able to make the save. Can we talk about the string of events though? Spider accidentally double taps it off their own backboard in an effort to defend it away, and Jacob receives it immediately. I don't know if that was communicated or not. I would highly doubt it personally. By the way, they had to make that play to keep Skills from making the double tap. Spider can't read this one. Perhaps is a little bit distracted. We talked about the mental game trying to compete against Nitrous, who's up in the air for that one, and Jacob able to save it away. Oh my goodness. Things are quite high velocity. The opening to this series, game number 1, well underway, it seems, with only 75 seconds gone, and Nitrous will take goal number 1 here after a bit of a wayward challenge on the back end.
Certainly not the challenge that Jacob needs to make. He touches that ball right into the car of Nitrous, and you need to flip into that ball much better. You need to put more area of your car to win out that 50. You're on your goal line. Like, you need to stay calm. You can't panic, but you also need the quality on that. So it's going to be hard to see. Again, flashes of brilliance coming out and trying to get the equalizer goal that they need after going down early.
We shall see what they can bring to the table. Oh, that's a nice flip reset. Oh, Nitrous almost got that second touch under Creams as well. You can see how complicated things were there for Flash of Brilliance for just a moment. A nice connection, though, between Jacob and Spider. We'll see that one driven downfield. Spider quality challenge here as well. This might present an opportunity to start up some offense. Skills, slight giveaway to Creams, engineered by Jacob as this one drops down. Nobody's available. Nitrous much beyond the back post, and that'll be a tying goal.
Equalizer goal is exactly what Flash's brilliance needed, and Cream's really a fantastic facilitator for opening up offensive plays. Last qualifier for them, it was a similar story. Creams was setting up plays, and I believe Spider had almost every single goal throughout the entirety of the series that they had played during both day 2 and day 3. So it's going to be interesting to see if Creams can keep setting up Spider. And Jacob, you mentioned earlier that more experienced back end really filling in the gaps between these two.
I mean, even following that story, it's a little bit, everybody loves to talk about Jacob, so why not do it a little bit more? I feel like he does also represent a massive mental player in Flashes of Brilliance lineup because, you know, Creams and Spider, as we love to talk about, you know, the younger players do tend to shine, but that also does mean that oftentimes they have less experience with that mental, and that also goes for just having experience in the esport in general. Oh, I love that high pop from Nitrous, but Spider is able to get it away. Returning to what I was saying, though, I mean, Jacob, he brings that mental experience to the table. Multiple LAN appearances on the RLCS World stage, so you can expect him to be able to bring that kind of stabilization to their team. A nice 50 here by Spider, and here's the namesake himself, Captain Kaba, for that one. Skills will be able to turn it aside, though, to move towards the final 100 seconds, still searching for a leader.
Good 50 in midfield, and it's just been even Steven between these two teams since those first goals. We're waiting for another possible mistake. We're waiting for a passing play to really get on through, and this is a nice control here for Spider, but it's a solo play into nobody, so a good pass here. This is what I want to look for. This is what I want to see, and that's finished off beautifully. I honestly did not think it was going to find itself on target, but it indeed did, and this is the midfield passes that have been so successful all day.
Much is true, but I gotta give a mite of a slap on the wrist there to BU. I mean, advancing upfield on that one, I do understand why they closed the gap, but that ball moving completely laterally, I think they just thought they had a very slight bit more. What? Okay, all right, Nitrous. All right, there's the follow-up, Jacob, with no contact. All right, BU, you know what? He wasn't satisfied with me talking about giving them a little bit of a chastisement there, so yeah, I'll just shut up now.
Again, equalizer goal though really early on, and just when you think someone else has the lead, they come right back at it, and NXT, they're spreading out the love just a little bit more than Flash's Brilliance right now. I'm going to note the 8 shots that they have spread out between everyone and Spider, all 6 shots so far for Flashes of Brilliance, so they're relying heavily on him so far to make those goals, and they're going to need to, again, spread out that love a little bit more if they hope to continue throughout this game. We've noted plenty of times before that you can't rely just on one person to carry your game, especially consistency throughout an entirety of a best of 5.
I don't know if I was alone in seeing that last play. It was quite the odd formation for NXT, moving downfield with all 3 of their players in very close proximity to the ball, and then to basically accentuate the point blast ability, sent all 3 of their players to make the defensive play, but Jacob here off to the left side, denied by Nitrous. Great patience once again there in the net, as they'll be able to keep this one equalized. Skills are good at control, but not good enough to keep both Creams and Jacob away. Final 10 seconds begin to expire. A nice delivery here to Jacob. That's lost the 50-50, unfortunately, but Skills, oh, that's a huge touchdown. BU still with control potentially, but cannot find the double tap. It was a tough angle the entire time, but yeah, might as well take this shot at 0 seconds. We'll go to OT.
OT, the land of uncertainty, I would say, for this game. Both teams have just been consistently on and off throughout this series. You see them equalizing when they have the opportunity. No one's been able to really hold a lead for much longer than, say, 30 seconds at a time, and they need to stay consistent. They need to go back to those passing plays, since a lot of the goals so far have been scored off of little mistakes almost on the field, or just an open opportunity that they've been able to create, and that one just rings off a cross, and almost so close, but yet so far is everyone on the field. Whew.
Oh boy. That was that was that dinger from Jacob. Followed by that double save there by Nitrous. Absolute ice in the veins. Not gonna let that one go so easily. As you mentioned, there has been a couple of minute mistakes causing these goals for and against. Skills looking for something in the mid. Absolutely nobody though, even in the zip code, save for a couple of blue players. Unfortunately, that's not quite the desirable outcome for NXT. They will have a little bit of difficulty here. Spider! No! Jacob digs it off the post the second time, it seems. He just cannot get away from the armworks here. Creams off the ceiling. The ceiling shot is not enough, though, to fool the defense. They had to send two. Whatever gets the job done, a means to an end. Almost 100 seconds of OT. Will pass that mark now. And quite the back and forth here, but it has been flashes of brilliance more than a couple of times now. Only inches away from victory here in game one.
NXT is just giving flashes of brilliance way too much space. Where's the contest on that one? That was an open opportunity. Again, flashes of brilliance are able to find a way to get to this ball, but this may be a mistake. It's saved out by Creams, and the ball will indeed pop out to the opposite end. NXT, they need to control their ball a little bit better, as well as they need to start contesting flashes of brilliance early. Stop giving them time and stop making those mistakes to open up and give flashes of brilliance time. They have so far more shot counts, but that won't matter. Just as I say that, skills coming on in to finish out this one in overtime.
I think for flashes of brilliance there, you saw that sidewall play. It's not necessarily optimized, and NXT is able to punish there. The pass from BU just too far out for Spider to make that play off the back wall. A difficult read at the best, in the best of circumstances, but of course, nigh impossible when you find yourself in a situation like that where BU has so many options, and that will be the way it ends. However, a back and forth affair. Again, though, there was a slight emphasis on some of these defensive errors that we were harping on more than a couple of times this game. I mean, we saw BU, trying to encroach just a little bit too far in the midfield, ended up letting a pass lane go behind them. Flashes of brilliance, Jacob made a, I want to say slightly, but I think mostly lackluster challenge right in front of the net as the last player when you just need to make a solid contact. So there were errors on both sides of the ball, but I feel like they decidedly mopped things up as time went on. And Chicksa, you were talking about a rather passive stance for NXT, giving you some concern there in the closing moments. In particular, in that overtime, we saw Nitrous having that goaltender sense against that double tap from Jacob in particular. I probably would have jumped at that, but when you just have to have confidence in your own game sense. And Nitrous knew exactly what the situation was and was able to play it away. And, as difficult as it may be to keep that confidence in yourself, even in the face of overwhelming odds, or what you might perceive to be overwhelming odds, that is quite the feat. So NXT take game one off of virtues such as that. They continue here, first 20 seconds. They make one save already, and they are looking for this offense to start up. BU under control, but quickly shut down by Captain Cobb.
Creasel right take over, almost tries to make the solo play and the bump, does not find it in succession, and I think early on again, if Flashes of Brilliance doesn't regain, I always say it's really hard for them to get that mental game going. They do get somewhat down on themselves if they can't find success on the field, and I think that loss, it hurts, especially a little bit. It hurts with how it just went down, and Flashes of Brilliance, they need to get an early goal. They need to get that confidence flowing for themselves, and certainly they have a ton of potential as a team, and they're making some heroic saves right now, but saves don't win games. They need some offense to pair with it, and they need it quickly.
Still, though, lots of confidence there on the back end. Something I've been touching on limitedly throughout the evening is conviction can win games, and love to see what they were able to bring to the table there on that previous defensive. They almost had a pinch out earlier on as well. You can see that their drive was shut down as a result of not being able to acquire exactly what they were hoping for. Found themselves on the attack here. Jacob, I like the idea of maybe looking for a sharp angle, maybe just trying to bait out a defender or two. Was successful at least one of those categories. They will find themselves still pushed back here. No maintenance of pressure, something that they yearn for, surely, so far in Game 2. But they have been able to hold on strong here on the defensive side. First 2 minutes will expire shortly. And we're still searching for somebody to get that first goal. That's not a great touch there from BU. This should open up a gap now. Spider going to take a speculative shot, but nothing more will develop from that.
It just seems like, again, there's a lot of mistakes. There's a lot of losing this ball control. We just saw 3 back-to-back 50s in the midfield, and where does this ball end up at the end of the day? Back in midfield possession, and nobody's really clear possession. So it's going to take time for each team to formulate sort of a play, get going, pull out that playbook, figure out who's going to find an outlet pass. Are we going to go back to passing towards the midfield? Are we going to find and give someone a solo play off of a bumper or a demo? They need to figure out something to open up the field early, since right now each team is just literally giving each other the ball in like a little bit of ping pong gameplay.
You mentioned the solo plays as well. It's something that we see. Oh, what a stop there by Spider. I love that proactivity on the back wall. But I feel like every time we see a solo play start to develop, there is a force challenge early on, or at least the defender has the ice in order to stop that play. As much skill as there is on the field here for solo plays, we have not really seen them come to fruition. This is a nice shot though by Spider, forces BU into a difficult save out to the sidewall. It will be able to recur though, that touch from Jacob, not exactly optimal. Nitrous towards the top here. Creams will ensure that one stays out. They still continue to do NXT. BU looking for the double. BU, not quite enough boost in the chamber to get it done, and Creams will see that one out to the midfield line. Again, though, the defense so confident in where they need to make contact on this ball. It feels like they need to make a play unpredictable with some sort of a pass to the mid, with some sort of a ridiculous flip reset as we see BU here, but still tracked down by Spider yet again. Nothing, it seems, is sacred in this game. The players going for everything except for demolitions, but I think they know that they cannot afford to sacrifice their second and third rotation. They know it's so important to deny those solo plays that we see with relative frequency here, so they don't want to risk it, and I can't blame them for that.
I mean, you couldn't have phrased it better, especially in the 0-0 situation they are in right now. No one wants to make that key mistake. No one really wants to risk it, and I'm somewhat surprised that both these teams are playing as safe as they are, especially with such, mechanically insane talent. And we like to mention as well that Nitrous, and they like to be insanely and almost over eager, but it seems like they've really controlled themselves in this match so far, and that goes off a misread.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Didn't really expect this one to go on target, but you can see BU looking at this, knows that Jacob is going up to that back wall and maybe even trying for a redirect. I think they might have expected Skills to make that touch in the mids or something to that effect, but you could see the uncertainty on the defense, and BU just frozen in place. I mean, that is to say that they could even do anything in the first place. I'm not certain about that, but now they have very little time to try and put up one mark. You can see Nitrous being chased away from that ball by Creams. It'll be BU trying to find Nitrous, but it's so desperate at this point. Spider's just going to try and shut it down. They will not quite be successful. This one stays in the air. We can see the desperation for NXT. Nitrous, the flip here, over towards Skills. The demo! What a play from Nitrous! The pass and the demolition, and the ice from Skills seeing straight through the smoke, and they'll tie it up!
Let me say this is Rocket League, since that certainly is probably at this point the play of the night. A beautifully executed 0-second goal. Again, using mechanics to open up a play. Mechanics followed by a demo with the correct positioning. Take the risk, make the play possible, and it took them being down to use the risk in order, and they got the reward because of it.
not only being down, but at 0 seconds, they know if they pull out all the stops, there's nothing you can risk anymore. That will be more deadly. And BU, oh, it looked like they were looking for that double tap. Cream's on the backboard covered either way. Back towards the mid, now Spider has to close it down. The threat for NXT now so much more real. That would have been a huge 0-second stop there for Flashes of Brilliance. That's an easy tie in the series, but now they face the prospect of going down to match point against Skills. Oh boy, just slammed away from that ball. Still on the defense, our Flashes of Brilliance. Skills, open net here, and no boost for Spider. They take it, the incredible 0-second goal, and now they just seem so confident, and they're up 2-0.
Confidence is such a huge factor, and I knew as soon as that 0-second goal went in, NXT would probably end up taking it just because of that confidence boost, that little bit of extra that led them into the victory. And Flashes of Brilliance, they had it for 5 minutes. They had it for a majority of the game, but when it came down to it, NXT made the play when it mattered the most, and because of that, they ended up winning this one. Now, they're literally on match point because of last second and just edging out in 2 games.
You know, here's the deal, though, is we talked about how we aren't seeing pop-offs, really. We only saw 2 pop-offs so far. The pop-off for Nitrous to make that pass and then the demolition, which is an insane amount of achievement for one play, and the pop-up for Skills to have the confidence in their teammates and the ability to shut out those external factors in order to put that shot on target without hitting the ground. Those are the only 2 pop-offs I think that we have seen so far in this series. But they were the most critical 2 pop-offs that you could possibly ask for in this moment. Now to find themselves at a 2-0 lead. Well, this might change things. No, BU makes a diving save there. Jacob, double tap potential and will find it, but again, BU out in front. Completely able to read that one. No doubt in their mind. I can't help but wonder what is going through NXT's head right now. They had that 3-0 in round 1, and now they're looking down a potential 3-0 in round 2. It's Nitrous making the read off the post for number 1.
It's the confidence right now that is flowing through. That's what's in their head. They are feeling good. They finally got going, and Flashes of Brilliance, I would say the opposite, not feeling overly confident. That's a misread of the ball bouncing off the post back in. That needs to be covered better. That's still a read that they can make, and it just shows they're maybe not as in it as they were in game number 1.
Maybe the case, but they are still in it, whether or not they're in it as much as they were in game. Well, that one's off the post again. Bit of a blessing there from the Rocket Gods. Do not put it to waste here. Flashes of Brilliance. Off the side. Well, that's going to be an easy read here for Spider. Takes that one into the corner. Solid 50-50 here against Nitrous. And the secondary is there in the form of Creams. The speed still being maintained. They understand that they can continue to compete same capacity that they have been so far in this series, and they might find some relative success. Of course, they do have to find some sort of a way to serve as an equalizer for what NXT has been able to bring to the table.
God. I didn't expect Nitrous to float up on that previous play. Certainly a little bit overzealous right now is NXT on these offensive opportunities. But Flashes of Brilliance, they need to see this and they need to capitalize off possibly the little bit of extra risk NXT is now taking because of their newly found confidence in this series. So they got to be careful overall, and again, they need to find an equalizer. They need to find their own confidence again, because that mental factor at this point is playing such a huge role in this game, more than almost the physical factor of the players just and their mechanics in general.
Couldn't agree more, because as we're looking at this, you know, you can talk about how all of these teams are going to be making it into the Super event. Everybody who's competing today will already be making it into the Super, as I'm looking at the standings. Credit to Liquipedia, by the way. Thank you very much for helping out with that. But, oh, Skills. Oh, Skills! That one looked so good. Couldn't make the play. Dim on the back end here. Spider will have the save clear. But in any case, had to digress to look at that one. Skills coming off the ceiling. That's always dangerous. But for Flashes of Brilliance, sitting at 14 points presently. Of course, that is considering the 5 they've already earned by just making it into this event here today. They do still have the potential to advance into those number 1 and 2 spots, depending on how United and Sub perform on their lower rounds. I mean, if the stars align for them, they can still make something significant happen, but it all depends on their ability to perform here. And now Creams, oh, that's a beautiful drop down, and Jacob with the dunk. There you go, that is the tire.
That is the tire, that is the confidence, that is the demo, the double commit, and the mishap on defense that allowed the huge 50, let alone a double 50 by Jacob, to facilitate their first momentum. Can they get a secondary one? Can they keep going though? Can they find the reverse sweep potential off that first opportunity? NXT, they've been so good at opening up a play or two, but now Flashes of Brilliance, they're looking for something, and certainly a little bit more pep in their step, a little more speed in the car, it seems, with that goal.
Notably, although though, the demo on the back end, looks like it was going to complicate things for a second, but Jacob had no trouble getting out to that challenge. Spider just going to force skills to dump this one. Not sure about that recursion there from Jacob, but it's just enough to force Nitrous to hit that one out to the side B with the follow-up. It doesn't look like they had a comprehensive idea of what to do, but they still find themselves in control, and Nitrous with the drop down! What a play here from NXT! It looks scrappy, but you cannot deny the result.
It's a gorgeous counterattack. I was a little bit nervous with the double Nitrous skills basically going for broke on that play, but Nitrous, he places it top right 90. You could not place it any better. It's so hard to defend. It's such a difficult drop down. So much power put behind the shot too. This is the mechanical potential that Nitrous has, and this is the confidence that he possesses as well. They get the equalizer or the goal up very quickly, and just like that, 40 seconds, they have the lead. They keep this lead, they win it in 3.
That's a big if, and Jacob with the bounce shot here. We find a bit of a gap, and again, we talked about how you need to have confidence in your own abilities, and they continue to Flashes of Brilliance. I feel like you talk about the mental game potentially getting to them. I gotta be honest, I'm really not seeing as much of an impact as it could be having, so you gotta give them props for the mitigation, at least, of this potential break in their mental fortitude. What a bump there as well! It almost completely opens up the net, but there was not enough mustard there for Creams. Granted, I'm not sure if they could really have generated much more power on that shot. Final 30 seconds now underway. Potential for a golden goal here, yet in regulation. Way up high, Creams. Touch out to the side. Skills looking for the corner. Will fail in doing so. Spider is still lurking upfield. This is playable. Oh, that touchdown from Nitrous is so good. Over to BU. Back towards the mid is Skills. No shot on target potentially there. Ball not quite on the ground, though. This looks like it will die, and we will have overtime. Flashes on Brilliance. This is their last chance to stay on the upper bracket.
I will note to your point of mental fortitude, to the point that you know who scored the 2 goals for Flashes of Brilliance, and now the third one? Jacob. Jacob, the player who normally does not score for Flashes of Brilliance. The senior, the veteran of this team, is that carrying them out, essentially, of this game 3 to continue this series. He put it on his back, understands, didn't let it get to his head, and he single-handedly, almost pretty much, ends up taking game number 3 for Flashes of Brilliance.
Couldn't agree more. I think the only odd part about this game was the last goal. I mean, you look back on it, it was clearly just a challenge where NXT, I think it was BU, hate to call you out, but you did make the tangible error. So, I mean, BU just went into that challenge thinking that Jacob was going to make contact a split second early and made a bit of a bad flip, and that just opens up the back of the net. So, unfortunate circumstance in which NXT will take that loss, and certainly I think the least impactful, the impact that it had was clearly enormous, but, it was the least, I think, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess impact, I want to say impactful. It was just such a silly, simple goal. It was so simple. Nothing really happened there that was like an insane read on anybody's part. It was just an unfortunate challenge. And for NXT, they're just going to have to, scratch that one off and just say, all right, simple error. We still have a load of extra lives here. But for Flashes of Brilliance, it's still an excellent way to get back in. And Nitrous can't quite read that one, but Skills, you can see Spider narrowly a read there. I mean, how are you going to be able to make this play?
I can't tell you since I'm not as good as them. I can kind of speculate that you have to just jump where you believe that ball is going to end up bouncing off that backboard. Better to hit the ball off the backboard than reading out the bounce, because any backboard reads at this level are easily on the offensive side favored. But nonetheless, Flash's brilliance goes down early, and they're going to have to fight back again in another series that they just barely were able to cut out. Like, it's so difficult because NXT, they're showing up early, they're bringing aggression early, and Flash's brilliance, Jacob's all by his lonesome now on the offensive side of the field, and Creeps and Spider are pretty far back while he's trying to push up and create some pressure for his team.
As much as that may not be oh no, oh thank goodness Spider got that double tap. That was an open net otherwise, and surely they had a lurker in the midfield. Did NXT, almost a solo play on top of that. Still, I mean, you mentioned how little support there for Jacob, but it's not uncommon for us to see that kind of a formation, right? The triangle of 1 up and 2 back. Oh, Cream's not making that touch. I'm not so certain if I like that one. Jacob does have enough boost in the tank to make the play. Spider with the thumb. Oh my goodness. It is looking shaky here on the defense. Creams has to make something happen here yet again. Has enough boost in the tank to do so. Jacob, nice fake challenge there, I believe. Or at least that's what they were aiming for. We'll get a nice doink out here. Finally, a bit of alleviation on what was a rather slipshod defense. But in any case, the forays here for Flash of Brilliance certainly have been to my liking. That 50-50 deal from Jacob yet again. Very complicated here in the back end. Low boost is going to have to rely on Spider, and they're not able to make the play. BU, with just a little bit more meat on that challenge, will make it 2-0.
Again, a breakdown of defense. Jacob, he just ends up getting post-monstered. Post-monstered. I hate that post. You ever just come off that post and then, like, just catches you off your wheels? It's an unfortunate mistake, and the challenge not needing to be as good as it is. And again, a breakdown of defense opening up for NXT, but NXT has just had so many opportunities, 8-1 right now on the field, and that's why they're finding these little mistakes, because they just keep on adding to it, and insult to injury on that own goal.
Jacob here on that challenge. I mean, this is the same situation in which he was able to secure the win for his team in the last game. He just dies at that, and it looked like it was supposed to be a neutralizing challenge, and I respect that. That was the right play call for Jacob in that instance. Is just, don't even go for the goal. Just make sure that one does not leave the opposing defensive half. And he just misread the opponent and ended up whiffing on it. That's so unfortunate to see. And I was going to say, 1, maybe even 2 goals against without an answer. Just seemed like par for the course for Flash of Brilliance. But Skills and Nitrous and BU, they just keep piling on here, this double tap. Oh my goodness, and again, Jacob, it's such a difficult defensive spot to be in. There's no realistic read you can make on that that's going to give you 100% guarantee to get that one out.
Jacob was able to carry that game number 3, but it's really hard. Again, consistency for him to keep up scoring plays like that. He's just normally not in that general scoring position, and Jacob, of course, having much more mechanical ability than I will ever have, but compared to everyone else in the field right now, he's certainly not the most mechanically gifted that we've seen so far. So it's really hard for him, again, to continuously keep opening up some opportunities for his team. And when it comes down to it, a 4-goal deficit, Flashes of Brilliance, they need some answers really quickly. But again, I don't know how defeated they are right now. I don't know if the confidence is there at this point. Again, still on match point, and more salt on that wound.
Yeah, you're talking about whether or not they're defeated or not, and I think that's really going to be the deciding factor. And let me tell you why. Because, before now, even when they were at the depth tournament, as I mentioned earlier, 2 goals against. Of course, Flash of Brilliance, but getting that one back, maybe a breath of life, but still 5 goals down. I mean, we have seen Flash of Brilliance, despite being at a 1 or 2 goal deficit, still able to perform almost completely optimally, and they have almost never faltered in those kinds of 1v1 defensive spots. I've noted Spider in more than a couple of spots where they needed to make an accurate read on an opposing individual play, which is incredibly challenging sometimes against these, again, fantastically mechanical players. They were able to make the play more often than not. That last play, that last goal against, is an indicator to me that they are, at this point, probably mentally defeated. And it's unfortunate to say, but I have to say, props. They snapped the broomstick. No sweep here in the semifinal. They will be dropping down to the lower side, though, and they will have an extra life. But as I said earlier on, the odds for them to take that number 1 or 2 seeded spot and make it into day 2 of the Super Challenger event is a lot more far-fetched now. And we will most likely get some updates on how those lower bracket rounds are rolling from our production team before we take an exit from the show. Your chicks, as Spider will get one back on a nice little drop down. But I still just don't necessarily have confidence that Flashes of Brilliance have an easy entrance to that 1 or 2 spot. If Sup and E United both take that victory on the lower side, I mean, that just brings their chances so much further down.
I mean, I will say, looking at the bracket right now that I pulled it up, Team EXE did defeat Sup, so Sup is out of this Series 3, and E United does beat Power 2-0, so E United does move on ahead.
We're gonna ask now. I mean, we'll take a look at that momentarily, I suppose. For now, wrapping it up. Yeah, wrap it up. The NXT, though, I mean, against your Flashes of Brilliance, this was a very even match. I don't think this scoreline here in Game 4 is very telling, but there were some unfortunate circumstances here for Flashes of Brilliance, and I certainly hope that this does not weigh heavily on them as they move forward. I think Taco and I, we talked limitedly yesterday about how much better they look with Creams. Surely we'll get his thoughts on that here in just a second, so keep that one. I know he's back in the Discord call, so keep that one on your brain there, Taco. But for NXT, you know, this was not necessarily an unexpected performance. Had that 3-0 in round 1, and they looked just phenomenal, especially Nitrous, I think, for me, of course, not to take away from skills or BU. They performed where they needed to, but overall, I feel that NXT just looked a little bit like the stronger team. But again, for more on that, let's bring Taco back into the mix. And like I said, Flashes of Brilliance, you know, they did not take this win. They prevented the sweep, however, and again, they looked so much stronger, in my opinion, with Creams. It was a sentiment that you echoed yesterday, so thoughts?
I am a little upset, but at the same time, I've also casted a lot for NXT in the past. I've been watching them with a lot of curiosity, and granted, a lot of the details I usually focus on are BU and Nitrous popping off. They have such good mechanical skills, and of course, we're going to touch on that 0-second goal and that comeback in a little bit, but skills was username accurate throughout this entire series, just popping off, getting great goals. But overall, it's a great team performance, and that's what I really like to see. I thought this was going to be a close one. There was echoes of that earlier on. FOB kept hitting the post, but my goodness, I mean, I don't even know what the mindset has to be. I mean, NXT was just getting it done, and chicks are like, you guys were going back and forth, but I mean, what does FOB got to do in the lower bracket? I felt like they were coming close, and then over time, NXT was just wearing them down.
They need to regain, they need to get back to their normal rotation of things. Like I said, Jacob normally doesn't score a majority of the goals, and the game that they won, he had to carry off, and he had to really bring together his team. So I hope to see a little bit more out of Spider and Creams and getting some passing plays done and getting some mechanical openings for Jacob to finish if need be. But instead it was Jacob facilitating everything. You can't always rely on one player. So I think Creams and Spider, they need to have a talk. They need to gain their confidence back again, and they need to look towards their next matchup, kind of forget about what just transpired and really focus on who they're going to face next, which is going to be Team EXE.
So preparing for that lower bracket is always so important because that is where the best of threes begin. Obviously, you have to really go through a bunch of random nonsense, but unfortunately, we're going to have to wait to see that, and also, unfortunately, doubly unfortunate, just so much misfortune happening right now. It's going to be our last series on stream. We're going to be doing a little cast swap, but Squid, thank you guys so much for tuning in here and being able to broadcast all these games because they have been nothing but fire, and I'm sure the latter half is going to be that as well. That's going to be Bass in the Past and Lemon Kiwi on the call. Please, everybody who's watching, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more AAA Challenger Series number 3.
She's a late model sedan, Irma. She's not the flashiest car on the high school lot, but one with the most tenure. She's carried 3 Anderson siblings through a lot of great moments, and protected them through some not-so-great ones. Irma has put in her time with us, so when it comes to protecting her, she deserves more than a 15-minute conversation, or less.
I understand. I'll see what I can
All our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some levels that I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel when you take me to some places that I've never been. So we could find who could prove Stars were dancing in their light. Future we will never write. Dirt on our feet was bone dry. It was bone dry. She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh. She don't make out, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make
Welcome back, everybody. We're after a break. We have swapped out casters, and we're into the latter stages of the AAA Challenger Series number 3. It is Lemon Kiwi, it is Bash from the past, and it is a heck of a next matchup. We got NXT up against the Gentlemen in the top side. Lemon, start with you. How are you feeling tonight coming into this?
Good. It's a long weekend over at the Radiant Rocket League series, so my voice is a little rusty. So I got some tea. Both actually, Bass and I have some tea. We're actually just sipping like gentlemen, so I hope there's no caster bias, but I'm excited for this match. It's the upper final, so there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I said tea is the backbone of keeping yourself successful in casting, so I'm glad both you guys are all fueled up. Look at that, it's getting the little sips in there. Bass, hopefully you're doing well. I heard that you do have a guest slightly off camera, so I'm curious to see about that.
We do. This is Ivy. She's been calling at me all weekend to get on podcast, and she's very excited to be here today. And similar to Lemon here, I am also a little bit burnt out on my voice. I had a 9-hour broadcast yesterday that I was not expecting to be 9 hours, so that was it's a long day. This tea is going to be very necessary, and the cuddles from the pup is going to be great as well. She is great comfort, even if she despises me squeezing her every other cast.
At the very least, when we come into this, is that I think a lot like the players, you're going to have to dig deep because there's at least a little bit farther to go. We got 2 best-of-7s and we got a best-of-5 and then into a best-of-7 grand final. And at least for this next matchup, Gentlemen and NXT, they've kind of been through it. There's been some games that are blowouts, some they're going into game number 5. That's actually how we got here with the Gentlemen. They took a 3-2 over Akrew, former Vibrance roster. And I don't know if people have been watching the B stream, but you definitely missed out on content. NXT, or rather the Akrew roster, had an air dribble into an open net, and the player hit off the crossbar and saved their own shot. So that's what it comes down to sometimes. Just one little mistake, and at least as we're reading up these players and make sure they're in the lobby, I mean, between Gentlemen and NXT, I mean, it's been some high-flying highlights all throughout the day, but are there any particular team you think that might come out on top? Bass, we'll throw it to you first.
You already know this is going to be an internal conflict for me here. This one is probably the most difficult decision I could have all day, considering the fact that I have worked with both of these teams. I actually worked with the Gentlemen roster when they first made it into RLCS back when they were playing with Blaze, and then after they were dropped, I ended up working with the new organization that they had worked with in NXT, who was previously Devious, who I've also worked with and seen get to RLCS. So I don't want to pick either of these teams. If I could abstain, I probably would, but I don't know. I'm going to lean a little bit towards NXT here today. The domination they have shown in pretty much every round is just completely different to anybody else that's in this tournament right now.
And Lemon, how about yourself between these two teams? I mean, Bass did give his opinion, but what do you think he should have chosen?
I gotta agree on NXT. They just look like they haven't been really scratched this tournament thus far, only giving up 1 game. They're in the upper final, and Flashes of Brilliance were the only one that could take a game, and it went to in overtime when they did take that game. So I'm thinking NXT are one of the strongest teams in this tournament, but we'll see if that holds up against Gentlemen, who just came off of a game 5. So they look fired up, at least just watching this test lobby. So I think this is going to be a close match. It's tough to call.
It is tough to call, but that's why we actually have players pay it out. Nothing is played on paper, so Lemon, Bass, please go forth and provide the content.
All right. And some content shall be made. Let's go into the upper final between Gentlemen and NXT. And I know, Bass, you had to pick who your besties were, and it sounds like you're going to get some hate mail after this.
Yeah, I would not be surprised. Every once in a while, I'll have the players watch back some of these VODs and they'll go, "What do you mean you didn't pick me?" And I'll go, "Well, I mean, you are the other people I like. I don't know what to do." It's just every single time it's an internal conflict. But again, it's one of these things where, honestly, I'm just excited to see both of these teams this far into the bracket thus far. Again, NXT, they've had chances. They have had a lot of good runs, but this is the first time they've really been able to represent themselves here in the AAA Challenger Series. Similarly, Gentlemen, the same idea. They've had the ability, but this is their first real run. Seeing both of these guys in the winners final, it's really good to see. But again, I know neither one of them wants to drop to that lower bracket. Even if they do get a second chance here, Lemon, no one wants to go there.
And this is our 3rd event of the AAA Championship Series, so not only is there $1,000 for the first place winner, if you can go to the grand finals, you're guaranteed a ton of cash, but there's also points that everyone is competing for to make it to the even bigger events with more prize pools on the line. So I'm excited to see who's going to pull out on top. I know NXT have barely lost any games. The only game, like I said, the only game they did drop was in overtime, so are you expecting this to go to 5? Like, you have to pick whose bestie is strongest here.
I would I would probably say this is going to 5, unfortunately. I mean, well, I say unfortunately just because it's going to tug on my heartstrings and I'm going to be absolutely crushed the entire time. But also at the same time, I mean, I just want good games, and I think we can see good games between these two teams. I have full faith in both of these teams to really leave it all out on the pitch. Well, I think we're about to do exactly that. We're getting in the lobby here for game number 1 in this best of 5. And again, I really don't know who's coming out on top, but Lemon, I can guarantee one thing. We are going to have a hell of a series.
And they're ready to put on a show. First kickoff between NXT and the Gentlemen. And then that was a No Mansion with the kickoff win mostly, but NXT cheated up, got control, and look how this almost just dropped down in front of the net. Gentlemen have come here to play.
Gentlemen's one of these teams that I also just love to see them when they get into these scenarios because, honestly, they've been one of those teams that everyone underestimates every single time. They drop Blaze, the entire roster. Everybody goes, well, I don't know about this one. Maybe you shouldn't have done that. You guys just made it to RLCS. Why would you? And then they make it back to RLCS without Blaze as well. So this is a team that has been underestimated their entire career. And I will say, if NXT underestimate them here, this is going to be a mistake. NXT have a lot of times where their defense falters, and that's how they give up goals. Similarly, apparently, Gentlemen want to try and mimic that. That was almost a scary scenario. Minute into this one, though, neither one of the teams is going to find themselves a goal despite efforts on both sides to give, let's call it, opportunities to each other. There's another one as this one goes cross-court. She's to pop it off the backboard, though, and clear it of danger for now.
Oh, BU, he's up in the air. He just couldn't put the shot on target. I need to see Gentlemen have the presence in the midfield. I'm seeing a red carpet in front of their net, and it's honestly NXT's fault they didn't score at this point. But this has been already an aggressive game 1. The touch over to Skills, who's maybe prioritizing the boost, and now Gentlemen almost had control of the pass over to KX. But off the backboard, it's not something he can catch. And that was a good redirect from BU to just not let it go to the Gentlemen as it's a redirect into the net. BU with the first goal.
Oh, this is beautiful. That is a fantastic pass down from Nitrous and an even better shot to pop it over to KX. Can't really blame KX for not being able to get to that one. They're just not expecting the shot, and this is something that NXT, as they used to be called Devious, are a fantastic team at doing. They've been, doing those types of plays since they were Devious. They're great at getting into that final third, using every single one of their players and making it really difficult for defenses to read them. Gentlemen, looking uncomfortable to start this one. Their offense has been great, but look at how many dives they have at the ball right now. Just desperate to keep it out of their half, and they will get very lucky that no one is there for the follow-up. Could have been a second goal for NXT, but I'll go back to defense for now.
Yeah, Gentlemen's defense is worrying me a little bit. I'm seeing some pre-jumps, but they're not high enough, and it's honestly up to the accuracy of NXT. The fact that they haven't gotten more goals than the one they have now is Skills. He's up against KX. Cheese right behind. Good save. Bumped out of the way. The crossbar's going to get it. BU trying to recover this. Forces the 50. Pinches it off in the air, but it's KX with an open shot. Skills can't get there in time. And we're even 1-1.
Hey, chat, just listen. I'm going to take a long sip of my tea here. And tell you, I told you so. This is exactly what I said was going to happen to NXT. They do this on repeat. Unfortunately, despite having one of the most efficient offenses in the bubble scene, their defense can be lackluster when they over-aggress. They leave themselves extremely exposed, and all of a sudden, Gentlemen can go the opposite way. Nitrous can try and get this past the defense. Last-second save from Cheese will keep it out, but it just kind of goes to show you, NXT, a little bit of a glass cannon here. They have a fantastic offense, but if their defense falters, they are going to suffer from it.
Yeah, Gentlemen tried to clear through so many bodies of NXT. A shot for No Mansion right down into the net. Gentlemen with back-to-back goals.
Oh, that's a fantastic goal as well. Skills pops us up a little bit, and while BU is in the net and they've got a ton of time to clear it, they really just can't decide where to try and shoot it. Perfectly shot, perfectly passed, and unfortunately, it's perfectly in the way of NXT to try and find some victory here. Halfway through game number 1, plenty of time for them to turn this one around. Ooh, but desperation dives like that using 2 of their players has got me a little bit nervous. They are still very aggressive here, Lemon.
Oh my god, NXT were extended so far forward. You almost had Gentlemen on a breakaway until a demo bought enough time for NXT to get back into position. There's Cheese. He's got control skills with the challenge. Maybe sets up someone from NXT. That was Nitrous for a shot. Past the Skills, misses. BU, the third man back, has to push forward. Nitrous misses that touch. And they're just so desperate to tie it up after they started this game 1 so well.
And this is a team that thrives off of momentum, so I'm not necessarily too surprised to see them giving it their all into this offense and not necessarily prioritizing defense to the degree that they should. It's only game number 1, though. They've got plenty of time. They've also got at least a little bit of defense. Can they find a second one? BU barely able to keep that one out as it goes halfway into the goal and then popped right out again. 90 seconds to go. It does look like NXT are in a pretty comfortable position to be able to find at least a couple more offenses, but they've really struggled to be able to hold on to this offensive pressure. Another good example is they pop it into the half but only stay there for a couple of seconds. And they won't do anything more than just that. BU tried to get it out to Nitrous in the corner here. All they can really do is get a 50-50. But again, this feels like NXT right now are desperate to try and keep this offensive pressure, but can't quite figure out what to do with it.
I like what Skills can at least do on the defense. He had an important demo. I felt like NXT weren't really challenging when they're on the defense, and that's when you got to get your communication and your confidence up, because again, Cheese, if it wasn't for the shot placement, that would have went in, and Gentlemen, with a minute left, they would pretty much win this game 1 if it would go to 3-1, but NXT are still in this. KX up in the air. Skills has to go for it. Puts it up into the corner. Back to Nitrous. Skills got to move up because they got to crack through this Gentleman defense. Well, they cracked their tires too. They demoed no mansion, but after a long clear from Gentleman, it kind of stifled a lot of momentum that NXT really needed to try and tie this game. Still 30 seconds left. BU, this is a good catch, but Cheese, with a great position in front of the net, is not going to let NXT keep putting shots. Oh, and his Cheese is in love with that left post, man.
Oh, that hurts. I mean, listen, at this point, 10 seconds left. As long as they can keep it off their half, they'll still take the win anyways. But come on now. It's the most beautiful passing play I've seen in quite some time. The bump midair immediately finds a connection, and they can't put the shot on, and guess who's going to? Nitrous is going to drop this down. There's got to be.
Right
We're
there.
going overtime. Skills, he puts it wide! He can't get the touch he's looking for, and instead of shooting on target, he pops into the corner, and Gentlemen, they'll hold on for the win.
I gotta say, Skills, you gotta take the Z out, because you have one thing, you have one skill, and it's the defense. We'll work on the offense in game 2, okay? Because that would have been so sick if he got the right touch to get into the net, because it was chaotic. It dropped right down. It got gifted to him like Christmas, and he couldn't deliver, but that was an amazing game 1.
It was a fantastic game 1. It's a heartbreaking ending to it, though. I have nothing but I can say, but that feels bad, unfortunately, because it really should be one of these things. We should be in overtime right now, but NXT, they're feeling a little bit panicky, if you will. Notice that all 3 players dive at that ball, and none of them are really able to get a solid shot. So, Lemon, right now I'm hoping that the team can just take a second, breathe, and recenter themselves, because they look great, and as long as they can prioritize the defense here in game number 2, we can have a very lengthy series, or KX can try and get something off of the initial kickoff. No such luck, but it does look like the first offensive pressure is going to go to the Gentlemen.
Yeah, Gentlemen were really aggressive off the kickoff, but again, when you give up that chance to go for boost, unless you get a good shot on the net, you got to fall back for those resources because the counterattack can be so much stronger from NXT, and it's about to drop in front of the net. BU is heading for boost and didn't get communication that maybe this could be a chance. Skill really high up, reads the bounce well, but still not in the net. As No Mansion with maybe a clear way towards the net, and it's redirected, but doesn't go into the net. Another shot from Cheese. No Mansion sets up Cheese again, and Nitrous finally puts it in the corner when Gentlemen were too slow to get it.
That still feels like they're not quite out of it yet, though. Here comes even more pressure and a double commit out of Gentlemen. Okay, that's the first time we've seen that in quite some time. They'll probably give up the entirety of that offense because of it and almost give up a goal as Cheese just gets lucky. That one goes off target, but again, that was what I was about to highlight, and we can see an example of it right there. NXT still utilizing their players, let's say, overly aggressively. They're diving as a duo. The double commits are unfortunately far too common, and desperation plays like that are leaving them exposed. They need to be very careful here. Feels like the loss of game number 1 has sent them into a bit of a panic, Lemon, and if they aren't careful, they're going to lose game 2 as well.
And that was a good decision from KX to just, he saw 2 defenders in his way, decides to put it in the corner. Instead of take a shot on the net that would have been easily blocked, especially give the possession back over to the defense. So took his time, but as he was waiting for backup, his backup actually got demoed on their way there. So Skills, maybe off the backboard, someone on the right side, Nitrous not connecting there, but NXT with a shot, and Nitrous finally delivers, and NXT lead the game 2.
This just kind of goes to show you why we're saying defense has really got to be prioritized. A single mistake out of the Gentlemen on the backboard there. They leave enough room for a boomer of a shot to go on target, and NXT will indeed take advantage of that. This is kind of what we're hoping for on NXT, though, to be quick enough to really take advantage of those little mistakes and separate their opponents from them using their speed. I am still a little bit nervous, though. Plays like that on defense make me think that maybe they're not quite confident against this gentleman defense. To be fair, there aren't really two teams that could match up better like these two squads. These guys are both very aggressive, very in the face of each other, and are very good at making teams uncomfortable when it comes to this final third. So 3 minutes to go here. Gentlemen still have plenty of time to turn this one around, but they need to start getting some solid shots on target.
Even when Cheese missed the ball, he just got demoed right through it. But really, we're at the midfield chaos of both teams. Both teams are forcing 50s that neither can really control. KX is going to dump into the corner. Skills going to stifle that momentum. Now BU heading towards the backboard. Cheese won't let that develop, as KX with the backflip is just really waiting to see what NXT are going to do, as now the shot is there and a double demo from Mansion. This is time for Gentlemen to react. But with the 50 forced by BU off to the right side, it's really both teams struggled across either half.
And everybody's just kind of battling out at midfield right now here. Usually we see ping pong matches, they just kind of send it back and forth. This time, I don't really know what's called a stalemate out at midfield. We'll just call it a stalemate, I guess, for now. And ooh, we would call that a brilliant shot had it got past the defense there. Nitro's able to pre-jump it and get in the way. And with 2 minutes remaining, this is becoming the issue right now. Every time the gentlemen try to develop a play, move past midfield with a little bit of authority, someone from NXT is there to get in the way and to interrupt their plays. But yeah, okay, Skills, that's a bit risky. He's going to take it in front of his net. They're very lucky they don't get punished, and they're even luckier that I think they'll be able to turn this into an offense. Desperation booming clear, and unfortunately for Gentlemen, I was going to say it doesn't turn into anything. She's a shot on target and Nitrous to keep it out, but NXT, you guys are getting chances to clear this off your half. Just do it already.
Yeah, wondering if Skills just ran out of boost because he's playing just a bit slow on his end, just really passive, and mostly just acting as that blocker. And that's what NXT's issue was in Game 1, of just not challenging enough, and Gentlemen racked up so many shots. But it's about the accuracy. No Mansion with a good dump into the corner towards KX, who is having issues getting this away from BU. Goes back over to Skills. Great save from Gentlemen so far. A long clear from KX, but BU's always the third man back that's not letting anything through.
They really are doing a good job at holding on right now, and that's all that they have to do at this point. With a single minute to go, the NXT can win this one. They erase the deficit of game number 1, but it's a lot easier said than done when we're seeing some really solid offenses coming out of the Gentlemen here in repeat. Just need one good one to go in their way, and it could be right here. Cheese tries to pass it out to No Mansion, but BU will get in the way. Again, this is why we're seeing NXT really start to develop a defense. They are jumping on every ball, making it so difficult for anybody on Gentlemen to find any time. 30 seconds to go. This could be the one, but not if Skills denies it and sends it the other way. No Mansion will keep it in the corner, but Lemon, they've got time for one last attack.
20 seconds. It's only a 1-goal lead for NXT. Cheese trying to squeeze through the right side. KX has to take over control of the corner. He's leading it towards his own net instead of, but if it maintains possession for Gentlemen, but you don't have a lot of time to waste. Now Nitrous has yoinked this one, trying to deposit it in. It gets pinched off to BU, and with that long clear, that should be enough, and even an insurance goal almost right at the goal line. Look at that. NXT will even up our series 1-1.
Ooh, a fantastic way to do so as well. Shutting out the Gentlemen in game number 2 after having what was a volatile game number 1 just goes to show you the team a little bit more in control of the way that they're moving around this pitch right now. And you can also tell by the limited amount of shots. NXT only taking 4 shots and bring out 6 saves instead, yet somehow walk away with the goal and the win here. So it's starting to show there's a lot more defense being played by NXT and a lot more frustration as the Gentlemen are finding much less success in their offense. I have a feeling we're about to see a really back and forth series here, Lemon. Game number 3 is set to be an absolute barn burner.
Yep, and this is a best of 5. And when you brought up that NXT defense, I think Gentlemen are trying to get more creative. Look at how many demos they have. 6-2. And I saw a bunch of times how it was mainly Cheese and maybe even No Mansion had a double demo, I think, in game 2. And it still was not enough to create that space because the last person back was able to force these 50s that would either go right to the ceiling or right back where it came from. And that 3 seconds of waste that NXT did to waste time is what I mean. Just stopped with Gentlemen. Even though they were going for all these demos, Gentlemen couldn't ramp that up into a good offense.
That's the unfortunate truth, is that they were getting close, but Close but no cigar, if you will. It's an unfortunate phrase that is incredibly true because this is what it is right now. The gentlemen are getting so incredibly close, but they need to find a solid shot to reinvigorate them and give them that spark of life necessary to keep this series alive. They could do so here in the first minute of this game as they've got a lot of good pressure coming, but as Nitrous sends this one out to the side, he'll be able to relieve it for at least a second. No follow-up touch, and BU will have to desperately try to clear this past midfield. Wait, BU's the last one back. That demo's opened up some space. Someone just needs to take a shot on target, and Cheese will be the one to do so. Open net and gentlemen score.
Yeah, I saw NXT so extended for this. There was 2 people right in front of the gentleman net, and if this 50 did not go their way, and look how the risk did not pay off. Gentlemen punished the positional mistake of NXT and finally lead this game 3 with a goal, as NXT maybe saw how well they only won game 2 with 1 goal. They needed to let's say invest more into their offense, but that was a bit too much investment. The stocks are not going up that much.
A little bit too volatile right now. I mean, hey, listen, that's the word we've been using the entire time, and that is not the play we've been looking for the entire time. Not really sure what happened in front of the net there, but gentlemen, still somehow able to keep on this ball, and with about a minute gone here, they've had the majority of the offensive pressure. BU will try and make me eat my words as he puts a flip reset into the backboard, but can NXT actually turn this into some offensive pressure? This has been their issue previous, is these one-and-done offenses. Will they put a good shot on target, try and get a desperation pass afterwards, but will not find a follow-up, unfortunately. This time, they are keeping the pressure up for quite some time here, extended a little bit, and maybe BU can connect on a pass to the center. A little bit off target, though, and with 3:40 to go, NXT are starting to get these shots on target, but they're also whiffing a little bit too much for my liking, and that could have been a big one. KX will not whiff and will keep it off the half. That's a pinch. Okay, it's blocked, but that's ambitious.
Yeah, before I also like that Skills was trying to bump people in front of the net, but also ended up assisting and probably the save at that point. So, well, gentlemen still lead with 3 minutes left. No Mansion, man. He's getting challenged by Nitrous. NXT getting a lot more confident in their play, and it shows. But they're not going to feel so confident if they don't get a goal going. KX with a great shot. 3 people in front of the net for NXT. Finally, someone clears this off to the corner, but gentlemen are not done yet. KX down to No Mansion. Too much in front of the net. No Mansion didn't want to extend forward. And BU is always that ironclad wall in front of the NXT net, as gentlemen have issues breaking through, but they only need the 1-goal lead to win this game. As Skills with a chance. There's so many defenders in the way. BU, it's your chance! And he gets in the upper 90. We're tied 1-1.
Oh, BU, end to end, as you always do. They got a nickname for him over on the NXT streams, and it's Savior BU for a reason. This man will do it on either side, gets the save, goes the other way, and slams it home. And NXT will tie us up with just about half the game remaining. I'd love to see an overtime between these 2 teams, but I know I'm getting a little bit ahead of the game and a little bit ahead of myself, or maybe they could actually just end it right here, right now. NXT have got some good pressure on. BU tries to send this to the backboard. KX will get in the way, but Skills, he's going to have a double touch, or no, he will not. Another uncharacteristic whiff in front of the net as NXT still a little bit off the mark with some of these shots.
I'm impressed with what BU's trying to do, and I know he's kind of hot and cold right now, still trying to warm up in this series, but he's had some great shots towards him. Jeez, he was trying to set up his team for success, but there's so many defenders in their way. Gentlemen couldn't cross and get a shot on, but these are the types of opportunities that gentlemen need. No Mansion to KX, and it's goal! Gentlemen lead 2-1.
Oh, this is textbook beyond compare. This is everything you could hope for. No Mansion sees the space, baits out a defender, gets BU off target when he has to try and dive at the ball, and just slams that home. That is clean as can be. Squeaky clean, if you will. And, well, for NXT right now, they're looking to dirty it up just a tad. 2 minutes to go here, and if they can put a stain on the record of the gentlemen here and get back into this one, it would be massive for their confidence. Because, like we said, game number 1, they looked very shaky after going down. This 3rd game, kind of similar stuff. Gentlemen came in here, gave them a real good rock in to immediately find a goal, and then all of a sudden NXT are looking a lot shakier than before. Another good example, Skills misses the double touch. BU is there, but he's not expecting it, so he just can't touch the ball.
Oh, how extended were NXT, though? Okay, Skills used all of his boost to get right back. It's a dangerous cross in front of the NXT net! And nothing for Gentlemen yet. But after Gentlemen did not get any goals in Game 2, just the fact that they're back in this Game 3 means the world. A minute 16 left. Cheese and KX working together. A bounce that KX didn't read. It goes back to No Mansion. Cheese is deep, but the pass was blocked. NXT are not letting this cross through BU. It goes right to into No Mansion, who gets demoed by Skills. Cheese says, take that. And Nitrous just can't center out this ball.
I love that, just the exchange of demos. All right, you want to take me off the pitch? Fine, I'll take one of you off the pitch. And then Skills, he'll put in a shot. 52 seconds to go. We are all tied up, and through the smoke, fire, and flames here in the corner, somehow NXT find a goal.
Yeah, this is Guitar Hero on Expert, but all that matters. I saw that reference you made. At least that's where I remember
You're
that
the
song
first,
from.
I hope you know, you are the first person. I have been saying that for about a half a year, and no one has figured out that that is a song until right this moment.
I mean, there weren't that many good games back then, okay? So that's all we could do. Especially for us kids with no mechanics. But 42 seconds, the mechanics will come into play for Gentlemen as they try to inch closer to the blue zone. No Mansion with a double tap. BU's not letting it go through. Nitrous is trying to help all three of NXT with the clear, but they gotta be careful if they leave these gaps in front of the net, because Gentlemen will capitalize. As you see KX to the right side, demos BU a 3-on-2 for Gentlemen. But man, this defense, including what Skills can do, stops every push that Gentlemen have as BU with a shot, but it's too wide.
They're just booming this ball right now. It feels like NXT, they've got a chance to possibly put in a good goal here, or actually maybe Cheese does instead. BU, he'll keep the pressure up, send it off the wall. No Mansion keeps this one alive, and it doesn't look like the teams are going to let this one drop. They want to try and get at least one more shot. Nitrous will deny it, though. He sees it gets too close to his backboard and decides, we'll head to overtime. Game number 3. This one is for the series advantage, and the winner of this also moves on to series point as well and can send themselves to the grand final with only a single win more.
It's the golden goal. Cheese towards the net. BU was always there. He's the third man that hangs off the backboard, stops every play Gentleman goes through, collects all the boost he can. If you can choke them out in resources, you have a chance to slow down the play, get that advantage that you desperately need. As Skills crosses over to the other side of the field, Cheese with a good challenge gives a chance for the Gentleman offense to thrive, but no one jumped up for Gentleman as Skills dumps us back towards the Gentleman end. But as the push came from the offensive Gentleman, you lost No Mansion in the process. Cheese is buying time. It pinches over to KX with a shot, but it's too wide.
Just a little bit wide, but that really is the difference right now. It's a game of inches as both teams just go battle back and forth. And speaking of inches, Cheese just barely off target with that one. That was another clear that just completely caught NXT by surprise. And now you can see the adjustment. 2 players on the line. They do not want to let a random clear go into their net and that be the difference maker here in game number 3. Minute of gameplay gone here in overtime, but it does seem like NXT have had a little bit of a scare, and all of a sudden, after seeing their life flash before their eyes, they have made a lot of adjustments.
I mean, BU just saw his life and his team's life flash before their eyes with that dangerous cross in front of the net. And minute 30 now in. KX, oh, you got to be careful where you're sending that one. That's a heavy touch to Skills, but it's popped up. No Mansion, I like that. Put it, deposit into the corner. Skills, it's a good setup for NXT. KX catches it off to the other corner. NXT's offense, we're starting to put so much pressure as they race back. Skills stuck on the wall, but he dives in front of the net. An amazing save to keep NXT alive.
Oh, NXT, they're getting very, very close to finding goals, but they are also getting dangerously close to conceding one as well. I feel like right now these booming clears that NXT are trying to use as connecting passes or just leaving them exposed instead. We're seeing Gentlemen really use this utilization of transitions out through the midfield, and they're doing a good job at being just absolutely mechanical at every moment. Another good example, but the defense will not allow them to get past. 9 saves, a savior medal for every player on the side of NXT. 2.5 minutes into overtime. We are an extra half game extended, and we might not get any further. Cheesy gets the bump, but still somehow Skills gets in the way.
Skills with 4 saves. I mean, a total of 10 saves for NXT, 6 for Gentlemen. The shots have been incredible. But let's see when this overtime will ever end. 2 minutes and 40 into this game 3 with a tie series 1-1. You see how much is on the line. An important demo sets up Gentlemen, and the shot is in for No Mansion, and Gentlemen take game 3.
Oh, this has got to be unfortunate for NXT. They're absolutely having flashbacks because this is nearly the exact same goal they got scored upon earlier. The demo plays out of Gentlemen right now. They do not do them often, but when they do them, they utilize them to their fullest. Gentlemen will take a 2-1 lead here on the series. Now, they're a single game away from sending themselves to the grand finals, Lemon. This is going to be a scary scenario here for NXT.
That was a nail biter of a game 3. I mean, we even said at the pre-show video with our host, Taco, about how we probably think this is going to go to 5. You know, there was some hints of you not wanting to pick a team because you have friends, which I respect. I also don't like being wrong, so I also say Game 5 so I don't hurt anyone's feelings. But this genuinely has Game 5 vibes.
Oh my gosh, does it ever. And listen, no matter what, I'm still going to probably end up talking to these boys afterwards, just going, hey, you know, you guys played really well tonight. Just some DMs. So that way, when they do end up going back and they go, hey, what was this? I go, well, I already was nice to you. It's okay. We've evened out now. And, well, speaking of evening it out, there's a chance now for NXT to do the exact same thing and send us to Game 5 like we said. But I'm wondering if they're going to have to make the adjustments here in this game that they have not been able to previously. Again, you notice how in overtime, they get very defensive. They turtle up a little bit from the amount of pressure that gentlemen get. Are they going to do the same thing here to start off Game 4? Or are we going to see a red-hot team out of NXT that just goes guns blazing, firing at every single opportunity? Only time will tell, but Game 4 is underway, and so far, kind of a tentative back and forth, actually, surprisingly.
No, and gentlemen are stealing all the boost at these corners that NXT don't have a lot to work with. So if gentlemen keep doing that, I mean, you're just going to choke out NXT. But a long clear buys NXT some space and especially some air to breathe. But oh my god, this almost popped over all the defenders. Gentlemen, they get starting to apply that pressure. Jeez, look how extended gentlemen were, and now they start to demo the counterattack of NXT, and it's that midfield chaos we're used to from Game 3. But this is where skills, if cheese with a good challenge, it stops everything NXT's offense are trying to do.
Does for now, but unfortunately, it doesn't really feel like NXT are going to get any sort of counter going the other way. I want to see them get a response, but so far, it's been all gentlemen here in game number 4 as they just continue to put on the pressure. Interestingly enough, though, we're about a minute into this one, and neither team has actually been able to find a registered shot yet. Cheese denies another one there out in the corner. It's almost a really bad play there for the gentlemen. Instead, it's a pretty bad play for NXT, and then right back to a bad play for the gentlemen. Weird plays out of the corner as the shot goes completely wide of net, but you know what? We'll erase it from our memories and move on. This one we will not, though. Nitrous, that was an open net. What happened?
What happened? We'll talk about that in the VOD review. So, BU, okay, he's having issues controlling his bounce, but Nitrous has his back. At least the 50 goes to the midfield, another 50 goes awry, and it's both teams struggling possession, but it's in the blue end, and BU is being fast with it. Oh, he gets it above Cheese, gets ready for his own play, and what a save from KX!
Someone want to touch the ball out at midfield? No, I get not. And B, okay,
You
yeah, I don't know what's
there.
going on. This is chaos reigning supreme beyond compare. They've not only taken the crown, but they've created a bloodline as well that'll last generations, because I don't think we're escaping the chaos anytime soon. Okay, we almost did with a goal right there, but ooh, KX, they've got a flip reset here. They've actually got 2, and they won't use either one of them. Halfway through this game, we are no closer to determining a winner, and to be honest, I don't think I could pick a winner if you forced me.
No, you gotta keep your eyes on KX. He's one of my favorite shooters on just both teams and what he can do once he's in the air, once he's set up for success. But I think NXT are starting to catch on, and they're always ready for the 50 right when KX receives that pass. So no mansion. Skills force the 50 to the other corner. Nitrous too slow to it. Cheese will beat him to it. Pass to No Mansion. Doesn't even jump up for it. Didn't have a chance. So BU centers this out, and Nitrous sees if he can lead this offense to something, but Skills gets demoed. BU with the recovery, and even through all the smoke, gentlemen are still fine.
I find that smoke screen, and somehow they still are not quite able to score. I'm seeing some hints of Team Queso right now in NXT in the way that they are playing. By saying that, I mean that this is them trying to operate at pretty much peak speed. They are whipping it around the pitch, just diving at every single ball that they can. A good example there is Skills goes all the way to his opponent's corner just to get a 50-50. The difference is with Queso, the reason they're so good at this is because they don't make these little mistakes. They're very careful and not overextending in inopportune times. This is an overextension, plain as day. No one home, and KX takes advantage. And
a great bump from KX. I don't know if it's KX bumping Skills or vice versa, but whatever the result was, KX was in the perfect position to receive the pass from a great dribble off the corner. Now a lead, a small one for Gentlemen. It's not the highest scoring series, but it's these tiny mistakes and these great passes. With a minute 20, KX got demoed. Cheese, the double commit. This is dangerous, but Cheese kept control of it. Nitrous challenge, he misses it. 50 up in the air. Gentlemen still lead. KX leads us to the left side. Nitrous falls back, but that's a dangerous touch that almost centered it in front of the net. And it's back to the gentleman's zone.
They've got a minute here, but they're still overextending. Yeah, another good example there is Skills. He's just a bit too far pushed up, so he cannot get the pass. And speaking of the pass, No Mansion fakes out like he's going to use his other teammate here, but instead, KX gets in front of him and gets the bump and might just get the game as well.
KX deserves so much credit for that bump as well and the fake. It's like the Pokemon move of Double Team where you just don't know which player to look at, so you whiff it, and Gentlemen might have put a bow on this game 4 with a chance to take the series. They're leading 2-1, KX 2 wide. And Skills with a good clear, but it goes right to Cheese. Bounce in front as he just maintains control. I like that decision. If you can't take a shot, and especially if you have a shot that's bad, you might as well hold on and see what else you can do. And Skills receives us the double commit from Gentlemen. It doesn't matter as long as you get it out of your own end.
And they do exactly that, but they aren't quite able to ditch it entirely. The good thing for them, though, is this is going to take a miracle if NXT want to try and turn this around. 15 seconds to go. If they score right here, right now, they can get one more kickoff, and maybe they can get this to go, but I don't think so, Lemon. I think we're moving on to the grand finals, and I think, indeed, it's going to be Gentlemen to do so here. One more shot will go through. NXT will put it off target, but the results will stay the same. Gentlemen will finish it off in 4 and in 2-0 fashion in game number 4 as well, and they'll secure themselves the first spot in the grand finals.
Big congratulations to Gentlemen. They kept their heads screwed on after that Game 2 shutout when NXT completely blocked them from doing anything. And Gentlemen realized it was about the creativity. If you could pass it to KX, most of the time he was accurate, and that's how they're able to break through. And if it wasn't KX, you had no Mansion on that offense that was helping out. And the third man that was never letting anything through, Cheese, big MVP on that backboard. It wasn't the highest scoring game, so you got to give a shout out to NXT and how that defense went through. As we'll bring back our host Taco to get his thoughts on how crazy this series was. We were kind of jinxing the game 5, but didn't end up being the case, surprisingly.
Yeah, we're not really getting to see that game 5, but it felt like a game 5. I was just down there in production chat watching a log and just watching how many times I'm not even verbalizing anything, it's just emoting. It's just it's all goal line saves. It was just constant defensive struggle, and then I think you started seeing demos work in, and then even that wasn't always working out. So certainly fighting is the apt term. It's really tooth and nail all throughout. So a crazy display by them, and yeah, they will be booking that trip into the grand final. So Gentlemen, awaiting them is going to be the winner of our next matchup. We're going to be seeing Akrew. They had won in the loser semifinals, and they will be facing off up against NXT. So that certainly has a lot of promise for this one, and I'm not really sure which way I would personally swing on that. Lemon, at least, do you have any initial thoughts going into this next series to see who's going to be faced off against Gentlemen in the grands?
Well, I gotta say, I expected NXT to win, and I think that's because that, defense wins games like this, especially if you can counter an attack, and I think that's what they relied on. But NXT's offense just couldn't break through, and Gentlemen, their offense is good if you can rely on KX, but I think if teams start to realize KX is like a good linchpin to this team, I think Gentlemen can be dismantled. So I'm worried about what Akrew can do, and if NXT will be able to just kind of bounce back after it seemed like they didn't put that many goals up. I'm seeing, 3 or 4 total in that series. So hoping NXT can bounce back and give us maybe a good rematch if they return, but Akrew are looking really good.
Yeah, and Bassetley's looking for you, talking about Akrew. Not a team I expected to see in the lower half. I mean, this is arguably the team with the most experience throughout this bracket, getting through a lot of regionals. I don't know necessarily what's going wrong, but I mean, what did they need to focus on coming into this next match against a very speedy NXT?
I mean, the big thing they need to focus on is consistency here, because NXT are a team that can really poke and prod at those little issues that you have. Again, we look at the one desperation clear we saw at a Gentleman in game number 2, and then boom, immediately they're able to capitalize upon that when they're not able to transition correctly. So I feel like right now, Akrew might be the hotter team here, though, in comparison. As much as we're all talking about NXT doing really well here tonight, we got to remember, Akrew before this were Vibrants, and Vibrants have played in one of these AAA Challenger Series events before. They did not necessarily have their best results, so So I think they're coming back here tonight looking to prove themselves, because after the last performance they had, not a lot of people are necessarily keeping their names in their mouth after what was, I would imagine, the hottest team in the bubble scene for a really long time. So I would say that Akrew right now, they need to be very careful and not necessarily try and match the chaos that NXT are going to put out. We saw that from the gentlemen. When they played calm and collected, when they were able to take advantage of the overextension of the offense, that's when they look the best. So Akrew, you got to do the exact same thing.
Absolutely. But of course, since we've gotten so far to the bracket, it's always nice just to be able to rewind things and make sure that we're checking in on how the bracket has played out throughout the entirety of today. So this is Challenger Series 3. Lots of points on display to try to get into that Super Challenger. But looking at Akrew, 3-1 to start off the day against EXE, and then falling to the gentlemen in the semifinals. So they've had quite the run back to get to this point. Whereas NXT, they started on fire, getting 3-0, 3-1, and then running into the buzzsaw that is the gentlemen. You guys were applauding Cheese, and they were the one operating that machine. It did appear, and throughout the lower bracket, it seems to be a bit more organizational. We're starting to see some sweeps. I don't really know if that's going to be the case for this final one, but NXT, Esports, and Akrew, one of the only 2 of 3 teams remaining in this bracket, with big implications for going forward, getting those placement points, making sure you're going into that Super Challenger event in the future next month with all the momentum you can possibly get. So, of course, gentlemen, I think peaking at the exact right time. You want to get these games underway, get them cleanly through, but I am very curious to see the prospect of that gentleman rematch with Akrew in the final. But I do agree with you, Bass. NXT, so much to work with, and Lemon, I mean, going at NXT, any particular things that I think, I would say notes. If you're, settling in with the team in the Discord, you're huddled around, you got the baseball cap on and the whistle on your hand, saying, these are the points, otherwise we're going home.
I think it's a mechanics thing for someone like Skills, because he's had so many beautiful opportunities, open nets, and I think the nervousness or just unlucky circumstance, he just can't put the shot on target. I think they have some great setups. It's just about centering it into the net. And I think NXT can be a way more higher scoring game, because I'm a big fan of what they can do on the defense. I'd like to see a bit more confidence there. Sometimes they would let just rallies happen into their net, and no one's kind of communicating who's going for those challenges, and it takes a bit of time for that, for someone to lead that clear. So NXT just a bit more communication and mechanics. I think maybe with more time that'll get better. But also when it comes to a team like Akrew was the only team that could make gentlemen sweat all the way to a game 5. So I'm almost expecting, after what Akrew could do, that they probably would be more likely to go to the final, to be honest.
And I mean, there's certainly a lot of things to go for. Granted, we didn't have you on screen for that, Bass, but you gave a little look, you tilted your head a bit and saying, it's a little bit of toss-up. Do you think this is more of a toss-up match? Do you think a team comes in with a clear advantage?
I think this is a little bit of a toss-up match. The main reason I say that is because, again, Akrew, as good as they are, they haven't really lived up to expectations in quite some time. A lot of people had these guys, like I said, as pretty much the hottest team in the bubble scene for forever. They were literally the #1 team in the bubble scene for pretty much every event that we were seeing, especially during the offseason. These guys were taking names from pretty much everybody, even RLCS squads, and then all of a sudden you get into this split and they're a little bit quiet. They're barely even able to make regionals. The reason they are here is because they only made a single regional throughout this entire split. So again, I feel like Akrew on paper are probably the stronger team. I feel like NXT right now are probably the hotter team, but we're here at the end of the split. It's over. The regionals are done. This is where they get to prove themselves, and this is where I think Akrew are going to try to do exactly that.
It's going to be a lot of tough things to go down in, and I think there's definitely a lot of considerations. And this is why, I don't know about you guys, the least favorite part about trying to act as analyst is we bring up great points. And honestly, I agree with both of you. I really like the focus on getting in mechanics, but making sure you're dialing it in, finding that sweet spot, that Goldilocks zone, but also one team just has way more experience at a higher level. Maybe they're the ones to take it. By the end of the day, I think there's so many times in which we have the situation in which we have a prediction, it's going to go through cleanly, and then everything gets upturned. So I have no idea what's really going to happen here, which is why I conveniently leave myself out of predictions. But this game is ready. Hopefully you guys can find... No. See, I'm running this show, and this is how I'm going to run it. And thankfully, I don't have to really defend this for much longer, because I can just send you guys in a game. Lobby is ready. Please take it away.
There's nothing that we can really say about that, Bass, huh? He gets to just dodge that bullet. I was having my tea, and I was like, oh, you're just going to disagree with me, huh, Bass? Well, spill the bubble tea. Wait, that's actually a real thing. Whoa,
It
I
is.
just made the coolest reference.
I really want Boba as well. Man, that would be great. But hey, listen, here's the thing. Taco may have not picked which side he is, but I'm actually going to do this now. Here's how he loses this. Whichever team loses, I'm saying that's Taco's pick. So he has to come back and try and defend the team afterwards and has to try and, let's say re-solidify his opinion. Well, he doesn't know this. He, as I can see from his screen right now, I'm pretty sure he's focusing on some other stuff in the green room. So when he comes back and finds out that he has to defend whoever loses, that'll be for him to figure out in the future. Well, for right now, it's us to figure out who's going to the grand finals here, because this is the last chance here, Lemon. They've got a single chance now to try and make it. And for NXT, I think they're going to want this one back. They are not going to be happy with that loss in the uppers.
Okay, so you're telling me you have NXT and I have Akrew. Which one of us is going to get hate DMs after this? I mean, I just honestly tossed a coin and picked one, to be honest. So then I could just blame the coin. Maybe it was a bad coin. It was a Canadian quarter. I think there's a beaver or a queen or something on it. So who knows how bad it is? Because that's where my knowledge is at.
All right. I was speaking of your knowledge of Canadian currency. I do need to ask. I am curious because I've heard rumors that is it true that your guys' money actually smells like maple syrup? This was a thing that someone told me at some point. I heard about that. Like, yeah, if you scratch part of it, it's like a scratch and sniff where it smells like maple syrup.
No, that's the prank we tell Americans so they go and sniff money that has been in places you don't want to know on the human body. Okay,
there we go.
So. At least our money is pretty and shiny and not rippable. At least we can flex on that, okay? American money, it looks like dirty paper. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, whoa. We have that one bill, the 100, which has that really cool blue stripe in the middle of it, all right? That's really cool and looks awesome, and that's pretty much
I haven't touched a $100 bill since my parents paid for college, okay? So, it's just, I don't know anything about that. But no matter if you have a $5 bill or $20 bill, no matter how broke you are in Canada, your money is unrippable. As we finally get into the series between Akrew and NXT, we'll find out which team is unrippable and shiny, I guess.
Sounds like, I don't know how, that both sounds like a compliment and also sounds like a description for a Pokemon as well. Shiny and unrippable sounds like probably the best Pokemon you could catch. But, yeah, at the same time here, I don't think anybody's looking for Pokemon right now. I think they're looking for the win instead. And the good thing is we have to look no further. Let's get into game number 1 of this best of 5. Or possibly not. I think we're going to have to reset the lobby real quick, and then we will do it all over again. It's okay. 11, your favorite Pokemon in the meantime?
It's a pillow swine. Hear me out. It looks like a walking little carpet Chewbacca situation.
Yeah.
But it's lovable. I want a Pokemon that when I hug it, it won't electrocute me, it won't set me on fire, and it'll keep me warm. And it's got little horn or tusks, I think it's called. I love a pillow swine, and I just like ice Pokemon. I think I would be an ice gym leader. Okay, you're next.
Oh, okay, well, I can immediately do. I mean, you've seen my profile picture on Discord enough times to guess. It is a Squirtle. It will forever be Squirtle. I've been a Squirtle fan since the very beginning. I don't really know what it is. It's probably just the fact that I was there for when the Gen 1 stuff was going around. Despite the fact that I look like I'm 12, I'm not actually 12, so I have been around Pokemon for quite some time. But yeah, I'd probably water Pokemon until the day I die. It really is something that I've always been a big fan of. For some reason, I don't know why. For the longest time, Floatzel's been like my number 2. I don't know why, but it always has been. Just cool Pokemon, cool powers, and yeah, I guess water gym leader, if you will. And the good thing is I think we might have stalled enough time that we can get ready for this next game. So let's get into this one, and if we can, we will immediately kick this one off, and we will have our best of 5 to determine who's heading to that grand final.
I think NXT, if they were Pokemon, they'd probably be like Ghost, like a Ghastly. I see the word nitrous, and I'm thinking it's gassy. But we'll see who's going to blow up after this. Akrew versus NXT hitting the field finally in our losers final to see who's going to go and maybe get a rematch against Gentleman. As Oath, man, he meets skills halfway, and it almost was a cool deposit in front of the net. Astro with a shot, Fifi's recovering it, and Akrew, they might have to leave this one behind. But Oath is deciding to use all his boost to see if he can squeeze past some defenders.
You actually did bring up a really interesting point that I don't think I noticed before. This actually is a chance for revenge for both of these teams. Akrew got knocked down by Gentleman as well, so this is actually going to be both of these guys looking for that shot. So, Lemon, you've described this perfectly. This is a chance for revenge, and Akrew, they want it desperately. First goal goes to Akrew.
So it first starts with skills with the 50. Astra that centers it out, goes to Fifi, and there's actually 2 defenders. Nitrous tries to backflip, but couldn't read it fast enough, and maybe thought BU, and just that second that you think that BU maybe had the safe and he doesn't, the backflip goes through, it was a second too late, and Akrew get our first goal.
It's a fantastic first goal at that as well. They're really putting on the pressure, and this is why I say Akrew, they're going to be a very different team than Gentlemen here. Akrew have been one of those squads that I've been really up and up on them since they've been in the bubble scene for one reason and one reason alone. They don't... Okay, well, I was going to say they don't play like a bubble team. Usually they're very organized and are very, very, let's say, exact with their touches. Double commit on the line here kind of proves me incorrect. But, you know, other times they do well.
Yeah, that was so awkward from the defense of just circling around the corner, not challenging when you're in front of the net, and there's a wide open pass right in front of you that you could have just touched if you boosted forward, so... But it's Fifi with a chance to Oath, and the defense is almost not home, but the accuracy is the biggest struggle here. We got to pick one. And Akrew could have gotten their second goal, and I mean, so many whiffs from NXT. You could tell that last series got in their heads, and of course this is going to go in. Great job by Oath.
All right, I'm going to be honest, Akrew. I apologize. I'll never compliment you again, because apparently when I do, everything falls apart. The first shot goes off target. The second one is not going to. They will slam it home, but it's okay. Take a deep breath, and they'll be all right. 3:50 to go here. Akrew have plenty of time to keep on to this lead, and similarly, plenty of time for NXT to get back into this one. Ooh, this is a good drop-down pass, though. Fifi trying to link up with Oath. I think he might have shot it a bit wide. Oath ended up going for a backflip. It's okay, Astro. He can re-facilitate. Oath gets a second shot, and he will not miss it.
Have to watch this again. Fifi bumps the defender. Astro goes up and beats the other defender. Akrew are just absolutely dangling NXT right now. This defense, the NXT, we were complimenting this defense time and time again. Skills, we take out the Z because he performs on the defense, and I'm not even seeing that anymore. So maybe they needed more time to just mentally get back into this game, because NXT didn't do this in the last series, but Nitrous reads a great bounce off the backboard, and now it's Akrew that was asleep at the wheel.
Now, a little bit unfortunate here, because I don't really know what Fifi was doing. He just kind of extended a bit too far out of the goal, drove right back into it, and rather than trying to get prepared for the shot, he kind of just accepted his fate and let that one drill into the back of the net. It's a beautiful play from NXT. I don't want to take anything away from it, but this game number 1 feels a lot more chaotic and a lot more sloppy than I was expecting here. Both sides making some errant touches that have left them exposed, and ooh, maybe some desperation challenges as well. Skill's now going to have a numbers advantage. They go the other way. Fifi, though, to turn it away for now here. Scary situation, but Akrew, a desperation clear will buy them some time to breathe.
Yeah, with these one-day tournaments, it's, of course, a test of skill, but a test of resilience and how long you can perform at your peak for so many hours. It's in front of the net. The double commit from Akrew, but Fifi steps forward, dumps it into the corner, gives a chance for Oath, a great dribble into the air. Nitrous is right below him, and a great catch. Even gets above Fifi. NXT's defense is starting to level up. It's a bounce that BU reads well, but NXT need to get this away. The pressure is mounting for this offense of Akrew.
Ooh, but that's a really good touch there out of Nitrous. He doesn't panic after the 50-50, leaves him in an awkward position, so they're able to buy some time and allow the rest of the team to get set up on defense here, and because inevitably, Akrew are going to go right back to it. They've got so much pressure right now, there is no way they're going to let NXT out. I was going to say, without a really good clear, and that could be the one. Nitrous off the bar, and it will drill into the back of the net. NXT find the equalizer from the transition.
Answer after answer. No team has a decisive lead, and even though Astro tried to save it, you have to hit those or that's gonna go in, especially when there's the one-man defender there. 3-3. We go into the second half with 6 goals later. Astro's going almost to bump people. Now you have a 2-man offense of NXT. Oath riding up the wall, but he gets demoed as he tries to glide this through for a clear. I'm wondering who's going to catch this in the midfield. Nitrous with a soft touch gives over control to Oath, to Fifi, back to Oath, but it's not on target.
Oh, look at that touch. No, Fifi, he intended to drop that backwards for Oath, but Oath didn't read it, and then he gets bumped into from bad to worse as Akrew had so much pressure and such a nice play. They still do. Astro, he's just got to put it on target, but it's right out to BU here. And despite overwhelming pressure for the last minute or so, still not a solid shot on target yet from Akrew. They have the majority of the shots in this game at a total of 10 versus the 7 that NXT have here, but unfortunately most of these shots have been kind of just lackluster. They need to find something here, Lemon. They've got about 90 seconds to go, and at this point, we're in golden goal scenario. The next team to score is most likely taking it.
Astro with a good bounce to the corner, but like that Skills not letting that through. BU jumps in the air, beats Fifi to it. It's about to drop in front of the net. Skills gonna center out a little bit for Nitrous. Good challenge from Astro. Denies that opportunity for NXT. But in NXT, they will keep this in the zone. A good demo, but it hits the cross as Oath is going to try and clear this. A good flip above a defender, but NXT's offense is relentless.
Yeah, they really are just so overwhelming right now. But the good thing is the Crew have finally found themselves a little bit of reprieve, and with 40 seconds left, they can start to, I was going to say launch an offense of their own. I think Fifi had a little bit too much faith in Astro there. He started going for the demos in net while Astro was still trying to figure out how to get it back to center. This time, Fifi won't go chasing for demos. He will get prepared for the pass, and they'll keep the pressure up. 30 seconds to go, and if a Crew can lock in NXT into their half and just keep this pressure up, they might be able to find a goal before the end of regulation, or maybe on the other end, NXT can find one instead. Good facilitation there as BU just kind of dismantles the defense and gets them into an awkward position, but Skills, they might not be the best idea, my friend. You give a lot of time now for a Crew to possibly set up the final offense of this game. Astro pops it out, though. That's not the touch he was looking for, so Nitrous will try and go for the dunk, but if this one hits the ground, which, I was going to say, I think it will, maybe not. NXT going to keep this up. We could go to overtime, and indeed we will. They'll let it drop in 3-3 overtime, game number 2.
It's almost nice that they let it just hit the ground. I think both teams needed a reset, both structurally and mentally, as BU winning the kickoff gets above 1. I think Skills getting in the way. Nitrous demos Astro, but now they bring it back to their own end and couldn't really capitalize on that 3v2 scenario. And now you're taking your time in your own zone, and the Crew have these scary challenges, but it's like NXT are baiting them forward so they can counterattack even harder. As midfield possession gives back over to Akrew. Overtime in game 1, I couldn't think of an even better losers finals. Both these teams want that rematch so badly. BU up in the air, Oath is gonna meet him. And that offense is stifled. Skills with a shot, double commit from Akrew right in front. As Oath saves it again, but who was gonna make the space for Akrew? NXT are not letting go.
No, they really are not. Neither team, though, is giving any room to breathe here. Look how quickly Oath is on the follow-up in the corner, and he might even have enough of a follow-up to put a shot on target. Skills will turn it away, but it's a desperation save at that, and NXT, it's desperation touch after desperation touch. But Akrew, they can't find a touch at all. Fifi can only get a 50-50 and pops it out to mid, and a minute into overtime. I called this game, too, going into overtime because of the fact that it feels like we've been here for a millennium. Neither team is giving any sort of room. This one could go on for another 12 minutes here, Lemon, or it could end right now. BU a good touch of the backboard. Skills on target, and it will happen. We could have gone on longer, but NXT are determined to take game number 1.
Minute 24, and it's a 50 that drops right down, and Skills is there, and Akrew were just too slow. There was a player from Akrew right on that left post that was just not sure whether to jump for that, whether to wait for the bar down shot. That's a tough call to make. And NXT, it was so back and forth, but they come out on top in game 1.
Do come out on top, and you can just see from the scoreline here just how incredibly volatile this entire thing was. Saves on both sides, a decent amount of shots on both sides, the demos flying on either end. Crew definitely taking the majority there at 7, but at the same time, the ball touch is about as dead even as you can get. Seriously, across the board, these two teams are about exact on paper. And that's what means that we're going to have a really good series here, Lemon. There's no way we're avoiding it. I know we haven't gotten to a Game 5 yet, but something about this one just makes me think we could get there.
But all of our goals happened in that first half, that first 2 minutes. And I think when both teams just committed so much on the offense and they saw, yeah, you're scoring, but then the counterattack is right there and they're getting a response every time, they decided to dial back. And that pace of play was about those midfield 50s. And then that's when just an inch forward that NXT were able to get. And that got them into the NXT zone. In the Akrew zone to eventually score. But it was so back and forth that it really, like you said, wasn't a team being better than the other.
Yeah, that was just, it's about as even as you can get right now. The question is either one of these teams going to find the advantage here in game number 2 and really set themselves apart from the rest? 5 minutes to go here in game 2. Obviously a full clock on the way. Question is whether or not we're going to see a breakaway play early, because like you said, most of the goals were scored at the beginning of that last game. If we can see someone set the tone here in game number 2, it would be massive for their confidence, especially considering the fact that NXT, they're a team that thrives off of confidence. If they can find a second game in a row, this will be a very scary scenario for Akrew to come back from.
Fifi's a walking tornado, and now he's getting punished for it. He loose circled while his team was getting into offensive territory. He just circled and demoed people, and then the play went the other way, so he has to be careful. What a great save from Skills. Nitrous with the dribble. Fifi reads that well. Stops it at the midfield, and that's when Astro can take this away. Oh, BU, we hate that bounce, but Skills got your back, thankfully.
That was the scariest play we've seen all day, although it might be followed up by the scariest play we've seen all day as well. Akrew desperate to try and find a clear here on their back end. They will not. Nitrous is actually going to try and facilitate his team, try and carry that one through the air, and he won't actually facilitate anyone because the entirety of the rest of NXT are all the way back into their own half. This is something we've seen before. NXT, once they start feeling the pressure, they get very passive, and it can result in a lot of extra space being given to everyone on this Akrew side. Skills, though, another desperation dump, just kind of puts it away and immediately into the hands of Astro. Will send it back into this half. A little bit of ping pong as neither one of the teams is really holding possession for all too long. Just booming clear after booming clear right now.
No one's just too extended, and I don't think solo plays are gonna get the... Wait, I'm just kidding. Did I say that? Did I say that? I'm an Astro, man. He could solo all day. I'll watch it, for sure.
Finally, someone besides me gets the caster curse. You've seen this enough times to know that this is the first time probably in my life that someone besides me has the first caster curse. I will take it, and also so will Akrew. They find the first goal here of game number 2, and that is a heck of a way to shake off the rust from the... What? Okay, never mind. I was going to say shake off the rust. Apparently both teams still need to do that a little bit. Yeah, I can't escape it. Come on, give me like 5 seconds. Just one game without it, please.
So funny. But yeah, and I was about to say, just solo plays, I think just the defenses from both teams are so strong that you're going to need some kind of passing play. And at that point, it was Fifi to Astro, who then led into a bump to a defender. BU, nice backflip, but it's not far enough to get to Nitrous in front of the net. But Skills, well, he'll bring it right to you. It bounces off the ceiling to Nitrous. First half, we went from 6 goals into game 1 into a first half to a first half game 2 with only 1 for Akrew. But Fifi, he's trying to dribble this pass. He has to dump his whole body just to get this into the orange half of NXT. But there's no commitment until Oath gets a shot, but it was already going to be too high. But BU makes sure there's not going to be a rally.
There will not be a rally here, but there will be some more offensive pressure out of Akrew, and there will be a weird touch out to the corner here that no one wants to get in the way of. Skills desperate to try and pop this one out to the side, and he will do exactly that, but drop down back to the center, and Fifi dives at the ball. Akrew are making NXT very nervous right now. You can tell by the way that they are sending the entire house at this defense, hoping that something sticks, and they might have found it. BU, a really good touch to the backboard, is now going to make Akrew dig in their heels a little bit further and try and play out here. If we can find an equalizing goal at NXT would be massive, but they do need to actually put a shot on in order to do so. The entirety of the team will retreat back into their half, and with about 100 seconds left, they got to restart this offense all over again.
Astro to Fifi, Nitrous. Okay, he's getting bumped, and this is Skills to the backboard, but Astro is there, and you still can't bait Akrew to get out of their own half as everyone is committing to this ball. Skills all the way back. Now we're back to a minute 18 with a still 1-0 stalemate for Akrew, but an important one for them because it's NXT leading the series. Skills again with the backboard. Can't connect these passes, so they're trying to use that back wall for some leverage, but now they're getting demoed as they trespass through the Akrew territory, and NXT are left out to dry, and this is a good shot. It hits the left post, and Akrew come out with nothing. But Fifi, he needs a friend to pass to. He's got no boost, but if he can maintain control, he starts to fall back for resources, and Akrew have left the zone, which opens a chance for NXT to counterattack.
All right, I'm going to pick my words very carefully, because last time I tried to compliment Akrew, they immediately fell apart. This, though, is what I was talking about in game number 1, where Akrew are a team a cut above the rest when it comes to the way that they play in the bubble scene. They wait for their players. They trust every single one of them. They send that second man to try and desperately challenge at the first, and all of a sudden the third one can rotate in. The way that this team communicates is by far above the rest of the entirety of the bubble scene, but every time I try to compliment them, they whiff the ball ball on defense, and NXT take advantage.
So that pass from Skills to Nitrous into the double tap, dangling everyone in front of the net with 17 seconds to spare. NXT stay alive, but we still have time on the clock as Astro gets a shot in. Skills puts it into the corner. Golden goal territory. Oath, he's getting scary. He puts it in front of the net. Astro dives, but BU saves.
Oh my word, and that might just save them the game as well, because wait a minute, that's actually bounced. There's a chance here, but Fifi needed to make a connection. He was expecting the defense to pop that one up, so he wasn't going to try and go for the ball. But when they let it drop, NXT send themselves to an overtime, game number 2. We're going into 2 overtimes in a row. I literally would not be surprised by any stretch of the imagination if this entire series is played out in overtime.
Akrew kicking themselves because NXT tied with 17 seconds. It's an open net! And Fifi scores for Akrew! And now they tie the series 1-1.
Oh, Skills, I respect the challenge, but that's a little bit too bold, my friend. Just try and buy time for your team. They're going out towards the side of midfield, and it inevitably would roll into the corner, and then by that point, you can challenge because you'll have someone back on defense. But again, this is unfortunately an issue we've seen from NXT multiple times here today. Their offense is fantastic, but when push comes to shove and their defense gets put under pressure, they can make some, let's call it unfortunate decisions that just leave them in such inopportune positions. That is a perfect example right there. NXT lose game number 2. Akrew will tie it up. We gotta hope this doesn't get to their mental. We saw what happened last time after NXT took a pretty brutal loss, and it was not pretty.
And it was really NXT who had this half and half start to the series and kind of making these, like you even pointed out at the start of the series, it was sloppy. But then when we said NXT was sloppy, then Akrew were making the same mistakes, and you had this crazy game 1 with 6 goals in 2.5 minutes. And once both teams, they calmed down, we went into an overtime, 2.5 minutes of nothing else. Game 1 ended 4-3 for NXT, who squeaked by on these 50s. And you have this game 2 where, you know, you're a fan of Akrew, but they weren't dominating the game 2 and they were barely holding on to it. And it was 17 seconds that NXT squeaked by, but could not deliver in overtime.
I mean, the real way to sort of prove here that we're saying that Akrew still have a little bit further to go, they had 10 shots in that game and only 2 goals. 20% from the field is just not going to be enough, especially in comparison when NXT are shooting 1 for 4. So it's just one of these things where it feels like right now Akrew are desperate to just try and find pressure and offense against NXT and hoping eventually they find enough of an opportunity to score upon. I want to see them facilitate this one a little bit more. Like I said, they're a very, very impressive team when it comes to their bubble passes and the ability to sort of use themselves as an offensive weapon. It's something not a lot of other teams here in the bubble scene have been able to do, so I want to see Akrew live up to the expectations, and I also want to see them score off of this. Oath has got the entire defense sent into a tizzy, but one eventually takes the shot, and Astro, he's not even going to be able to keep it on the half. Oath will have to do that himself, but Akrew starting off with the first offense of this game. If they can give themselves a good goal to start out, it would be massive for their confidence.
I'm seeing Nitrous live in the Akrew net. He's just waiting for that long pass, but it's going to be tough to connect on that. Yeah, Akrew had some great, that's a shot that I thought was going to get blocked, and Skills gets above the defender, and what a great flick.
We've seen a lot of these, just these weird plays out at... I can see what happened there. Astro thought that Oath was going to be able to get back, but then afterwards, Oath called. He had no boost. Astro tries to turn around, and by the time that they recognize no one's on defense, it's not going to happen. A little bit of miscommunication there for Akrew, but it's okay. They've got 4.5 minutes now to try and turn this one around, and again, this is only game number 3. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to take advantage of this, and maybe also try and figure out a little bit of a better defense here. Nitrous will not capitalize. Oath gets in the way. Probably should have been a goal for NXT, but also probably should have been a save for Akrew. Hats off to you. That was phenomenal.
Yeah, great pinch from BU, but Akrew just not going to let that one slide. Great challenges as Astro gets this offensive Akrew sparked up. Skills 50s up to the ceiling. Now we're slowing down this ball. We're buying time for the defense to get back into position because I think both teams are hoping to bait these defenses forward to find these gaps. It's all right in front of this blue net. Nitrous being slow with it to the upper 90, and a great save by Akrew as we're still left with NXT in a lead.
Oh my, these guys are just pulling our heartstrings right now. Back and forth, and as much as Akrew looked like they could find a goal at any moment right now, they still have yet to get a solid shot on target. The singular one from Fifi earlier before this. They also are at least causing some chaos here, but they're still desperately diving at the ball. Fifi has to make a last-second save here, and again, Akrew getting exposed from these transition defenses right now. As much as NXT look phenomenal in the way that they are playing, I don't feel like they should have this much offensive pressure, considering that Akrew have been, I don't know, they just look like they're more well-rounded, so to see them in this much of a fluster here in game number 3 with their defense, it's surprising to say the least here, Lemon.
Yeah, I like how both teams are a lot more methodical, but they're also taking less risk. And speaking of one, Astro tucks it into the upper 90 to tie the game.
All right, this is a negative angle. This is just absolutely filth. Fifi gets the bump, tries to go for skills. Astro has about an inch to slot that one in. Will do exactly that. Beautiful way to get yourself back on the board here for Akrew. But they need to do more than just that. Like we said, Lemon, this is the game that really hinges the series here. Winner of this moves on to series point and can send themselves to the grand final with just a single win more. So who's going to do that here? Halfway through game number 3, and this should be a goal for Akrew, but they weren't quite prepared. That one drifted in net a lot longer than Fifi was expecting.
Oh, it was just going so fast. No one had time to react. You got that midfield chaos again. Astro going to bring it where the defenders are not living. Good dribble in the air. Skills with a good challenge. Now, where are NXT to try and clear this? Oh, this getting fancy with it. The double tap, the pinch in front of the net. Fifi too slow to touch. And the double commit from NXT. Make sure this goes back in the corner.
Woohoo! We're getting spicy here. With 2 minutes remaining, we're seeing a couple of desperation plays come out of both teams as they're just hoping to make sure they can interrupt anything. Speaking of interruptions, NXT read that pass 12 days away, and they are able to now get an offense together. Nitrous with a good 50-50. Not quite able to body Astro here, and Astro is able to body Oath, though. Not quite sure why both of them committed on that ball, but it's not going to matter much because they can keep the pressure up. 100 seconds to go here, Lemon. A lot of good offense for Akrew, but still not many shots to show for it, and honestly, not many shots on either side. 3 apiece here, 6 total for the game. So whoever starts to unload these shots might just be able to take this one.
Oh, Nitrous tried to set up his team. Astro read the play perfectly. Now a counterattack for Akrew. It crosses in front of the net. Good challenge from BU, but Ult with a shot. It's saved by Skills. And this is a chance for NXT to go to that right side while Akrew were not there, but they're still having issues making space, and BU needed to read that bounce, and so he does, because Akrew were waiting to get a goal and a shot in with a minute left. It's a tied game. You gotta be careful. Skill's a little too slow. Probably doesn't have boost to get back into position as it's back and forth in NXT. They've been living in that Akrew zone. It's almost going in, and it does. Oh, the shores of it. Akrew take a lead.
Oh, and this is why we're saying every single time, it's one little mistake that has separated 2 squads there. A single errant touch out at midfield will send that into the position where Astro can get it to Oath, and Oath can slam it home. The only good thing about that is that NXT, you've got 55 seconds left. You are not out of this one yet. You just need one more good offense, but you do need to get an offense. Desperation dives out of midfield will result in nothing, and they will have to battle back from their own half if they want to try and get this one.
I mean, yeah, NXT have these long clears, but no one's really ready to receive them, so you're making space but not doing anything with it. Nitrous up in the air. BU, maybe got to pass to someone here. Nitrous is ready on the right, decides to pop it up, and then it's back to Akrew's side. And now it's a shot from, oh, thank God BU was there. NXT cannot afford Akrew to get another one. 20 seconds left. It's only a 1-goal lead. NXT can work with this, but they got to have the confidence to go forward, go for that push. It's a missed touch from Nitrous. NXT struggle to keep possession. It's in the blue zone of Akrew. A pinch, it goes to the back wall. NXT, no one's challenging. The 50 goes back to the orange end of NXT, and as the ball lands, Akrew will take 2 games in a row.
It will indeed, and now this is where we start to see NXT get a little bit nervous. We've seen this before. This team really thrives with momentum, so as they go into this potentially final match of the series with very little momentum in their favor, I gotta hope that they can settle their nerves and play this one well, but we are seeing a bit of an issue to what we were seeing before. I think NXT have kind of overcorrected themselves here. Only 4 total shots throughout that game versus the 8 we saw from Akrew, and while that's not necessarily a minuscule amount of shots, we need them to be a little bit more in the face of Akrew here. We were saying they were overly aggressive before and need to prioritize defense. Now they look very timid on defense and are allowing too much pressure. So game number 4 going to need to be a big one here, Lemon. If they can't make these adjustments, unfortunately, I'm thinking that's the end of the night for NXT.
Yeah, because there's not I can't really think of someone on NXT that shines on that offense. I think they all do a good job of being at the right spots at the right time for the defense. But when push comes to shove, as you pointed out, who is that person? Who is the spark plug to NXT to be like, we have the ball, let's go and take that risk? Because I'd rather them take risks and get punished than do nothing at all and get scored on.
That's a big thing here, but unfortunately, it's been calculated risk the entire day. For these little openings have been what have separated these two teams. So it's now or never, Lemon. They've got one last chance. Game number 4. If they can do this, they can battle it back and possibly take it in game number 5. But they're already leaving the net open from cross-court shots. Animal Crossing team living up to their name as they really are doing a good job of getting crossed the way.
A couple of shots in, but NXT not letting it through. Nitrous is getting more confident.
Oh, no.
And that's a dangerous mid-touch, and Skills has to use a lot of boost to get back. As Akrew get nothing still. Skills, he's taking his time with it. He's got all 3 defenders on his back in NXT. I mean, I'd love to see some demos to free up a play like this, and it's a bounce that BU redirects away from the net, and Akrew get nothing yet.
Ooh, that's a nice shot, though. A little bit too planned out. Oath is able to read that one ahead and unfortunately cuts it out. But that actually kind of does lead me into the next point I was going to make about NXT right now. This is a team that individually, all 3 of them are very skilled, and that just kind of goes to show it. Rather than trying to play this one a little bit cheeky, going for these passing plays in the final third, maybe someone just needs to step up and be that star-studded striker that we were looking for. Who's going to be the one to lead the charge on offense? How about they lead the charge on defense? Again, overcorrection here. NXT get desperate to get some offense, and as a result, they abandon defense.
Yeah, and that's usually Skills who's that third man back, or at least is willing to commit those resources, but couldn't get there in time. And when you leave the red carpet to your net, I mean, a cross-court shot goes in. You don't even have to need a star for that offense. But Nitrous, man, he's dangling Fifi and it hits that post hard. As you see NXT trying to recover this, go in for round 2. It's tough to maintain that control. BU's got a good dribble, and he gives it over to Nitrous. It's to a backboard. We need to see that third man, but Skills knows he doesn't want to take that risk. Akrew, they could have beat him to it, and that's a flopped opportunity for NXT.
Oh, that was a very scary opportunity for NXT as well. It feels like right now they are on the edge of a cliff here, just kind of teetering. If they do it right, they can stake their claim on the cliff, and all of a sudden they've got some new property for themselves. But if they do it wrong, they're falling straight on over it. 3 minutes to go here. NXT looking like they're still in this one, but they've got to stop Astro as he goes cross-court. Once again, living up to the Animal Crossing name. These guys go one end to another and do so completely uncontested.
Oh, look at this dribble, and even BU couldn't get a lip on it. Astro has been a big star this series. He is stepping up. And despite even Fifi getting that open court, open net shot, it's a kickoff that's going towards the net. The right post is getting it. Nitrous dives to see if he can maintain possession for NXT. It was a good bounce. Nitrous still needs some help. He's hoping to pass this to Skills. He was a little too far forward. He still has it, but a 50 just nullifies the speed of this ball. NXT now, they're committed forward, and they're starting to fall back because they don't want to get punished on this.
Oh my word. I gotta say, Fifi, you've got the weirdest on-the-line defense, and I say that in the most complimentary of ways. You have the weirdest positioning, and it always works out. Speaking of weird positioning, Oath tries to read that one off the ceiling in the most unique of ways, and Fifi will just get in the way to keep the pressure up here. Halfway through game number 4, Akrew have a very solid lead at this point. 2-0. I believe that's the largest lead we have seen between these two teams the entire series.
Yeah, and then let's see if NXT can close that gap in the second half. We got a Rule 1.
Yes.
Kiss. It's not. Oh, it is still. Oh, it's no. It's still February. You can do that. But anyway, Akrew. Well, they're working on their 3rd goal. Yeah, fun fact. First time casting Rocket League, I called that car kissing, and then I got taught Rule 1. So Astro Nitrous going at it. Let's see. BU has to go around him. He's not even going to interrupt that, as Oath has his car in the way. Fifi does what he can in the net. Now Oath is demoed, and you're starting to worry about what NXT can do on that offense. Looks like that Rule 1 might have been cleared out. Oh, it's still going. It's still going.
We're still trucking along here, and don't worry. You might have, called it the car kissing initially. I called it Rule 1 on an OCE stream, and then proceeded to have the entirety of the chat and the casters in the booth tell me that it's not Rule 1, it's Rule 2. Regardless, we're not going to get into semantics. Yeah, exactly. We're not going to get into the semantics of what that is called. At this moment, it's going to be called a disadvantage here for NXT, because they need to utilize all 3 of their pieces if they want a chance to come back into this one. Flip resets like that out of BU are going to do a whole lot to keep the pressure up, but they need more than pressure right now, Lemon. They need a shot, and they need it right this moment.
boy, Fifi to Astro. He's like, I'm busy with Astro. I'm busy with Nitrous. Just mind your business. So we still have a 2-on-2 and still freeing up that player. I mean, two strong players are just out of the picture. It's a long clear and Fifi just can't stop the inevitable. But NXT, they're starting to climb back.
All right, so are we going to have a goal this game that isn't just a desperation clear going the other way? It's been 2 for Akrew. It's 1 for NXT at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another for NXT here. 50 seconds to go, and I will say this much. I don't expect Akrew to abandon their defense nearly as much here. They only need to hold on for 50 seconds, so they have no need to try and put offensive pressure. Oath is going to play defense. He's going to do it on the ceiling, but he'll play some defense.
At least that was broken up. We can have all 3 players involved this time. BU, he don't need a man. Oh, he got bumped and loses track of it. See NXT, can they still keep this offense going? Can the pressure mount? Skills tries to bump Fifi, who tries to pass it to Oath. It gets intercepted. Nitrous gets demoed. Now this offense of NXT is weakened in a crucial 15 seconds where they need to tie this, or Akrew will go to the finals, and sure as heck, they have put the cherry on top.
All right, well, I asked for another clear cross court. I did not ask for it to go in favor of Akrew, though. I wanted to see overtime. I wanted to see Game 5, but Akrew did not. They wanted to see the grand finals, and they have punched their ticket back in. NXT, you were doing real well today, but unfortunately ran into 2 teams that have got a lot to prove here. Akrew and Gentlemen will meet up in the grand finals, and I got to say for Akrew, this is some very sweet victory indeed. They want to prove themselves. They want to show why they've been a new signee and why they are worth it. And they've already done that. Akrew punched their way into the grand finals. They will meet the Gentlemen for one last best of 7 to determine it all.
Oh, this was still a really good series. And like you said, this Game 4, that was the strongest lead we've seen in NXT. It just took them so late. I mean, the only goal they had was just in this last minute. It was a struggle to get that offense going, but that was our criticism of them through the 2 series we've had them. Their defense is spectacular. They don't give up goals, but man, they can't get any goals either. So I think once they work on that, they will be an incredible team in our AAA Championship Series. But congratulations to Akrew, who go and meet the Gentlemen, as I'd love to see what Taco thinks, because we've been trying to curse this Game 5, and it's just not happening. Maybe the finals will have that, but it's not even a best of 5, so I don't know.
It's entirely possible. I mean, curses, I'm not a superstitious person day to day of my life. I'm not stepping on cracks and getting worried, but when it does come to casting, I do fully believe there is some ethereal magical forces at work, because I swear to God, every time I'm like, this is definitely Game 5. It's not, or no possible way this gets a score here, and then something happens. So, I mean, we did see some funky stuff. We saw that Rule 1 actually going down in that final match, which I thought was kind of interesting because, 1, respect to the players going through that, but also, that was the time they were able to score. The only way they could get the goal through is by literally taking a player off the field just as a sacrifice. So it's a very interesting thing. So NXT, great showing, but I do get that matchup I was hoping for. We do have Akrew. We do have a Gentleman in that upper final. That was a Game 5, but in best of 7 best, do you think that swings a different way?
The one reason I might say yes is because of the fact that A, Akrew has already lost to Gentlemen here tonight, and B, it's a game advantage now. That is the big difference here. The fact that Gentlemen do have a game to sort of feel out at, not NXT, excuse me, Akrew here is going to be massive, because I have a feeling Akrew are going to look very different from the first time they saw them here today. They look a lot more organized. They look very lethal with every shot that they are taking, but similarly, I don't know, Gentlemen just seem like they weren't making mistakes. Out of all the teams we have seen here, aside from the couple of times that they left their defense open, which, I mean, we've seen that from pretty much every team here tonight, I really do think that Gentlemen were pretty precise on every touch they were making.
I really think also that Akrew were just such a momentum-based team when they went up against Gentlemen in that semifinal. They either were scoring 4 or above goals or getting shut out and doing nothing. So maybe as a few more series have went on for Akrew, they can kind of find that middle balance between, okay, committing on the offense or over-committing on the defense, but just being right in the middle. Because I'm worried that there was 3 shutouts in that Game 5 that we saw.
So it's all about how you finish, not how you start. And, of course, we started the day with that matchup, and we're going to end it with the same game advantage going to the Gentlemen for going through the upper bracket. But everywhere, don't go out of your seats, really, because we're going to be right back with the grand final. It is, Gentlemen, it is... Sorry. out of breath already. Just trying to get through. It is Akrew. Almost said XD, but no, it is Akrew. They're getting it done against Gentlemen, hopefully, to see who's going to come out on top as the champion for the AAA Challenger Series event number 3. We'll be right back after this.
Our grandfather built it with his own 2 hands. It's been through 3 generations, going on 9 cribs. It's had a couple of facelifts over the years. The 70s weren't so kind. The scuffs and the cracks are just memories. And some have been patched up, others preserved. So when we talk about this house, we do it with love, not through some chatbot.
I completely understand. You know what?
Hello, everybody. One more match is all that is required to determine who is going to be the champion of our AAA Challenger Series event number 3. It is Gentlemen. It is Akrew. Gentlemen have gone through the uppers, and they have that one game advantage. But Akrew, they've been resurgent on the back half, so I'm back here as Dater Taco, joined with me, Lemon Kiwi, and Bass from the Past, and it's been action-packed all throughout. I'm glad the games have been living up to that billing, but I need something juicy here in this grand final. Lemon, do you think we're going to get that out of the series?
I think so. I mean, the last time these two teams met, we had the semis, it was a game 5, we had shutouts, we had blowouts, we had everything in between. And look at these rosters. I mean, I think mostly for Akrew, I think Astro had the coolest shots when it came to the offense. And Gentleman, KX, what he does in the air, he should be like an Avenger or something, because he's incredible.
I totally agree with that. I don't know if Avengers are accepting applications, but send that email. You know, put yourself out there. That's how you get those opportunities. Bass, anyone particularly standing out to you? I mean, we've seen both these teams on stream, but is there anyone that you feel like there might be a question mark beyond their name to see what's going to happen with them and how they will influence this series?
I think I'm going to stick with KX here because, again, for those that are not familiar with this Gentleman roster, initially Gentleman came up before even being Gentleman, or before getting signed. It was, I believe, No Mansion, Cheese, and Blaze. Blaze is a very good individual player, most recently playing on Farmville with, I believe it was Mektos and I want to say Wunda Mike, and then that team disbanded. But Blaze was a really good player. He was very good. So when, like I said, Gentleman made this roster move after getting dropped by Integrity, a lot of people had some eyes on KX going, are you really the guy to fill these shoes? And yeah, he is. He's proven himself. He's made it back to RLCS. He's in the grand finals here at the AAA Challenger Series. And now more than ever, I think is a time to prove himself. This is a roster that I think is very capable. This is a player that I think is very capable. But if they want to prove it, it's got to be right here, right now.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing about these types of tournaments is that I'm watching everything swing through. So I do want to grab quick predictions before we get into it. Granted, we do have that one game advantage. So you guys get to deal with the really fun aspect of, is this game 1 or is it technically game 2? Or how do we really dice that? But going to Lemon Kiwi first, who do you think comes out on top of this one? I will spare you guys and actually give my opinion this time because I did some reflection. I did feel bad about last time. But Lemon, starting off with you, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking Gentlemen got this because you got the one game advantage. Like, you just have such a big thing going for you. How do you mess that up? And I think they're a solid enough team that they beat them before. They'll do it again. They looked good against NXT. KX, once he gets going, once he ramps up, once he gets a pass, there's no stopping KX. So I gotta go Gentlemen all the way. I'm sorry.
Bass, differing opinion?
I mean, every part of me wants to pick Akrew. Every single part of me is saying that this is the time for Akrew to redeem themselves. But the other thing is also, I don't know, Akrew looked very sloppy when it came to their defense in that lower final. Not only did their defense look a little bit, let's call it haphazardly, it also just looked like their shots weren't as lethal as what we were seeing out of the Gentlemen. So I kind of got to go with Lemon here. I agree. I think that Gentlemen just looked a lot more solid. So I'm going to back Lemon with this one and also say Gentlemen.
All right, now I'm just going to go through just some spice in here because I can't have some unanimous desk here. I'm not saying this isn't Akrew. This is the crew to be able to go forward and get the victory. I think they do it. I think that they're going to engineer something magical. But at the end of the day, I know it's just going to be a great series. And fortunately for everybody, it is ready. So enough of me. I'm going to send it off to you guys. Please take it away.
All right, our grand final of the AAA Challenger Series event number 3. I am so excited. $1,000 Rocket League game series is about to go down. We have the crew and then the gentlemen. And I know we're pretty excited on gentlemen, but you know, Akrew, they just came off of a win. You can't discount the win momentum factor.
Like, there's a really big thing to say here about momentum. We've seen it tonight. I mean, to be fair, it's not only just the momentum, but it's the confidence that is built from taking a good win like that. A lot of people have been looking at NXT. They are, in my opinion right now, probably the most consistent team in the bubble scene. They have been making more regionals as a bubble team than pretty much anybody else out there in the scene right now. So to take down NXT and do so in, I'm not going to say spectacular fashion, but after that one loss, they really did look a lot more dominant. So I would say that for right now, I am pretty impressed by what Akrew is doing, but this is where they have to pull out of the stops. If they even drop a single game here, this is going to be a very, very tough uphill battle.
And I know I was kind of laughing during the lobby, not at nothing that you were saying, of course, but I like always seeing test lobbies where people form little happy sandwiches, maybe friendship sandwiches, maybe they were just AFK the whole time. But Oath also got our test lobby goal, and I have some kind of superstition that whoever scores in the test lobby wins the first game. Any thoughts on that?
All right, listen, man, everybody's got their own superstition. I'm not going to disagree with you. At this point, apparently, the only person who will say that it's not true is probably Taco, who apparently doesn't think superstitions exist, except for in Rocket League. So now I'm actually going to take that back. Maybe he does agree. Maybe he does agree with that. I don't really know, but I don't know. I might have to agree with you on that one. Just a little bit Krongay. I don't know. Maybe.
Krongay? I've never heard. We'll get
Never
into
heard that one?
game
Oh, that's my favorite one by far. By far. Cronge and Krongay and like Kringay. All of those ones are all of my favorites. Just never saying cringe correctly.
I thought it was like Spanish or something, but
wait,
what? I'm gonna translate this final for y'all. All right, gentlemen, they stay in the upper bracket. No one has touched them except Akrew so far. So gentlemen have a 1-game advantage. Let's get into our actual game 1 of our AAA Challenger Series, game 1.
Here we go. This is, like you said, a $1,000 game at this point here. The team who comes out on top will take $1,000 in their pocket home. Team in second place also takes home $300. Not necessarily a small amount, but it's more than just that. Like we've been talking about a lot here today, the points are also going to matter. For both of these teams, this is their first appearance here, or well, actually not their first appearance in the AAA Challenger Series, but their first appearance in the Grand Finals. The Crew have been here once before, signed as Vibrants, but for gentlemen, this is a chance to prove themselves and punch in some major points. Either way, they take a decent amount home here, but Lemon, the difference between first and second, we cannot understate it.
Yeah, gentlemen had some really good pre-jumps on the defense after some sick redirects from Akrew, and it got a little sketchy there at the start. It goes back to the blue end. KX almost received a great pass. Fifi stops it in its tracks. Cheese and No Mansion working the left side, and I'm seeing KX on the right, but the passes aren't going to connect yet. It's a counterattack from Akrew, and now we worry about how do you maintain that possession once you cross over, because we've talked about how good these defenses have been in previous series before.
And the defenses have been really stellar so far here today. It's really been about can you find ways to make them uncomfortable and penetrate as a solid offense. So far, neither team able to do so. Neither team even able to put a shot on the board here. A minute 20 gone, and it's kind of been exchanging blows at midfield here. 50-50 after 50-50. That probably should have been the first definitive clear all game, but as Oath side flips, it actually could come back to bite them. No Mansion will get beat out and sent to the backboard, but the pressure is on now, and gentlemen might just be able to find the first strike.
I think it's coming down to, everyone's challenging, forcing these 50s, but it's about who can beat the other team to the ball and make a play on it as fast as possible. As Fifi dumps his body to the wall, Oath with a patient shot. Great save by Cheese, and now you got some demos to stop the momentum that Akrew have been accumulating, but it hasn't stopped yet. Oath and Fifi, though, they're kind of bumping each other. Astro with a good bump off the back wall, and it's a 50 up in the air as it lands down. Astro capitalizes, and Akrew take a lead.
I don't know if this is dumb luck. I don't know if it's calculated. I don't care, though. This is incredible here. Cheese just gets thrown into no mansion there. Astro gets a free ball. I mean, I don't think it's intentional, obviously, for Cheese to do that, but they were kind of forced into that by the physicality in front of the net. Well played here to everybody on Akrew, and this is the way that they need to kick off the series. Like we said, this is technically game number 2 here. If Akrew win this one, they just even it out and send us to a best of 5.
I mean, even that kickoff was fire. You had a backboard block by Oath. He gets pinched to the other side of the field. Fifi gets past one defender! And that's all he needed to do! Akrew with a big lead.
This is a brilliant play by Fifi. He knows no mansion is going to challenge, so what does he do? Side flip early to delay himself just a half a second. Rather than going for the initial 50-50, he just kind of makes it awkward enough that the defense doesn't know how to read him. Brilliantly played here, and this is why we say Akrew, there could be some momentum from their last game here. They are very clearly feeling themselves with these plays, but bumps like that might just be able to shake them a little bit. No mansion, not able to find the follow-up touch, but I will say, I do like to see this little bit of back and forth. The gentleman can also come alive. We can have a hell of a series, but not if Astro can get in the way. He will deny the offense for now.
Yeah, in this first played game, Akrew, even in the semifinals, they come out swinging. Their first game in the semifinal, it was 5-1 for Akrew, and it's almost going that direction where it was 2 minutes to 2 goals, but you see, gentlemen are putting on the shots. They can't use that backboard, though. Akrew won't let them. But gentlemen, can you get some more power on this ball? Cheese receives the pass, and he delivers.
Okay, we gotta just take this one and appreciate it. Notice how Cheese, it is subtle, but he fakes like he's going left and then shoots right. His car is directly pointed at the left side. Every single defender thinks he's going left side, and he puts it perfectly top right bins. A hell of a way to get on the board, and a heck of a way to instill some confidence now in this gentleman's squad. 2 minutes to go. They can absolutely find the comeback, but they need to get past this defense again. Akrew just in the face of every single one of these gentlemen's shots.
Now you're only down by 1. That's something you can work with. The aerial carry, 50 right down. KX in no mansion, receives the pass. Go in front of the net. He has to get fancy with it, and a good dribble to Cheese, but a good save by Astro. And Fifi makes that space with the demo, relieves the pressure, and he just walks that one in. 3-1 for Akrew.
Again, just the physicality here. Fifi gets the demo on the wall out at midfield, and not only that, but Astro just goes chasing in case anybody comes around. Cheese may not actually be able to get there, but he was certain not to when Astro is playing nuisance ball like that. 2-goal lead here with 90 seconds to go. Technically, it's possible for gentlemen to turn this one around, but I have a feeling that Akrew, they're about to even out the series. And
come on!
I was going to say they guarantee it with that. They might have just actually given up the... Never mind, no one can hit a shot right now.
And that could have been the hat trick for Fifi, too. He's gotten 2 goals this game. All right, here's a chance, Fifi. Your head's looking pretty bald. You're looking for a hat, but Akrew, they just can't. They just can't get through right now. That's with the accuracy. That's the nerves of the grand final setting in. Oath, man, he wanted the shot. It's a double commit from Gentleman. All 3 on that ball. Gets pinched to the other end, and Astro dives to save it. KX, he's ready to set up. I think that's no mansion mid. But this is where Gentleman is starting to lose that momentum until Cheese is ready to bring it back, but Astro clears.
I do like that this has turned into a little bit of a back and forth here, though. It makes me think that maybe Akrew just came into this one a little bit hotter than their opponents, so from here on out, we'll have a much more back and forth gameplay. The gentlemen do technically have about a 1-to-1 ball game looking at the back half of this one, so I'm liking this. It's a lot more even than the first half of this game, and it's a lot more even as we go into the last 20 seconds. Gentlemen, I think at this point are just going to look for a goal for the road to try and reinstill some confidence and keep this one close and show that, hey, Akrew, you guys might have been able to get one up on us early, but you will not have it happen again, especially with passes like that down to the center. Cut out, but you can see, gentlemen have finally come to life, and as we've got a best of 5 from here on out, I am ready for it.
Yeah, Akrew for giving that 1-game advantage that Gentlemen have, and maybe we gotta hold our tongues on those predictions after we thought Gentlemen were gonna look that just that much better. And Akrew with that win buff from the losers finals, Fifi especially came swinging and almost had a chance at a hat trick. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I've been a big fan of Fifi for so incredibly long. I've been seeing this guy as he's progressed through the bubble scene, and really the progress that he has been able to make has just been phenomenal at that. There really are too many words to describe the way that this guy has to come up in the scene, and he's stepping up big here for Akrew. They really are showing themselves as a very solid contender to take this entire thing. But again, you never really know. Gentlemen, I don't think that was properly representative of them there, Lemon. I think that they've still got a little bit more to show us.
think so too, because Akrew have had some really good passing plays. I think all of their goals have had assists, and Gentlemen, I think, haven't been able to have even the time to think to go for those, because we know they're capable of having some insane redirects. I think the one goal Gentlemen did have was off of that, but we know we were hyping KX for that reason. If you set him up, he will get the job done. But I think just being able to live that long in the opponent's zone and be able to set up that play and have the time to go for it is, without someone challenging it and ruining everything, Gentlemen just need a little bit more time. And that means you have to play quicker on the ball if you want to get ahead of Akrew.
And that's a big thing here, is that Gentlemen, they are on paper probably the speedier team. We've been talking about how Akrew really use rotations as a trio to be able to facilitate a lot of their offense. Meanwhile, Gentlemen, I'm going to continue to state it, them and NXT, really teams that mimic that bubble scene playstyle that we see in EU right now that is so prominent with teams like Queso, teams like Williams Resolve, teams like even 00 Nation and Guild to a degree, where it's just desperation challenge after desperation challenge. But there is why it works out. When you're that fast and you can get to balls when they're halfway in the goal, you're absolutely going to be able to run that strategy.
Fifi with almost the nastiest double tap I've seen today, and he couldn't get it past the goal line. It was so close, but it means such an incredible save came out of Gentlemen at that moment, and they're going for round 2. Oath, he bumps a defender, and Astro gets it past the line, and Akrew will start off our game with a goal.
Astro, my goodness, that is something else out of him. Just barely able to sneak that past the 2 defenders. He notices that he's got to rush this one. He's got to read it out of the corner and does exactly that. With 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining here, there's plenty of time for Gentlemen to come back into this one, but Lemon, I'm starting to think that maybe Akrew, they might have found that spark of life we've been looking for.
They know that they wanted revenge so bad, but Cheese, this is a good balance. KX in the upper 90, and the response is there. Gentlemen won't go down without a fight.
And there we go. That's what we've been looking for out of the squad for quite some time. And this is the game we're looking for as well. This doesn't look like the defense is playing lackluster. This looks like the offense has turned it up a notch. Dial set to 11, and with 4 minutes remaining, I have a feeling we're about to see an absolute brawl back and forth.
Yup. No mansion, though. Cross field, Cheese pinches to the corner. It's got a lot of power. And Fifi tries to put it out mid, and Gentlemen are keeping this ball in the zone. And Cheese, he goes past the defenders, and it bounces right into their hands. And that's when Gentlemen had to fall back for boost. Astro, he's getting quick with it. He's looking for the pass. Oh, too far back. And Akrew, we're looking for the bumps. It heads towards the Akrew net, and an important save by Oath as Cheese almost squeaks by. And man, it's so back and forth about these counterattacks, and almost a chance for Fifi there too.
The one big difference in this game that I'm noticing, though, is look at how much time and space is being given to both teams. They're respecting each other, and almost to too much of a degree, because you can set up plays like that, but KX can get in the way. There's the reason why they're giving space, and there's the reason why you should not give space, because if that shot had been a little bit more powerful, there's no way KX is getting back. But at the same time, that's why they're taking that space. They want to be prepared for these shots. They want to not necessarily have to make these last-second challenges to desperately keep it out of their net. With 3 minutes remaining right now, I think they're just desperate to get it out of their half. Gentlemen feeling a whole lot of pressure as Akrew really starts to put it on and see if they can find maybe the go-ahead goal.
Yeah, Akrew doubling the shots that Gentlemen have, which isn't by much, but it just tells you about who's controlling the first half of this game. Akrew up in the air, an important save by Astro. Now Fifi's desperately making that space. KX is all up in his business. Cheese free in the center field to no mansion. The double commit from Akrew. Cheese wants to keep it going, but Fifi brings that momentum to bump Gentlemen off the play. And it's Akrew that need a goal after Gentlemen are just out of boost.
At this point, it just feels like someone should have been able to find an opening here, but back and forth, neither team wants to fully commit themselves. They are so scared of giving up an easy goal that they're just playing players on the line and getting prepared to send these out towards the midfield. Good example is Oath clears that one out with some vigor, but it's not going to get too far here. It's right back into their half, and Akrew have to be careful here. 2 minutes remaining. If they give up a goal right now, it's not going to be the end of the game, but it would definitely make it a difficult comeback for certain. No mansion, though. That's not going to make anything difficult. Oath very easily able to clear that one away. As we drop under 2 minutes remaining here, Lemon, it is still anybody's ball game. It could be Fifi's, but he puts it off target. Huge opportunity for Akrew. Gone awry.
That was a great shot by Fifi, and you saw that Oath was looking for the bumps on the defenders to create just a small gap to slip that one by, and we're still at a tied 1-1 game. Off the backboard, nope, cheese to KX, and not even the pass to counterattack, but it's shoved into the net, and Akrew take a lead.
And there it is. A late lead for this team is going to be massive for a number of reasons. One, it's the fact that you can see, gentlemen, we're starting to get desperate, and they finally take advantage of an over-aggressive defense that pushed way too far out to midfield. But not only that, this would be the second game in a row for Akrew, and at this point, as much as this is technically game number 2 and we're even at the series, that would mean that all of gentlemen have yet to take a game in the series. They come into this one with the game advantage, and that is the only way they've gotten on the board thus far. Oh, but I might eat my words if they can even it out right here. 75 seconds to go, and gentlemen will tie us up.
Every time Akrew do something, you forgot about the KX factor, and a great pass to make that all come true. KX has had both goals for gentlemen, and every time Akrew score, gentlemen have the immediate response. We're at a stalemate 2-2, and that's where the kickoff matters, where this goes, and it's Akrew that could have led that charge, but gentlemen surrounded it, and it's Akrew thinking twice about how far they want to push in.
They really are having to think twice about pretty much everything right now. It feels like both of these teams are just not second-guessing themselves, but they're having to be so careful with these bold decisions. They do not want to make the wrong one and cost the team the game, and this is why we say that. Bold challenge on the defense, sees it raining from the sky, but unfortunately they cannot get in the way. Cheese and errant touch. KX tries to make up for it, but unfortunately they will not. Akrew take the lead.
Astro close to that hat trick. He's got 2 this game, and if gentlemen don't intercept these passes, you ain't gonna stop what Akrew have in store for you. KX just brings it to the other side of the field, but he's got so much power. It almost, because of that challenge from Fifi, almost centered it out, and Fifi demos a defender. And Akrew can take advantage of this, but it's about what Oath can set up. Astro has to help him out. Fifi's doing backflips in the back scene. He needs some boost. He needs some help. Akrew, they're mounting that pressure. And you got KX bumping people in the midfield, making Akrew uncomfortable, and finally, gentlemen can leave their end.
And we'll be able to leave their end, but can they find themselves a solid offense? 15 seconds to go. They've got about enough time for a singular one. No Mansion, he's going to be the one to start it off. 50-50 against Astro. He's going to win that pretty heavily. So Cheese, he's got an open net, but Astro barely able to recover and keep that out, as well as win a 50 in the corner. He'll send this one to the ground, and Akrew will take their second game in a row.
The only game gentlemen have is one they never even played. The reward from the upper bracket, but Akrew fired up from their losers final, and they are looking so good. Their passing plays are unstoppable, and gentlemen have, it's a low scoring game in terms of what Akrew have done before. They put 4 or 5 goals, no problem against any other team, but gentlemen, they were so good at getting in the middle of most of the plays, reading them before they happen. But as soon as gentlemen lay their eyes on the wrong person, Akrew sneak by with only a 1-goal advantage and 2 games in a row. Now you're starting to wonder, can gentlemen win a game at all?
It's really starting to creep in not only our minds, but I have to imagine it's creeping in the minds of the gentlemen as well. They've got to be careful here, because I have a feeling the mental's going to start depleting pretty heavily if they do not get this game. And to be honest, I can understand why, because if they lose this next game, all of a sudden Akrew are on series points. So this is going about as awry as physically possible here for the gentlemen. I say here, more than ever, they need to win this game, Lemon.
They need to, or I just don't. I've lost complete faith in gentlemen. I gave you my pride. Do not make me look silly on stream, okay? You haven't lost the series yet. Don't make the grand final the one you drop on. You still get money, you still get points, but gentlemen have worked so hard to get to this point. Have not had a single dent in their armor. We start our regulation game 3, and we'll see if gentlemen can stand up at all.
I have faith in them to do so. I really do believe so, but this is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. I think another big factor we've got to point towards is I believe Akrew had the first goal in each of these games, so it's one of these things where they need to try and give themselves just a boost of confidence out the gates here. If they can score within this first minute, it would be massive to just sort of shake off all the errors from before. But again, this is what makes it difficult to get past Akrew. They have such tight rotations that if you try one single pass in the midfield that they can read, they will cut it out before you can even blink. But can't you cut this one out? That is, it may look like an error. That was Cheese playing this one like a fiddle.
Oath prioritizing boost, not even going for a bump, and I think because he just took such a long turn, that could have been saved. So I'm gonna put that one on Oath, I'm not gonna lie, but all of the defense asleep. Gentlemen, in the first 30 seconds get a goal, and hey, signs of life.
Signs of life at this point here, but again, signs of life are one thing. Being able to definitively take this game is another, and it does feel like they need to definitively take this one. Not to necessarily get a win on the board, but to also shake Akrew and show that, hey guys, we're going to give you a fight for your life. And oh my word, they are indeed fighting on the back half right now. Scary scenario once again as Gentlemen just have to try and get it off their half, and maybe they can get some shots instead. The shot just a bit off target though. A chance for Gentlemen to solidify their lead, but unfortunately can't quite hit the mark.
Yeah, and almost could have made something happen off the cross, but Akrew, they do not let you play in front of their net for that long, except if they take a detour around the boost. And Oath, he's trying to make up for it. Fifi's going to help him out. They're guiding it through the left side. Not a lot of boost available for him. Fifi's going to start depleting what Gentlemen have. And it's about what No Mansion. Can you get that insurance goal? But so far, it's a standstill.
It's a standstill back and forth, and Gentlemen, they're going to be loving this right now. Considering the volatility of this series, they do not want to see Akrew find themselves some extra momentum out of nowhere. Unfortunately, they've got a long time to hold on to this lead here. 3 minutes to go, and I don't think that they're going to end with a 1-0 scoreline, or at least I don't suspect it. I can't guarantee it, considering the fact that Akrew have been really struggling to find any offense here. Usually we talk about how they have the overwhelming amount of shots. Here, as about we get to halftime, they only have a single one registered, Lemon.
Yeah, and even when Gentlemen, they just push it through to the blue end, Akrew are always meeting them halfway. It's a long pinch, and Gentlemen had already rotated back for boost.
Demo.
With that demo, that opens things up for Gentlemen, but they're taking their time with it and almost too slow with it. Couldn't really break through the two remaining defenders. Astro to Fifi. Is Akrew getting ready? Oath in the air, gets past. It's off the backboard. The double touch denied by Cheese.
Oh, that's just not right. I mean, listen, I get why Cheese saved that, but I wanted that in more than anything else. But this one, you can understand why he saves it, because he's quick enough to get to the other end. Cheese beats out every single defender out of midfield and easily facilitates KX.
This is now getting out of hand. The second half, or the first half, Gentlemen, 2 goals. Akrew, nothing yet. You had 2 games in a row. Now, Gentlemen, they're here. They're warmed up after that break, waiting for the losers finals opponent to come in. Now getting in their heads. See 2 minutes left. Astro looking for Fifi's pass, or looking to pass to Fifi. Steals the boost. Oath in the air. Great challenge by No Mansion. It goes back to the Gentleman corner. And Akrew, well, they're trying to accrue some kind of pressure. It bounces back. Oath, it's a little too far forward. No Mansion gets the touch, and it's the 3rd goal for Gentlemen.
And this is why we're saying it's the littlest thing separating these two teams. A single missed touch out at midfield is enough for the defense to completely crack wide open. And 3-0 it becomes, and I think we're finally starting to see the Gentlemen that you and I were raving about before the series even began. And unfortunately, this is also the Gentlemen that Akrew we're hoping to avoid no matter the cost, but hey, a Spanish kickoff's going to open up some space here. A good demo going to mean that Fifi cannot get the shot. She's going to get in the way. He'll put it off target, and what was a brilliantly executed offense and kickoff has completely just been stifled.
Hey, Cheese, what you gonna do with it, huh? Oh, to KX, but it's up in the corner. And look at that counterattack. Thankfully, No Mansion didn't get greedy. He's all the way back. Akrew have gotten nothing yet. Minutes gone by. Oath gets demoed. Maybe a way paved into the net. Astro buying time for his 3rd man to get back. And Akrew just don't have a lot of boost to work even to transition this into an offense. They take a second to do that, and look who comes swinging. It's Gentlemen. A minute left. 3 goals. It seems impossible for Akrew to salvage this at this point.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on now. The caster curse ain't done for the night yet, and neither is Akrew. First goal will go in. 53 seconds left. This is not going to be easy, but it is definitely doable.
2 goals, yeah, in a minute, definitely doable. If it wasn't going to happen there, it wasn't going to happen ever, I think. Fifi, he almost had the hat trick in previous games. That was No Mansion from Gentlemen working on that currently. Oh, Cheese, that's a good drop down. No Mansion tries to at least keep possession going, brings it to the left side. She's about to receive that pass, grabs the boost. He can be fancy with this until Fifi challenges. It's up to KX to salvage this for Gentlemen. It's in front of the net, and no one from Gentlemen can die for it.
Oh, and speaking of die for that, I don't know if you saw that, but Akrew, Fifi started going head hunting as he just dove into the half and went for some demos. Oh, it's going to do the same, so I think right now they're just trying to open up some space and maybe get themselves one last chance. That's a big one, but no one can beat out Cheese. A huge opportunity, 10 seconds left, and I think at this point, Akrew have at least found themselves a goal. They've reinstilled some confidence, but they will not be able to turn this game around.
These gentlemen keep themselves alive in the series. They prove that they can win games. I think that's what's most important, because in this grand final, I mean, gentlemen before this only got the upper final advantage game, but took them a while and they're back 3-1. Gentlemen are in this. It's still it's what, 2-2 now? So tie series, Akrew, all of that work has now just been neutralized.
It has been neutralized, but beyond being neutralized at this point here, it's also important to notice that that's the first game that gentlemen have technically won in this series. Yes, they come into this one with a game advantage, but that doesn't really matter if all of a sudden Akrew take advantage of you and go 2-1. So I'm loving this. This is exactly what we were hoping for here. Akrew, red hot coming into this finals, and gentlemen, they have finally woken up, gotten their morning cup of coffee, and now they are ready to take on the day and take on Akrew as well. We've got a best of 3 from here on out. This is literally going to possibly determine this series, because the next team to win moves on to series points.
Look at those stats, though. 12 shots to 4. You're tripling the shots of your gentlemen. Based on shots alone, you're dominating. Of course, looking at the number of saves, yeah, good amount, so they're on target. And a win's a win. Gentlemen controlling that offense, and we'll see if they'll be able to lead the series after now this game 4 that's about to start. And Akrew, though, I don't think you worry about that. It was still okay, I won't say it was close. It took them a while to score. So I'm trying to give some caster credit, you know?
Hey, listen, at a certain point, you got to give them the credit, because Akrew is playing well right now. The unfortunate thing is that I think this is one of those scenarios. We always talk about this, everybody's got a game plan and how to win a fight until they get punched in the face. And that's exactly what happened there, is that Akrew, they were cruising along, getting jabs in, and a good right hook to the stomach out of nowhere. And then all of a sudden, gentlemen hit you with an uppercut. You're stumbling backwards and going, what the hell just happened? And now they have figured it out. They have figured out this is going to be a brawl to the bitter end. There will be no easy knockout for either side. So, Akrew, if you want to try and find a rebuttal, it is right here, right now, to slow down the gentleman.
And even just looking back at the upper bracket semifinal, when gentlemen won games against Akrew, it wasn't by more than 3 goals. It was a 2-1, a 1-0, and a 1-0. So they're almost more determined at that point to shut out what Akrew are doing and just squeak by on a couple of goals. And we'll see if that's the same strategy into this game, as we almost got a deposit into the bank for Akrew. They always start these kickoffs so hot, but it just can't go by the defensive gentlemen.
Close, but not enough is unfortunately the kind of the motto here today. We've seen it so many times as teams get so close to finding goals. Another good example here is No Mansion has a pretty free lane from the multitude of demos out at midfield, but still not even able to technically get a solid shot there. They will be able to retain some offensive pressure here, but not if this one goes awry. Little bit off target, but a 50-50 out of midfield from Akrew is showing that, yeah, this team, they have also woken up. They are diving at everything right now.
That's off the ceiling, Cheese. I was not expecting that angle off the ceiling. Was going for the double touch, and we've had a close call from both Akrew and gentlemen already in the first minute. I mean, this spells how exciting this final's gonna be, and Akrew could just not shove this past the defense, but they'll go in again.
Well, that's a good touch from Fifi out of midfield here. I thought it might be able to facilitate a little bit more offensive pressure, but instead it's getting popped to the sky, and they'll have to restart again. KX isn't even going to let them again. I still rate gentlemen as a much faster team than Akrew here. I feel like they are going to be a little bit speedier every single one of these balls. But usually Akrew are able to counter that by just being in the right position at the right time. And all of a sudden, though, it looks like gentlemen are reading their rotations, so not only are they beating them to the ball, but they are cutting out options before they can really even develop here. Uh-oh, but not when they make mistakes on defense like this. Cheese, he's faked out. That is brilliant shooting from Astro.
And it all started from the Fifi bump here. Kind of messes up No Mansion. He gets lost in the sauce, and Astro capitalizes, while Cheese was more worried about hanging off the upper 90. And Akrew, oh, they're still here, and they're still Akrew. I hope at least win or loss, they still are a team, because they're looking amazing. I'm looking forward to seeing how they'll develop more, but KX pops it up 1, and knows the last layer of defense that kept that out.
I appreciate that he goes for the second touch there. I don't really think it was necessary. It actually might be detrimental as, oh no, Oath can get in the way of both of the shots. I was going to say, it gave a little bit extra pressure to Gentleman, but apparently Oath's just trying to lull them into a false sense of security. He says, all right, you want to take some shots? Who cares? I'll be in the way of every single one. And he's still getting in the way. They're trying to move through this corner, but they will find everybody from Akrew in the way. And now they're going to be able to run to the other end of the court. Halfway through this game, Akrew have definitely found a response to the overwhelming game we just saw out of the Gentleman.
Oh, Cheese almost had a nice setup off the corner. He had so much freedom. You see, KX was trying to center himself out to receive the pass, and the bounce didn't go through the way they wanted it. And we're still left without a Gentleman goal. But it goes in, and Cheese doesn't want to use too much boost in case he's going to the air. A double commit from Akrew. Fifi recovers it. Astro goes for a demo. Someone needs to take a shot through the smoke. Oath gets it done.
You can see the hesitation here from Oath. He saw the double commit. He knew that Astro was going for the shot, so he did not want to jump until he had a clear lane. And that one wasn't even clear. No Mansion almost able to actually make that save, but in not being able to, Akrew will go up 2-0 here. And Gentlemen now have got to try and just find their first goal on the board, and then they can work from there. But like we said, Lemon, this is an important game. Gentlemen do not want to lose this one. If Akrew take this, all of a sudden they are on series point, and they are on series point, and a shutout means they will have massive momentum going into that potential final game.
Gentlemen need a goal just to have something to work, just to make this close, to make it possible. And every time they get close, you have these long clears from Akrew that's costing Gentlemen resources they can't afford. Cheese looking for the pass to KX. KX is looking to bump Fifi or even demo him. As Gentlemen just need to connect on those, and that's the creativity they've used before. How we lean on someone like KX to execute on these goals, but still nothing for Gentlemen as they're back on the defense.
They're back in the defense, and they're not really looking all too confident on defense, especially when Astro is trying to set up Oath. I think that Oath was expecting Astro to just let the ball go, but when he gets one little last touch to try and doomsy it instead, it's going to put them awry. The good thing is it's not going to be the end of the offensive pressure here, and also might not even be the end of a defense. I don't know what's going on at this point. I'm getting a little bit flustered as... what is going on here? Gentlemen, usually a very organized team on defense, but I don't know what that was. It was just a desperation clear. All three players dive at the ball. 50 seconds left. They're getting an offense together, but Lemon, I'm a bit nervous because Gentlemen are looking very scrambled.
This could be an offense. Hey, even have no Mansion off the backboard. Cheese is bumping Astro out of the way. KX is bumping so many people too, but where is Gentlemen ready in front of the net for a pass? I mean, you can't even get the pass going, let alone receive it. Cheese and KX is a shot, no Mansion, trying to bump Astro out of the way. It's not going to be the case. And Akrew continuously deny, and man, do they have an answer to what Gentlemen just brew up. A 3-0 scoreline for Akrew with 20 seconds left.
Oh, beautiful pass, beautiful shot, just all around. You can see Akrew are in their bag right now. A 3-0 after the response after the Gentlemen decimation of that previous game. Yeah, this is why we said these two teams are about as even as ever, and they were going to exchange blows back and forth, but the unfortunate thing is that they haven't exchanged this one. It's more just been Akrew throwing haymakers and landing every single one. 3-0 going to be the final scoreline here, unless Gentlemen can maybe get one for the road, but I don't think so. They might actually get scored on again. No, they will not. This one will hit the backboard, and I think Astro, he's going to spike this one on down and send us to game number 6. Akrew on series point at this point. They need a single game, and they walk away as the champions here of the AAA Challenger Series event number 3.
At least with the 5 shots that Gentlemen did have, you have 4 saved from Akrew, so you know that the shots are on target. And we even said at the very start of this game, there were so many close calls from Gentlemen. But it honestly came down to once Gentlemen got into those corners, they weren't able to really get those good bounces, those good passes in front of maybe to someone like KX that would be mid, but really it was KX and Cheese that were trying to set up the plays. And No Mansion maybe not used to being that person, but he was that person in game 3 when he got the 2 goals that they had. So I'm wondering, just Gentlemen are just getting met halfway by Akrew, and then as soon as Gentlemen need to commit more people to that front line, Akrew send it right back down the field and punish them every single time.
That's a big thing, is it's that punishment that we're talking about. Again, it feels like Gentlemen were able to get away with a couple of little mistakes here and there earlier in the day, but now that Akrew has warmed up, and now that they are starting to play with a solid rotation that we were so complimentary of before, it's going to be a much more difficult place for Gentlemen to find those little weaknesses and take advantage. They may be the speedier team on paper, but if they can't actually use that speed to their advantages because there is no gaps, they've got to go back to the drawing board here, and they've got to do it right here, right now. Game number 6 underway, and unless we see the adaptations out of the Gentlemen, this could be the very end of the series.
Up Akrew on series point. $1,000 Rocket League game. Cheese. I mean, the pass is coming. Molasses slow, and Akrew had enough time to brew themselves some tea and then challenge, and they got it. So these close calls, man, you gotta get more speed on the ball if you want to sneak past any of these teams. And this is where Astro, he's trying to get faster, but Cheese reads it like a book, and he's got the help of No Mansion, but they just can't get it in until now. Gentlemen are on the board.
I'm sorry, excuse me? What is this? Cheese drops into No Mansion. Fifi's like, obviously I've got an easy clear here, but Cheese, he's just too fast. Again, this is why we give the speed advantage to the Gentlemen. You just don't expect shots like that, and honestly, it's going to take the entire lobby by surprise as Gentlemen find an early advantage.
I didn't even think that was going in. The front right tire, the very tip of it, if a round tire has a tip, that's what they hit. Gentlemen, man, first minute, that was sick. And that's the type of rally you almost need as this quickly gets turned around. Cheese ready in the middle of the net. Not going to let this one by. Gentlemen, I mean, you're happy with 1 goal, but you're going to need more if you want to get past the Akrew who shut you out in game 4. The responses are almost so quick as Fifi just can't cut that angle over in the corner.
They're trying their best here, and ooh, that's a big bump from Cheese. It could have opened up some space. And if Gentlemen find a second goal here, it's not just the fact that they find the second goal that is so influential, it's also the fact that they're able to just kind of build momentum in their favor. Now when Fifi is ripping off shots like that, though, for now they'll just have to try and play some defense and desperately clear this off their half. Cheese, though, that desperation clear is going to land right into the hands of Astro, who is not going to go for a follow-up. Instead, let the 50-50 go to Oath, and maybe all of Akrew right now are playing this one, I was going to say a bit patiently. That might be not patience. That might be a little bit of distraught and just chaos, if you will, here. 3 minutes to go, and all of a sudden, from a really solid rotation from Akrew to just absolute panic on the defense.
Now it's 2 shots from Gentlemen, an ironclad defense, the counterattack there. Cheese is the only one in the net. KX looking to bump Fifi. Astro helps him out, and Akrew still can't get a goal because Cheese has to go above them. And the clear comes through finally for Gentlemen. If at that, because Akrew are patrolling the center field, it's back to the blue end, a long clear, and it's back and forth. Look at Asher just chase KX around, and that's what Fifi used to do in other games, as both of us have pointed out. Akrew can get aggressive and bring that physical play, and I want to say it was Gentlemen that had more demos, so that kind of demand can really deplete your resources, maybe get you out of position, and that's where these teams could be trying to capitalize. No Mansion with the dive. KX bumps Fifi, and it still doesn't go in.
It feels like these demos are starting to become just frustration on the side of Akrew here. They've been trying to find some sort of offense, but every single time the Gentlemen defense has just gotten in the way. So they're like, all right, you want to be in our way? We're just going to remove you. And so far, they haven't really been able to remove them at the right time. A good demo out of midfield will open up some space, but geez, he might be able to get back. Instead, he has No Mansion off the spawn, who has to make the save. KX will get a demo on the other end, but they might have overexposed themselves, and indeed they did. They tried to get into the demo meta, and although they tried, all they did was expose themselves. Akrew to equalize.
No, just beats. I think that was No Mansion to the ball, and a shot from the right corner goes in. A tied 1-1 game. The response was slow, but all that matters is that it happened. We go into the second half 1-1 with a tied, or sorry, not tied series. Akrew in a series lead, series point for $1,000. And it's not even over yet. Akrew working on this offense. But as Fifi left the left side, that's when Gentlemen were able to finally make some space. But what can Oath do? He passes to Astro. Everyone's getting demoed a 2-on-2. A lot of confusion as both teams reset.
One big thing right now, though, is we're starting to see a lot of boost starvation on the side of Gentlemen here. They're desperate to get this out of their half just to buy themselves enough time to collect a couple of pads and get back into this one, because a lot of these touches have been lackluster, but finally No Mansion picks up that 100 out of midfield, and was going to say he might be able to facilitate something for his team, but as they are sent packing right back into their own half, it does feel like right now we're back at a similar... Oh my word! Just a gentleman from before where they have a great offense, but the defense is in a panic. Defense could have been prepared here. I still don't think you're saving this shot.
No Mansion didn't know what to do. Couldn't pre-jump, couldn't intercept the pass. You just have to let that one go in, and that's what we talked about. If you have those passing plays in the air, there's no defending that. You have to intercept it every single time. 2-1. Akrew, if they can hold on to this for the next minute, they'll be $1,000 richer. And gentlemen, we know they will go down without a fight, but they let that one in.
They might not go down without a fight, but unfortunately for them, this fight is getting a little bit too one-sided. They've got some bruised eyes. They've got themselves a little bit of a tizzy here as they're stumbling to find their footing, just trying to get a couple jabs back in. But now they need to find a way to counter this knockout blow. Akrew have found themselves one more goal, and with 50 seconds left, all they need to do is hold on, or they can just force an own goal. Either way, it's a cherry on top. It's poured on the gravy, and it's the win for Akrew in 46 seconds.
I'm seeing No Mansion. I don't want to put people on the spot, but it was 2 defensive mistakes that allowed the last 2 goals in. He couldn't lead this ball and just really hold control of it when he went for the challenge. He fell right down, and then Akrew regained possession and scored. So that's rough. 40 seconds. I mean, it was forgivable with the 1 goal, but multiple in a row. You're scratching your heads if you're a gentleman. You shouldn't have given up in the last minute. But 30 seconds, gentlemen, you can get fired up one last time. KX waiting for the push of Akrew, and Note says he'll take it. Cheese is hugging the corner as No Mansion has to make up for it. Astro with the challenge, Fifi with the recovery, and gentlemen couldn't keep that push going. It's a chance for KX to score, and he does with a little flick above the defenders.
Oh, I wish this was about 10 seconds earlier. If this was 10 seconds earlier, I would say that they have the time, but the unfortunate thing now is that, gentlemen, they literally need 2 perfect kickoffs in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you believe in miracles, but you gotta believe right now, at least for the sake of the gentlemen, there is a chance this is winnable, but they need to score right here, right now, and as Astro gets in the way, they will delay enough time that I think it is set in stone. Akrew are your champions of the AAA Challenger Series event number 3. They take home $1,000, and they also take home 25 points, which, if I'm not mistaken, that might put them in the lead. They already have 12, so the combination giving them 37 has absolutely secured themselves a fantastic position going into the super events.
Because there was nothing polite about gentlemen knocking Akrew into the lower bracket, and Akrew, they slayed United. Team EXE were out to take down NXT to go back to the final to get their revenge against the gentlemen. Akrew are your AAA Championship Series number 3 winners, and that was a heck of a series.
Indeed it was. It was everything we could have hoped for and more. The only thing I would have liked to see, if we had been able to get to that Game 7, I would have been so incredibly happy, but today was determined. We aren't seeing any Game 7s. Usually, the way that it goes for you and I, Lemon, is that we always end up having the longest series physically possible. Today, we left that to the front half. They get the Game 5s. They get the extended series. They can deal with that. And, well, we can deal with the victors here today. Congratulations, Akrew, and, well, we've got one other person who might have some opinions, because guess what? We picked gentlemen. One person picked Akrew, and that is Danger Taco. Danger, I'm going to give you the floor, my man. It's time for you to strut.
I mean, thank God that I predicted that because my brain is massive and not for the sake of variety. That's the biggest relief that I was thinking to myself. It's good to be correct. But no, to be honest, yeah, game number 1, it does go to gentlemen, but Akrew came out of the gates and they were just smacking people around. Gentlemen are being gentlemanly. They're saying, okay, let's have this be a fair fight, and Akrew's kicking sand in the eyes. It was crazy to see, but that's what I like about this format is that even with 1 game in, it's not a complete blowout. You're not going to see anything too crazy. We're going to be taking a look at the bracket here just to see really how we got to this point because, my goodness, we started the day, it felt like, with Akrew and gentlemen, and we ended it in the same fashion. Lemon, I mean, you would predict gentlemen because they were looking pretty clean, but like, did this come out of left field?
It was weird. I think Akrew started to realize what made gentlemen tick, and it was those passing plays up in the air. And that's what I just didn't see much of for Gentlemen except for that game 3, at least the play at game 3 I'm talking about, where Gentlemen smashed them. We said they were tripling the shots. It was 3-1, and really Akrew did nothing in that game 3, and that's when you thought, okay, that was Gentlemen's first game win. That's when the turnaround was starting to happen. It only goes up from here, right? And it just didn't. Then Akrew shut them out in game 4, and that's when I'm like, okay, never mind. Gentlemen are getting in their own heads, and I think they honestly beat themselves.
And then, I mean, anything outside of that, like what was happening in that series? There's a lot of twists and turns, and I did not see it on the map.
I mean, the big thing for me is it just feels like once Akrew finally did find their form, if you will, they just kind of ran with it. The momentum was so far in their favor that they just didn't allow Gentlemen to ever find a moment to break it. The only time we do see that is that singular game that Gentlemen get, and it felt like Gentlemen, that was an overwhelming victory in their favor. So I think that Akrew, when they were feeling confident and when they were having momentum in their side, they were just nearly unstoppable, and they proved that here tonight. I don't know what happened in the semifinals, but I don't really want to know, because the run they made afterwards through the lower bracket was unbelievable. Taking out a United, taking out Team EXA, taking out NXT, and then getting their revenge on the Gentlemen. That is a hell of a way to win this series.
It really is, and it's something really impressive to see, because Akrew coming into this, that was the talking point that we had gone through, is that they're the more seasoned team, they've gone to more RLCS events, and they've been able to really form all that chemistry, and yet when they're in lowers, this feels kind of weird, but I guess it doesn't really matter, because you can just storm right back there and take that nice dub. I do then want to then focus on the future, because these are challenger events. We're moving into super challenger, functionally the majors for these types of events that we're running here through the AAA Challenger Series, and that was going to be a 20-team affair, top 5 in AAA Challenger Series points, and then as the Challenger Series individual events have been pretty much all the teams that didn't make the regionals, now it's opening up to major. So RLCS level teams that just got cut out from that winter major are going to be entered in here. So they're going to have the top 2 teams in RLCS points get onto day 2, top 2 for AAA get onto day 2, but everyone else going to fight it out with a day 1 6-team Team Swiss. So everything on the table. Congrats, you won Challenger Series. Now you're playing with the big dogs in the Super Challenger. Bass, any thoughts on that? Looking forward to that starting off in April 2nd and 3rd.
I mean, here's the big thing, is that this is a chance for these teams to prove themselves. We've been hearing this for so long. Listen, I'm not going to talk about it for too long because I have my own frustrations about this, but hearing all these teams, oh, I dislike the format. It didn't give us enough chance to prove ourselves. Here's your chance. Do it. Show us that you can compete with the best of the best, that you can play against these RLCS caliber teams and knock their socks off. So this is where their chances are. This is where these bubble teams will finally be able to prove themselves. And the best part about it is it's the format that they've been asking for. It is Swiss format day 1. They really do get those 3 lives to be able to make it to that second day. So, like I said, if you're a bubble team who's been looking for a chance to prove yourselves, it is on April 2nd. It is going to be that singular event a month from now that will give you that chance in the spotlight.
Just talking about, I mean, we see these back and forth affairs, but everything gets turned up to 11 when you're in the majors. I think 11 for what you've been seeing through these events. I mean, we've gone through 3 of them now. Is there a team that you think can ascend to that next level? Because it's one thing to compete against bubble teams, one thing to compete against the teams that occasionally get glanced at regionals, but now you're playing against Rogue, Shopify, Envy, Oxygen, Complexity. I mean, what team might be the standout?
I have no idea, and that's what I love about events like this. It's like you could have a favorite team, but there's a month-long process, as Bass pointed out, until that event happens. So you can be bad now, you can be good now. But what are you going to be a month from now, and what are you going to be on the day? Because we have these day-long events, and that's when if you wake up the wrong way, if you scrim the wrong way, if you didn't even eat breakfast, you could be off your game no matter how talented you are, no matter what kind of resume you have. We find out in events like this that resumes don't always matter. Even being in the upper bracket doesn't always matter, because teams will rise up to the challenge, and it's about how you perform on that day. And I've been really impressed by what Akrew have been able to do today. If they make it to that point, I don't know what's going to happen down that road, but I'm cheering them on, because the resilience that you have to go through a lower bracket to take out every team in your path, including the one who knocked you there into the first place, I'm really proud of what Akrew could do.
And I'm really excited to see really what they're going to be doing in the future, because Akrew has been the team that's been there before. They're going to have to do it one more time with that championship win here in event number 3. They're going to be number 1 in AAA Challenger Series points, headed then by E United. And right behind them, actually some interesting twists and turns as we're figuring everything out. It's going to be Manzana, the winner of our first one, to be able to be reunited. They're actually down to come play in that Super Challenger Series. So there's going to be plenty of storylines to play for and a whole lot of money, and then future aspirations of that grand championship way in the distance. But one thing at a time. We're done here with event number 3. We got the major coming up in early April. Hopefully you'll be alive for that. Check out Twitter, follow FOB, follow all these lovely casters that have been bringing you the action all night long, and we will catch you guys in the next event.
This is Larry. Larry just loves candy.
Oh, hello.
And even though these sweet, glorious pieces of candy don't seem expensive,
This one's only a dime.
the inevitable dental fees his mom will have to pay makes it pretty pricey. The APR of eating candy is the cost per piece plus the dental bills. A much higher APR than, say, vegetables.
Why can't I quit you?
Dancing